Across the world, the strongest rose to the challenge.
Well, there's the overclock. 3 kills for Laptop.
They have fought for pride, for prestige.
A blade for Jay-Woo, and there's the kills that you were looking for.
And for a place on the world stage. Every match brings them closer to legacy or obscurity. Rivalries will reignite.
Zera connects with the stick! Zera does it again!
New stars will rise, and champions...
Oh, Cuffer! He looks so good on this Winston right now!
...will fall. This is the Overwatch Champions Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to OWCS EMEA. Again, I'm Ash, your host, and I'm joined here by Uber and Matt. And happy Mother's Day, everyone. You love to see it. To some of you, Mitch, it might be also happy Junker Queen Day.
Yeah, no, it's shout out to the mums and shout out to the Junker Queen mains. That's all I got to say. Yeah, it's a day of celebration, I think, on both sides.
Yeah. I mean, I know with all the mothers and the Junker Queen mains, yeah, everybody celebrating today.
Did you just rephrase what I said, but more boring? How have you done that?
Yeah, well,
that takes actual effort.
Really didn't. What you said really didn't make any sense. I mean, why are we celebrating?
You just delivered a deadpan. Like, that's crazy. Like, you gotta add something.
Chat.
Yeah.
Matt doesn't get it. Matt doesn't get it. But what you guys are gonna get from staying tuned here on the OWCS broadcast are gonna be some sweet drops. Don't forget to link your Battle.net accounts to make sure that you can earn these as we take a look at what's in store here for the Stage 2 regular season drops here. We talked about it a little bit. We were talking about Junker Queen. We've got that card that's coming in here as well. But overall, great stuff here, Matt.
Yeah. Mitch has his calendar marked down for the muscle mommy Junker Queen icon there. That's what he's going. Everybody. That's what he's going for. He's marking that one down. Hey, I had it open yesterday. I had it open yesterday. I'm trying to get these sprays up at the top. I like the card one, that first one, but I'm sticking around for them all.
Yeah, and so should you guys, right? But let's talk about the schedule as well. It's been quite the road to get here to Stage 2, and looking at how this first third of the season has gone now into the potential, not the potential, but the grind into mid-season championship here for EWC as well. There's still a long road ahead here, Mitch.
Yeah, absolutely. We have an entire Stage 2 still to work out, and obviously the circuit points are very, very important. A ton of change-ups in, honestly, all of our regions. Europe, maybe more subtly, NA with a lot of different teams under different banners, but whichever way you slice it, whoever we send to mid-season championship, a lot of these teams' rosters are going to look different than what we sent to Hangzhou.
And Ash, obviously, there's a huge reason to make mid-season championship. Obviously, more teams there, but there's just a ton of prize money on the line too, right? I mean, it is not one you want to miss out on.
It definitely isn't. And talking about those live events here for you guys to take a look at, we saw Crazy Raccoon take the crown over at Champions Clash, but for Stage 2, we've got the mid-season championship to look forward to in July, and then the World Finals as well in November over in Stockholm, Sweden to wrap up Stage 3, right? A lot of great things to keep in mind here. And while we're talking about those live events as well, it's chatting about that mid-season championship in Riyadh at the end of July. You guys can buy your tickets over at the link at bit.ly/OWCS_MSC to pick yours up today. Excuse me, I'm getting a little too excited. My voice getting a little bit hoarse as I get hyped up about this. But on top of mid-season tickets, we can also look forward to the World Finals as well. It's great that we're able to get those tickets on lock. More information that you guys can find at the link on your screens as well. We've got your normal packages as well as the VIP and exclusive merch packages that are available. And you guys would love to go, right? I mean, everyone who's in chat, if you want to see Mitch and Matt in person, you got to get those on.
I mean, Matt is
right,
slippery.
Yeah.
I mean, you might be in the same place as him, but you might not see him. This guy is the king of the Irish goodbye. Like when it comes time to fair meets, this guy's like out there like a bolt out of the blue.
I mean, I was known for that as well. You know, when we would go to parties, it'd be like, I'm going to the bathroom. I'd go home and start playing WoW.
You just go.
I was like, I'm out.
Yeah.
That's not even an Irish goodbye. You're just lying at that point, saying that you're going to the bathroom.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. The Irish are very truthful, of course, like, as a whole. So could not be an Irish goodbye.
They can't defend themselves on stream right now. So let's just move on.
I'm Irish and Italian. I mean, it's a shot at me.
What do you mean?
Oh, okay. I didn't know that you were Irish and Italian. Yeah. I'm learning something new every day.
You're Irish, really?
Every day.
I thought you were American.
No, you've been lying to everybody that you're Australian.
I mean, I was born in that country, brother. What do you want?
He's from Manchester, Ash. He's from Manchester, Ash. You just protected. He just perfected the accent.
Like a better football.
Noted. Well, I'm going to keep it truthful on the stream because we got to look into our stage 2 schedule here as well and take a look at what the road's going to look like to actually even get into that mid-season championship here. We were talking about the regular season that we're in currently for the next month or so, and then also the LCQs that are going to be coming up here for Mitch to lock in a couple of those last spots here for the end of stage 2.
Those are always great tournaments, always great competition. You really see teams live it all out there, and it's kind of dramatic. There's always a bit of drama as teams often come pretty close to making or manage to get over the line. I think it means a lot to earn that right to stand amongst teams that frankly are best to do over the course of the year. And there's always a great storyline of the team coming through the LCQ and trying to make a deep run at the big tournament.
Yeah, that's always some of the fun stuff, right? Some of the exciting teams that you might not expect to come in through those LCQs. But let's take a look at the standings here because we had some great matches to kick off stage 2 yesterday. And when we're looking at how this ended up panning out, I think it was kind of expected here, Matt, but at the same time, I don't think we anticipated Gen G to have as difficult of a showing as they did.
I mean, I think we all expected to see Gen G put up a better fight against the Ultimates. We knew the Ultimates was going to come in and be a much better team, right, than they were in the round robin stage in stage 1. But Gen G obviously making a lot of, odd decisions, I think, yesterday. Even, Christopher kind of mentioned it, I think the Alcatia Twisted Minds game, those teams are always going to play each other pretty close. Excited to see what some of the other teams in EMEA have in store for us today.
Yeah, speaking of what's in store for today, we got to look at our schedule as well for today's matches because we get a little bit of flip-flop here into day 2 where we get 3 EMEA matches followed by 2 matches for NA. And you were just talking about the Ultimates. We are looking at that matchup between Alcatia and the Ultimates for our third match of today. That is going to be, I think, one of the bangers here, Mitch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Alcatia is the team that kind of cut the Cinderella run of the Ultimate short in that lower bracket, of course, of the playoffs last stage. This is an Ultimate team that went 2-5. They barely scraped in the playoffs in the bottom spot, and all of a sudden it was clicking until it wasn't. So, I think that's going to be fun to see that play out again. Obviously, Junkbug versus Christopher is a fun coach matchup as well. But that first matchup of the day looks almost too French to function, I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's the French Super Bowl to kick things off, right? And then poor Quick Esports, right? They finally make it in their first game, we sacrifice them to Virtus Pro. I mean, that come on. We need rain this season, Matt. We
need good crops.
Yeah.
Hey, listen. They gotta go through the gauntlet first off and then maybe shake off and learn from it. But overall, taking a look at this French Derby that we're looking forward to for our first match today between Team Peps and Frosttails. This one's really exciting. This is a Team Peps that came second during the regular season during stage 1. They looked really strong, but were knocked out early in playoffs. And this team, Mitch, has also had a couple of upgrades. I've got my eyes on Tread, who was previously on Alcatia looking to replace.
Yeah, did they? I'm not super sure. I think losing Exodial really hurts this team. And Ice Nom was a great tank player. Tread comes in. I think that there's a bit of overlap in terms of hero pool there. So Peps have done pretty well, I think, to inoculate themselves against the loss of that German main tank. This team, I don't know what it is about Peps. They had such a good regular season. Honestly, earned a ton of respect from us. And then when it really mattered, they kind of disappeared. So I think getting off to a great start here is, goes without saying that it's really important to this team, but they know they got to maintain a sustained output over what is a long stage of play to qualify for the mid-season tournament.
Yeah, Ash, I think they had one of the rougher, roster periods in between stage 1 and stage 2, right? I mean, losing Ice and Exodial, not easy to replace, right? Yeah. So I'm curious to see how Cookie Tread fill into the roster here and see if they can keep that performance that they had in stage 1 up to par.
Yeah, we're going to have to see. It'll be a great litmus test today up against Frosttails here, one of the teams that came in through promotion relegation, the second seed coming in from the promotion relegation tournament, that is, as well. Talk us through that a little bit here, Matt.
Yeah, as I know the roster moving around here a little bit, but I know China, obviously a player that we've seen here on the OWCS in the past, and then Crocs as well, right? Those are the two players that I think a lot of people at home will recognize. And also, like, this is probably a pretty good match for them to open things up, right? I know a little bit of a French on French matchup. They probably have a good idea of, you know, how some of the players on the other team play, right? Being other top players just in their country, right? So I think if there's a draw here for Frosttail to win like early on, I think it's probably this game.
I mean,
yeah, I think it's going to be really exciting to see. Any thoughts before we head into the matchup?
No, I think I do think there's potential for a trap game. I'm kind of disappointed because I love reading Zerian's trash talk. It's one of my favorite things to do, but it's going to be in French this game probably, which is really disappointing. So I might need someone in the chat to translate it for me.
I'll translate it.
Yeah, these guys have like a ton of history going back, like that New Age team, of course, and then like this Peps roster. Like there's a lot of like old like GG players here. So familiar with each other. The French scene has produced some amazing players. It's pretty close knit as well. So expect to see that flavor kind of bleed into this match.
I think that's going to be what's so fun about this matchup, the countrymen going up against each other. But I think we're just about ready to get into our first match of today here. Matt, Mitch, you guys take it away.
All right, let's get this one underway. I'm kind of hyped for this one. Yeah, look, I think calling... Peps did not get an upgrade, I think, coming into stage 2. At least on paper, it doesn't seem that way. I think they have now got a more compact roster, but they've got a lot of stretching, I think, to sort of fill the gaps that have formed here, where they've pared down this team.
And look, I think you can obviously speak to the quality of players like Icenome and Exodio with how good they were for Peps in stage 1, and then the teams they end up going to in stage 2, right? I know Icenome a target of VP, right? Exodio a target of Gen G to combo with like Who Are You? So like, kind of gives you an idea of where those players, maybe kind of are in the overall player pool. Let's say in EMEA. And then the replacement, Cookie and Tread, pretty good players, right? Cookie's played in a lot of the, the Faceit Master Leagues and whatnot. Tread, obviously, we've seen in OWCS. And, but it is large shoes to fill, right? And then also you're kind of going against a team in Frosttail, right? With some players from your region, from your country, right? So when you said trap game, did you mean a trap game for Peps?
Yes.
Okay, I was like, yes. I was like, I think this is definitely a trap game for Peps. I would agree with you there.
This is our map pool, of course, heading into stage 2. If you're just joining us, you missed yesterday's matches, you will notice a few new maps making their way in here, namely Busan, Hollywood, Gibraltar, Dorado, of course, is pickable here. So keep that in mind as we go through the series. Yesterday, we did see Circuit, a bunch in NA, Dorado got picked up in EU. That gave us a really interesting game. Generally, we're seeing OWCS being the target, or Ilios for that first map if a team feels like they have a good dive option to them. So keep an eye on that one. And like I would mention that, as much as we've maybe not made the most favorable comparisons of Tread to Icenome, for example, this guy is a Winston player, Winston can play ball. So, he does enable Peps to go with some of these options that a lot of teams in Europe don't seem to have.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's actually what I was going to ask you, right? Because yesterday we saw two games in EMEA, but we saw two different completely versions of Overwatch, pretty much, right? Where the Ultimates and Gen G, they wanted to play fast, aggressive, playing around like a lot of Winston-based compositions and whatnot. And then in TML Katia, it was like that match was just a replay from stage 1, right? Maga, Hazard, like Ramatra. Where do you think EMEA is going to sit? Do you think they're going to sit closer towards the TM match or our first game that we had yesterday?
I think that they either are going to all have to get on board with playing this more dive style, this more high mobility approach, or those teams that don't have that capacity are probably going to fall behind. Like, you can't tell me someone like Ziad right now is not grinding Winston. A lot of these teams are definitely trying to. I mean, that's kind of obvious, I guess. It should go without saying that teams come into this year wanting to have the most flexible, roster hero pool with their players as possible.
It also feels like at this point in Overwatch's life cycle, you should be able to play some Winston, right? Even Reinforce figured it out for a little bit, right? So you should be able to play
some type of Winston. I want to say.
Johnny,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, you should. No, not bad at it, right? So I mean, you should be able to figure it out in terms of because like how we've talked about over time, right, with the support role and the DPS role, and how kind of the line has been blurred between flex and main support, right? You're kind of expected to play a little bit of both at times, and then especially a projectile and hit scan in terms of the DPS. And now, obviously, as we're down to one tank for a bit now, got to be able to play some of those main tanks or off tanks depending on what you specialized in the past.
Yeah, and a ton of teams are going to like 5-player rosters now as well. Like they're trimming even more. So here are your bans coming in. Obviously, this graphic doesn't speak to whether they're first or second, but we will have D.Va banned out here and Juno taken out in our first map.
Yeah, so interesting that the D.Va gone here off the rip, right? When D.Va is gone, this allows actually for some more Winston play, right? It is the Peps map pick. So Peps gets rid of the Juno, and then on the other side, it is the D.Va ban, right? So the D.Va ban opens up some possibilities for Winston.
Absolutely. Although interesting because Frostales, they do Margin plays D.Va. They are a D.Va player. More like D.Va Sigma, Ramatra that we've sort of seen from them. So they just don't want to deal with it on this map. They might be trying to set up like a Winston mirror. Like maybe we, Frostales have already worked on getting a good Winston comp under their belt. But their first ban what comes out is the Juno. So it certainly feels like Peps are trying to get out of like a Malga situation. They just don't want to deal with that. I don't want to give the Juno the ability just to orbital array and give the Malga comp such an outsized advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Orbital Array when in combination with like a Malga or even like Ramatra, right? And those different types of comps just become so difficult, silly to deal with, right? Where it provides just so much extra, healing damage for the Malga. You're able to use that cardiac overdrive, keep going even further. So we'll see how that kind of plays out with the Juno gone. Probably like, Kiri becomes a little bit more viable here.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that I don't know how these teams are really going to try and work in like Ana comps necessarily, although I feel like I've seen Zerion play a decent amount of Ana in the past. So, more of those like flex support style heroes. And like Oasis, when you get to City Center, obviously Ana doesn't possess that innate mobility, but the high ground proposition I think sometimes is a little bit too juicy to ignore, especially when you take a bouncing bardic grenade perk. All of a sudden you can set things up really beautifully.
Yeah, and then also obviously with no Juno, you're really just relying on Lucio for speed if you want to run that, right? So potentially some Lucio options here for map number 1.
I feel like this D.Va ban is, I'm curious to see what the answer is. Tread is like a D.Va player as well. Like we've seen Tread play D.Va, I think, on our cats here even in the past, even though Ziad was, they're more their go-to for that option. I hope we get to see time comps on this map. We're obviously not long away from jumping on in here. But both teams are really trying to say, okay, let's eliminate the Brawl Star comps. Let's eliminate like the midway sort of, highly mobile D.Va, somewhat defensive comp with some ability to pressure backlines.
Yeah.
So I can see which way the wind is blowing here, and this would be a little surprising for the EMEA region. But for all we know, we could also just end up with like Ramatra battles or like Orisa, for example, picked if we head to one of the closer quarters maps.
Yeah, no, I would agree with you. I think we'll see, as taking a little bit of time here before we load in the game. Coach is probably, I know, little coach's time out here before we kind of get into the action. But curious what either of these teams kind of brings to the table with these bans. Because also we haven't really, obviously we've seen two completely different styles, from our first two games. In EMEA, if I was to guess or assume, I probably assume these teams are going to play closer to what we saw in our second game of the day. Yesterday with TM and Alcatia, but always EMEA always has some pleasant surprises, right, Mitch? So potentially, some Winston-based compositions are maybe a little bit more dive here.
China's a player well worth watching, I think, in this series. They're called China. They're from Poland. Try not to think about it too much, but their Tracer was fantastic on occasion, but they're also the kind of player that, can flex over, play like that Sojourn, play some more hit scan base, also pick up the Pharah on occasion. So someone that I'm looking at on Frostales here just to see if they can continue to go from strength to strength on a roster like this, if they are in, of course, because they got 3 DPS on this roster. First outing for Frostales here in OWCS EMEA, and Team Peps, after what can only be described as a disappointing finish to stage 1, want to get off the starters mark with a burst of speed.
So we will get the scoreboard at the top of the screen here. So Keo actually kind of hovering over some Freya. So we did see some Freya yesterday in EMEA. And then for Peps, it looks like potentially going to be running Cassidy, Genji. Okay, so no Freya swap. We did see Exodial play some Cassidy yesterday. Actually worked out quite well, where it looks like we will end up seeing Peps gonna play a little bit more brawl style, right? You don't have that Maga in the mix. Maybe you feel like you can't run that Maga without the Juno, but still very capable to run the Ramatra here.
Okay, so as I sort of alluded to, good chance he's like Ramatra, Orisa on this, at least this university map that's just more enclosed here. FD God, of course, a player that needs no introduction here on their signature pick, and Lucio Kiriko the go-to. So cleanse is available, yes. Can be relevant. There are a couple of things here that you can sort of try and cleanse off. The slow from Terror Surge, probably also the effects of the Freya ultimate. So keep those in mind. But no Bionade to have to answer here, as Keo already spitting out a bit of damage. Tread takes a beating in the front line.
And we have to see how you can keep Majin alive here for Frosttails, because once that Orisa loses the armor, right, it's going to be very easy to just poke the Orisa down. So you see the Orisa getting very low. Yeah, as soon as lose the armor, then you can push on back in. Where I think that the biggest advantage here for Frosttails would be actually them pushing past that Ramatra shield, trying to get in and make a play.
All right, there it is. So 15% for Frosttails as Team Peps are back in the game. We've seen it on a couple of occasions. Ken causing issues for Keo. Pushing pretty close to the Freya, putting a lot of pressure, maybe drawing out some of those mobility-based cooldowns that Freya ordinarily wants to pair with like decent damage output. And yeah, Tread also, problem in the front line. Switch off the Ramatra here to the Orisa. We have opted into full brawl with these miracles.
That is really interesting that we see both these teams end up in like an Orisa head-to-head, right? We saw a little bit of Orisa yesterday. I believe it was like into Maga-based compositions, right? Where we know Orisa isn't good, but at least, with that, Ramatra at the start, feel like we maybe need to switch to be able to match. It'll be Kitsune Rush here for both sides as Zero gets taken out by Keo.
All right, getting the Kiriko out of the fight here. A good start, but Team Pep still trying to hold the point. And again, they've got some of these DPS ultimates to rely on. Kiwi taken down. Cookie deals with this, put Pep back on decent footing, but Tread is barely clinging to life. And Zerion, well, wasn't there to get him back up to speed. Martin finds Ken, and this will be Frosttails back in control. Pretty lively tug of war over this first point between these two.
Yeah, and Frosttails ends up, Mitch, ending up with the sound barrier here, right? They're going to be able to use that to kind of combat what Ken is going to dish out with that blade. You got a Bola Shot here as well. Bola Shot plus Terror Surge could be a really interesting combination, right? You kind of grab the people in and then connect with that Bola Shot. So potentially an option here for Frosttails as they're going to end up taking the lead.
Blade hit for pack, sound barrier, of course, for Frosttails. Lets them get a little bit more. It's going to be mirrored. Both teams basically using the same ultimate combos. Terror Surge came out, and FD God somehow is the one that gets caught first here. Tread going low. Terror Surge now for the extra durability. Tries to pop it early, and Ken has to follow up. Kiwi and Martin both fall as they were tied together with a neat little bow, but Frosttails still control the point.
Yeah, it ends up in a little bit of a 3-on-3 here, right? You saw about, Ken, Cookie, and Zero alive here for Team Peps. They kind of deal with the remaining player on Frosttails, and they end up flipping the point back in favor of Peps. And they actually, for Frosttails, they went with that combination I was talking about. They went with that Terror Surge plus the Bola Shot. They ended up trying to use the blade after, and Team Peps was able to kind of stay alive for, really as long as possible without any of their support ults up at the moment. And then FD God ends up dropping the beat. Gives them a little bit of an advantage moving on towards that objective. So it'll be Team Peps taking the lead here. They will have their Bola Shot here. Nothing to combo with it. And then it'll be Kitsune Rushes for both sides.
Rush here for Kiwi straight away. Zerion just building his now. There comes the claim. So it does answer the Bola Shot. Looks like, excuse me, at least it was an ability to escape from it. Frosttails still need to do more than just pick off the Lucio here. Ken is going to find Q on that high side now, and Cookie now is the only Freya on the field. Iceball's Martin now surely is one of the few players left on the point. Pack with a deflect, expiring, could not protect himself any further, but the backline of Frosttails has some teeth. Team Peps here, getting close here to 100, and who's going to push in? Martin going to be forced back. Fortify going to make it hard to shift Tread, but there will be a touch from Frosttails. Bola Shot here for Keo. FD God already got picked off, and now he's looking at his opposite number in the backline. That would have been a great opportunity. Quick cleanse, though, comes out from Zerion to deny it.
That is a really nice cleanse there. It's not going to result in them kind of holding on to the point at the moment, but Tread is going to move on in. does have some of the Orisa abilities to kind of keep that armor up, right? Fortify plus that spear spin, but gonna have to back out. They do end up losing Cookie, so a large portion of the damage gone for Peps at the moment. You're gonna have to wait for him to get back in the fight before this next one kicks off. And look at this, Gogo though has built a pretty nice advantage in terms of the sound barrier, right? FD God dies really early in that previous fight, so maybe a huge opportunity for Frosttails to take this. They're gonna go quite aggressive. Kiwi doesn't get the benefits of the beat though.
Terra Surge Blades win conditioning, Matt. Here's the Surge. Okay, well, both Orisa's go for the Surges there, it seems. And Keo, how does he get caught in the eye of the storm like that? Oh, Team Peps able to fight back in a very crucial moment. Just as Frosttails, honestly, no reason to lose that fight with how powerful their ultimate combinations were.
The idea is good there for Frosttails. The execution could use a little bit there, where they end up using the beat and they push on in, right? And at that point, knowing there's no support ultimates on the other side, and with where you are on the objective, you need to get a kill there, right? You can't invest the beat, push that deep, and then result in nothing. Peps does a really nice job of just kind of like kiting it, moving back, right? And then after that, you know, Team Peps has a big advantage in terms of support ultimates and then moves on in, and nothing they can really do about it. So Frosttails, I actually thought they played it right. It's just that you know, they just needed to come up with a kill there.
I think that, you know, despite the fact that Tread didn't have other DPS ultimates to pair with that Terra Surge, throwing it in there just as Frosttails were trying to go for like their Surge Blade combination disrupted them heavily. Like somehow Keo's just dragged onto the point there, right, towards the Orisa and gets taken down. So that's a really, really efficient round there in terms of ult economy from Peps. And of course now we just wipe the slate clean. This time Hazard comes out for Peps. Frosttails, they don't opt to go for the more mobile option here that we do see on City Center.
What is your thoughts of the Hazard into the Orisa though? I think the Orisa can like use spear spin, like, you know, knockback, like really dislodge the Hazard.
It's all about like finding small windows here to punish the Orisa's lack of mobility, right? I think this is a good example. Like you see how it just like throws out the jagged wall. Orisa has to go around it. Sure, she can fortify it so she's not knocked back by it, but it's a huge waste of that cooldown. So ideally, Peps want to ignore Martin as much as possible, as most comps that aren't mirroring the Orisa are.
Yes, you see Tread just hanging on barely there. He does a nice job of using the leap going in on the Kiwi early and like putting down some damage. And then Majin's got to use a spear spin and a javelin to kind of knock him back towards the point. But at that time, the damage is kind of done, right? Frosttails is completely split. They put enough damage down onto the tank in supports to make them worry a little bit. And now Peps in control of the point first. And they also, you know, have a great chance to be able to kind of like hold this for an extended period of time, right? It's very difficult to kind of just take this point back, but also a lot of high mobility characters for Peps, right? They're going to be able to kind of juggle the point constantly.
And at this point, Margin's using Javelin Spin just to try and keep up with Tread. Not thinking so much about the damage mitigation component of that, but just not wanting to be left behind. Getting caught in between the players Orisa is pretty frustrating. Even with her ability like to close gaps sometimes, it can be difficult. Now Peps have like this really powerful high ground with a bowl shot available. Kitsune Rush will let them just dive down onto Pack, and Ken cleans them up. All right, tough here now as Cookie can sit on this bowl of shot, wait for Martins. Fortify to expire, but in doing so, exposes themselves a little too long to that Orisa damage. A pretty good jagged wall here, though, forces a swift step out of the Kiriko.
And FD got to invest the beat here towards the end, really just, I think, kind of like solidifying the fight win. Does give an opportunity here for Frosttails, though, you know, going to be coming back with that sound barrier. I think, though, for Peps, you probably realize, at least at this point, right, you're going to have the downpour that maybe they need to respond to for beat, but then you also have Ken's Blade, where you know that Pack really hasn't gotten much going at this moment, right? So maybe Ken pulls out Blade, gets that sound barrier out, then now it's going to be Cookie opening things up with a bola shot, right? Does a little bit of damage. Downpour there from Tread. Doesn't really connect with much.
No, I mean, kind of awkward. Tread dives in and hopes to follow up on that bowler shot, but of course there's a Susu there to cleanse it.
And they push so far in, right, to try and make that play happen that they kind of just let them back at the point away, right? They don't end up being able to use that Blade, so actually quite fortunate here for Frosttails.
Yeah, I like the response there. Obviously, you know, Gogo feels the need to use a sound barrier, even if they don't know if that downpour is going to hit. Because you can't you just can't take a gamble on that. Losing the fight at that point, you lose the entire map. So that does mean that Frosttails, it's going to be easy to force those ultimates out of them. Team Peps can try and build a bit of an advantage in that regard. This might be an overextension, though. We'll see. Suzu comes down. Perfect. Absolutely perfect timing from Zerion. And a Kitsune rush now to punish Frosttails for this big commitment. Pac won't get any value off the blade. Kyo, while they're on the back foot, at least has that bowler shot to potentially disrupt Peps, but they're coming to take what's theirs. Kyo just got absolutely farmed by Cookie. And Team Peps are going to flip the point back.
Yeah, they lose Majin, and then you try and hightail it to the point to maybe keep it contested, but Team Peps knows they have to push all the way through, and they have that blade to be able to do so. So now for Frosttails, you're going to have to just kind of be running in here towards the objective. Bola shot here, potentially in the works. Fortify here for Majin, trying to get a touch. He gets hit with everything there, and he's not able to make it to the point. That'll be Peps taking our first map.
Yeah. Solid showing here for Team Peps. I'm glad to see Frosttails want to try and take the initiative of their map, but that fight, they pushed in too deep. The problem is, we just saw the same problem from Team Peps. They try and commit heavily off that ultimate combo, but one little Suzu unravels it all. And they find themselves kind of out of position. And then Zerion's able to send a Kitsune rush in response. So there's like this legitimate crackback here from Team Peps that very quickly makes Frosttails realize they done messed up.
I think they even had like the blade with the Kitsune rush, just kind of following it up, right? So a lot of really sick things to combo there. I'd also say, I think you were right with Gogo using the beat. He actually was like to the left of where the downpour kind of cone was, so knew he was going to safely get the beat and potentially save some of the players behind him. But we take a look. This first round,
the players behind him is the problem, right, Matt? Like he felt like it could have been, I think, but I don't know if anyone was going to get caught in that downpour in the end, as far as we could tell.
Yeah,
but you kind of have to do it anyway, just in case. I feel.
Yeah, you can't risk it, right? Yeah. I mean, just kind of hope. I mean, you see there. I mean, Majin. I mean, good luck. He's getting like pushed back with his spear spin. I think he gets javelin there, and then the bola shot. I mean, that is a brutal scenario for any tank to be in, let alone an Orisa. So taking a look at some of the stuff head to head, really, although the first round was really close, stats heavily favor Peps.
I do think like some of these Peps players are starting to evolve into legitimately elite players in this region, right? FD God has kind of always been there. Zerion, I think, is someone that a lot of us have had our eye on for quite some time, even if they attract the wrong kind of attention every now and then in the server. They are extremely adept across like a lot of the high skill cap flex supports, right? Looking like, Kiriko, Ana, for example, a huge boon to this team. And frankly, Team Peps looks like they've come together really quickly with the Orisa version of this comp, also being able to have the depth to go to the Hazard look, which I really think was a problem for Margin.
I do wonder, Peps, obviously, they have that first map pick. They get rid of Juno first. I wonder if now we start to see some potential like Maga play, right? People were hovering it in the spawn, but maybe you don't really kind of run it with like Kiri Lucio, right? But if you can get Juno back in the mix, that kind of opened things up potentially for some Maga action. So it'll be a Frosttail map selection and their ban first, right? So they will go with Dorado. Dorado typically signals you want to play like Winston, you want to play Diva, different things along those lines. But Frosttail does get rid of Diva first map. So curious where they go here. Like if Frosttail, if you get rid of like one of the supports or something like that, if Peps wanted to, you could get rid of Diva, you could get rid of Winston, right? You could get rid of one of those dive tanks. I'm curious what they do with their first ban here.
I don't think that the Winston ban is worth it because it just opens up the Hazard, which we've noticed is like a pretty acceptable fallback for this map. We've already like seen it from Peps. I think the Pred looked pretty good there. I guess Margin's Diva can no longer be targeted here by Peps, so I think Diva is an acceptable proposition on this map. I just don't think that for much of Dorado, it's a safe idea to try and force these Malga comps. Even though I'm pretty sure you need to have at least 50 hours of Malga and rank to travel in the Schengen zone in Europe. Like it's just everyone seems to be able to do it. I know Tread's played a lot of it, so I don't worry about a Malga matchup between these two outside of me just having
they all the Malga mains in Europe just get together like once a month. They just pick a country.
Yeah, that's called the EU Parliament, Matt. That's the EU Parliament.
Everybody chats about it. Hey, what's your experience like? It's all right.
Let's share some tips and tricks for which minigun to use when.
This isn't a Malga map though. Like we saw yesterday, we saw TM play like Ramatra here, right? Like Ramatra against like Hazard, I believe, is kind of what we ended up seeing in the end. So Potentially you could see some Ramatra, right? I think it all kind of depends on this first ban though from Frosttails, right? They get rid of the D.Va in map number 1, right? So clearly maybe they don't want to go up against like Tread, having the D.Va available there on Oasis, but D.Va also really strong here on Dorado, right? So is there something else you feel like that is strong enough? Like, no, teams obviously would target like FD God getting rid of Lucio, but like I wouldn't say that like Dorado's like a really great Lucio map.
No,
like
you can like I think in the past we've seen like a lot of
teams play like on a brig.
Exactly.
Like here.
And you can fit Kiriko into that comp as well. Like you can try and play Ana Kiriko. Or if you really want the Ana Brig backline, yeah, like Lucio might get targeted. You might also choose to target Kiriko. If you are,
I mean, if I was Frosttails, I would almost try and bait them into playing Lucio. I'd be like, hey, like I'd let that go through. Like if you feel I think if you see, you know, Peps ran out with a Lucio backline and you can play on a Brig, you have a distinct advantage in terms of support play at the moment, right? So I would almost kind of bait Peps into like just leaving it there available for FD God, just kind of dangle it in front of it.
How do you feel about the Freya matchup that we've seen so far in this game? It certainly feels like Peps' Freya play has been pretty clean, but we've not really shone because, you know, Kiriko is such a natural predator in many senses to the Freya being able to cleanse that ultimate.
And I still think we're in the I think we know that Freya is strong. I think we're still in a little bit of the experimental phase of like what's the optimal way to play Freya and how you kind of work her into the mix in terms of comps. I will say having the upward mobility is gonna be massive here. So okay, so Frosttails gets rid of Brig, which is interesting because we were just talking about probably one of the stronger combinations here. Would be Ana Brig, like playing on that high ground, right? You protect the Ana with the Brig, you're set up in a really good spot. They actually get rid of the Brig first,
Peps not trying to play
which is also
right.
Yeah, with Peps getting rid of Hazard. So I would also say, I mean, I guess curious in your take. After Lucio, I would say probably Brig is FD God's like other best hero, right?
I think so.
So like, you kind of take that away from him and then maybe now force him to play something not exactly super comfortable on or like optimal. So
do you think FD God's the kind of player that you can, I do think this team has like some double flex support like ability, right? But surely you could just play like Ana Lucio Kiri. There's no way we get a queen. I would love to see that, honestly. On Mother's Day of all days. Mother's Day of all days.
On Mother's Day.
Love that.
They're bringing it out. The queen you were asking for. You've been speaking it into existence. The queen on Mother's Day.
I love Dragon Queen. She's great. Yeah. So I like this a lot, honestly. The ban strategy here for Frosttails. Especially, you know, when you see a hazard ban come back the other way from Pep. So, you know, I do think like that. Winston comp for them is going to be pretty good. We don't really know, honestly, if like Margin is I personally don't know if they're like a prolific Winston player necessarily.
Yeah, and the comp we saw them hovered before the pause. That was I believe for Peps on offense. I'd be Queen Lucio Kiri here on Dorado. I mean, we'll see. I think this is like kind of highly unlikely. Yeah, so
this is what I expect from Frosttails though.
Yeah, Frosttails on D, right? You play the D.Va, right? D.Va can kind of control the high ground and whatnot. Tread, I assume will end up matching that. I do still feel like there is an advantage in terms of like the Juno Kiri versus like Kiri Lucio here. Like we talked about, you know, Lucio maybe not the best here on Dorado. So we'll see. Peps is going to be Kenj going back. Maybe play Genji here potentially. Yeah, so Genji really good at controlling the high ground.
Do you think Kiri is almost a must-have against these Freya comps now? Because there's probably like a few options here at Flex Support to play.
I would say must-have is maybe too like harsh on it, but I definitely think that she's pretty good, right? Because she does have a lot of like mobility, able to kind of like dodge some of these like odd angles that Freya can take, right? Getting so much vertical mobility. So I do think that, you know, like an Ana, for instance, right, is doesn't have any mobility. So like with some of these angles that the Freyas can take, getting high ground like above buildings and whatnot, be very difficult to kind of stay alive. So FT got on the Lucio, kind of like hurting players around, right? That time gets Tread over to kill Pack, and then earlier got Ken a kill up on the high ground. So good start here for Peps.
It was the Kiriko that got picked off. Yeah, that really threw things into disarray for Frosttails, and what we saw there from Pack is not normally what should happen. That Tracer can get just chased down, frankly, on the wrong side of the map and blown up. So Frostales here maybe feels like you're a little uncomfortable. Margin wants to control this space, aware, of course, that Keo's under a lot of pressure from Ken, so uses much of that defense matrix to keep them standing. But conversely, Peps' backline are worrying about Pack, sure, but that's the second time the Tracer's died while in enemy territory.
Yes, that's a ball shot from Keo. Actually puts a large amount of damage down onto Tread, and they do end up finding Ken, so that's quite massive, right? You get that Genji out of the mix as he's built up towards that blade, but I still don't think this is going to be enough, right? Majin's going to get demeched here. I was going to say as well, Mitch, at this part of the map, right? This is where Frostales probably would have gotten better value out of the Tracer, right? At the start, a little bit harder to play the Tracer, a little bit more high risk. But when it goes around that fountain area, probably a bit easier to use that Tracer, but does not really impact the game at all as Pep steamrolls through this point.
What is going on? Frostales are really struggling with the tempo that Peps are playing with, Matt.
Yeah.
Evidently, not expecting Tread to have pushed up so far forward, but God, with these, with these Freya comps, it's really important to establish this bridge control, that balcony, of course, from the courthouse.
Yeah, you get Cookie on the high ground here, right? The high ground with Freya, you're able to just you see the angles you can take above the building. I mean, just filthy shots able to just try and connect with as Pack goes in with a pulse bomb, doesn't connect with anything. They're going to use a Kitsune Rush here as well, right? So they feel that this fight is a must-win. The Kitsune Rush just actually gets them the high ground back, but they end up losing Cookie. Okay, so this is actually quite good here for Frostales.
Okay, nice dive here from Margin. Sees a chance to hit that back line. Self-destruct does do a little bit of damage to the Diva mech, but nothing to really bother Margin. Losing Kyo there, not a big issue. We're on Pack Watch. Rip Bozo, Zero, and gets run down the back line by the Tracer. And now, Frostales are getting a little bit more of what they needed to out of that player.
And I thought Peps was actually going to get a full, they were going to full disengage there, right? Because the Kitsune Rush comes on the high ground, everybody drops, but they end up losing Cookie, they end up losing Zero back to back. So now it's going to set up a fight here. Gogo's actually going to use an orbital ray here, gets up in the sky again, swinging for the fences, not able to take him out.
I think that is extremely ambitious, but I appreciate it. It's like a kitten looking at a condor, thinking it might have a tasty morsel for itself.
Look, it's cool to win, but even cooler to get potential TikTok clips.
Absolutely. Keo, oh, buddy, Tread again. Able to find his way towards the Freya this time. Really quite nasty on the Diva. This doesn't bode well for Frostales. It's worth bearing in mind that Tread, with that level of experience that Stint and Alcatia, got a ton of these tanks under his belt.
Yeah, I mean, obviously gains a ton of experience with Alcatia in Stage 1, going to Champions Clash, playing whatnot. So definitely paying off here as Pack is stuck behind enemy lines. On the Tracer, though, going to be able to get out. They know exactly where he's going to be coming from. I think Frostales needs another stop here, Mitch. I think if they allow this second checkpoint to get taken soon, you're going to give so much time here to Team Peps that they're going to be able to capitalize. They're going to be able to finish the map.
Pulse dropped here, avoided for the most part by FD God. Pack brought down once more, and FD God, again, double-edged sword. Sometimes works for you, sometimes against. There, though, getting the elimination on the Tracer, pretty important for momentum. Cookie there, gets a Suzu, top back up. Margin now forced to be an onlooker in the backline, but Ken is handled by Keo. Pep's starting to slow it up just a little bit more, but Tread has a mech refresh opportunity now. Cookie's going to be forced off that sideline entirely. Tread's trying to make a bit of space here, but now, yeah, out in the open. A lot of damage coming his way. Gets out with the mech.
Yeah, he's going to get out with his mech. Nice. I mean, that is crazy. Gets around the corner there, and Zero's able to help him out. Zero with a nice Suzu as well. Allows him like a brief moment of immortality, but that's going to allow them also, with the amount of damage that Tread takes, build up towards his Kitsune Rush. They're going to drop.
Keo gets everything. All the resources dedicated to the Freya. It's still not enough, though, to keep these attackers away. Tread, had to go for the Bunny Blast to try and finish the job, and there it is. Keo goes down. Cookie's able to get rid of them. If they had not moved, or if they had moved from behind the bird buff, they'd have gone down to the blast anyway. Now, 5 players for Team Peps, chomping at the bit to get this next checkpoint with 46 seconds to play. Gogo under extreme pressure now, and Trent is very, very good at turning up the heat when needed. LBD Mech, though, they'll have to give that up. It doesn't exactly help tempo for the attacker side now, as most of them are not durable enough to play on cars.
Imagine ends up using a self-destruct and gets the mech back, so quite massive. When I was talking about Frostales needing a hold, didn't expect this, right? Because it was above like 2 minutes, almost 2:30 on the clock. Now we get it below 30 seconds. This is about as good as you could have asked here for Frosttails. As you had the Kitsune rush invested from Team Peps. They probably felt like that was a fight that they were definitely going to win. Now you're walking into an orbital ray on top of a rush. This is a great opportunity for Frosttails to get a hold.
In the context of how the first point went for Frosttails, this is immense.
Oh, this is amazing. Yeah.
Tremendous defense they put out so far. Here's a sound barrier now. Orbital ray layered with the Kitsune rush. They even have the same trajectory. Peps forced away as they don't have to support ultimates to spend on such a fight. And Back is able to go hog wild. Very aggressive DMAC there on Tread. That little extra shielding out of Mech will not help him now. Team Peps brought to a halt here as Frosttails find the gear they were looking for.
Dude. That is something to remember, you know, if this series goes the distance and goes for a while, right? Because Team Peps absolutely dominates first point there on offense. And then Frosttails puts together an awesome defense, right? They're able to hold for, you know, I mean, the card is like around that corner, almost under the bridge with above 230 on the clock. That's a and they also had like great scenarios for Peps where they had like ultimate advantages and just not able to secure that second checkpoint. So massive stuff there from Frosttails, really kind of keeping themselves, I feel like, in the series, right? You end up losing this map, you go down 0-2. I mean, you obviously always a chance you can come back, but much harder.
That FD God damage, always a sight to behold here.
Well, that's the thing, you know, people like FD God, you know, sometimes he's like, you know, we see some clips where he ends up dying, doing some silly stuff, but that's also kind of what makes him an awesome player, right? So it's like, if you just kind of put him back there and, like, you know, told him to just kind of play like a, you know, a pretty passive Lucio, he would just be like another player. But what makes him awesome on that hero is playing that.
And he only has 2 deaths, so I don't want to hear any complaints about it. Like, he's playing fine. Let's go listen in though to Frosttails here as we start to finally see a bit of magic from them.
I'm gonna rotate to the back lane, okay, guys? And
I'm gonna start. Yeah, I'm gonna set for the pinch as well on the high ground.
Maybe you can stay main for now. I will tell you. Like, you can pocket.
Well, I wanna like run behind.
Yeah.
Il va. Alix and pomp. Lucio Juno, ok.
Pressure.
Force Diva. Frère, close. Frère, mid.
I might drop on us.
Yeah.
Très bien, très bien. Tu vas mid. Tu vas long point. Shoot Diva.
Shoot Diva.
Il est dans ta brique. 2 à brique.
Oh, how am I dead?
Can you remain?
Yeah, careful you.
Diva in. I go out.
I'm back.
They're gonna chase maybe.
Yeah, wait a bit, wait for Q.
Yes.
Cannot play without him.
Right, top right. Can you remain?
Pressure on me.
Yeah, I can.
Drop on me.
Take the top right.
Keep it drop. Pressure on.
All right, so how am I dead? That's a classic Mitch line, honestly. I relate to Kiwi in a moment like that. A little bit of a tough.
Yeah, you say that one a lot once you start getting.
How am I dead? It's funny because it's completely useless for comms. It's no one is going to answer that, but I get it.
You can put a timer. It's usually about every 15 seconds.
Yeah. Listen, I like to run down. I'm a bit of an FD god myself. You know what I'm saying?
I do like, though, Frosttails, when they were talking about, like, the attempt there was to try and get, like, a pincer up on the high ground, right? We were on board with Pac, and he's trying to, like, rotate around that staircase, and then you have, like, Majin and Kyo working up from the high ground on the opposite side. But a team like Peps has obviously seen teams try and do that to them before, you know, thousands of times at this point, right? They knew exactly how to play it, and they are just getting bullied back to the spawn here. This is one where for Frosttails, I do think it's easier, like if Pac was able to play Genji here potentially, right? Just getting access to that high ground. It takes a little bit for it to develop on Tracer, right? Like the Genji, there's multiple ways and different angles you can take to get to the high ground. Tracer here really only has 2 routes, right? Going underneath this bridge into the stairs to the left or going directly under. And it can take a while for either to develop, and nothing's developing right now positively for Frosttails as FD God picks up another kill.
Kenny's like the bubonic plague in this backline. Frosttails, bro. And it's crazy because we're on board with him, and then, like, you know, Trent joins in with him, they get a kill, and then, you know, he goes away. Then FD God jumps in and joins him, and they get a kill. I'm like the Vince McMahon meme of him getting more and more ecstatic just watching, like, each of these kills, because the little 1s and 2s that Peps are putting together in terms of this defensive diver, sick. Bro, they built 6 ultimates.
And it's not like Frosttails is unaware, right? When we were doing the listening with them, they were calling constantly, like, Tracer on me, but then, like, FD God's flying in, Tread as well, and it's impossible to deal with. And now you're almost below a minute in a full suite of ultimates here for Peps.
Sometimes all you need is one of those right clicks to hit, man. Keo, I saw in there mid-air. Good connection.
That was a bowler shot used from Keo.
Okay, honestly, and a pulse there for Pack. Nothing found from it. So now they've got nothing but an orbital ray. You've got to imagine that the frustration is creeping in.
This is though where I think there's a discussion, right? Do you have an advantage with orbital ray versus sound barrier? Maybe if you just have both of those kind of against each other in a neutral scenario, but there's a bolo shot that's thrown in there for Cookie. And then also the sound barrier comes in so late. Yeah, but Trit's gonna have a self-destruct though. He's gonna be able to get another mech back if he does get low, but it does not even seem like that'll come into play.
No, I mean, it's hydrogen bomb coughing baby level territory here. Peps, in fairness, that's where they do choose to invest their ultimate. Saw bowler shot covered over by the orbital ray for the most part. FD got beat, was probably necessary there. But this puts Frosttails now in a last fight scenario, and they've got nothing. They've got absolutely nothing to work with. They've broken the piggy bank, and it's a couple of buttons and some lint. What do they got, you know, behind the couch pillows? They're going to have to spend it here now. 9 seconds left to play. Pack. And Uzin's in the back line, but you've got to respect here the explosive potential of that Freya. And of course, FD God comes to call, just keeps Pack honest now. Actually threatens to blow them up. Kiwi, what? Oh, I think he swift step forward, I think.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, no.
I think he swift steps over to Pack to go help him out. And then he ends up taking the bullets in the side of the head there for Pack. As, you know, look, I think Frosttails, right? You see the destruction that Ken is causing on the Tracer. You got to get something there from Pack, right? Got good positioning in the back line a few times, just not able to come up with anything, and that'll result in Team Peps taking another map.
That's a flattening. That was brutal. Frosttails more two-dimensional than Paper Mario after that last level.
That is though a roller coaster of emotions though for Frosttails, right? You kind of got dominated on your point A defense, then you put together this epic point B defense. You go into the next half feeling probably pretty good, and you know, if the checkpoint was at the statue, they would have got it. The issue is it's probably another 30-40 meters past that, so they had a pretty rough offense for them.
Yeah, brutal. Honestly, I kind of teased it coming into this game, but many of these Peps players are like approaching that elite status, I think, as competitors in this region. And honestly, man, like,
okay, you say that though, but like they were like one of the higher seeds in the, you know, stage 1, which obviously is great, but you got to make an event, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, like there's got to be a point where just being like, you know, a top player in the region but then not qualifying for the events like has to kind of like come into play. Like, I want to see this team, like, I think this Team Peps team is good enough to make it out of EMEA, right? And be able to make it to like a mid-season event, right? Placing top 3. And I don't really have any concerns with them in like the round robin. It's just once we get into playoffs, right? I mean, I just kind of want to see it happen.
I would say that there's a potential, and I don't know what was going on inside Peps, right? I have no idea, but there's potential that like they avert some of these roster changes if they make it to Hangzhou, right? If they can
probably
actually, like if they performed in those playoffs the way that they did in groups, then there's a good chance that they would sort of be there. So that's a tough hill to swallow, and I'm sure that would have been a reckoning. Like, I am certain that they're not, satisfied, of course, with what they achieved last time around. But this team looks generally very, very good. The Lucio, Tracer, Diva, especially that trio just combining has been stunning. And then, you know, like the Freya often has to operate a bit more independently, trying to create those opportunities, just manufacture those final blows here with some sharp shooting. I thought that was also excellent from Cookie. You know, and I think this Team Pepsi is firing on all cylinders. That defense side there was honestly pretty impressive, pretty clean to see.
And now with Frosttails, another map pick, right? They've already they've gone to what? That's an escort, right? So we saw Flashpoint push hybrid in the pool. They've gotten rid of Diva and Break at the moment, right? So where can we see them potentially go, right? Do they want to play a map and get rid of the Lucio, right? Because they're running like Kiri Juno even the Lucio in the game.
Go new junk. Play Brawl, ban Lucio is an option.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Go back and play some Malga.
Quick break for us. We're going to be back right after this with map 3 in this series, and it is Frosttails trying to hold on in their first outing in EMEA Stage 2. So don't go too far. More to come. I'm going to quote you on this one. Dorado was a roller coaster of emotions, not just for Frosttails, but for us, Matt. We saw the best, the worst, the burst of that team at times.
I gotta say as well, I mean, you know, production's got to start getting a tally. That might be the first time you've quoted me. I mean, that's I mean, you know, hey, this is a big moment of friendship here, I'm feeling.
Is it? Or is it just the first time you've said something worth repeating?
No, I actually think it's so early in the morning for you that you're not even really, you're kind of like on autopilot here, that I'm the captain now, as Frosttails, they get rid of Lucio here. At the start. So this is interesting, right? Because Lucio, obviously we talked about it on Dorado, right? Lucio is a hero that FD got extremely good at, right? So you get that out of the game. The Sojourn ban, we haven't really seen a lot of Sojourn, to be honest, like since Freya has been in, and it'll be a Runasapi pick. So we go to push. This you can play what? You're gonna play like a Kiri, you know, Juno potentially, right? Is that what we're going for here?
Possibly. I can't tell if Peps are trying to set up like either just like you must play Freya here, or even like an environment where like Cassidy can find some value. Obviously, like you're eliminating the longest range sort of hit scan option outside of Ashe, which is just really niche. And only a few players sort of look to sort of pick her up on occasion, like Lethal maybe.
Yeah, in a lot of respect, I think here for Frosttails trying to put pressure, like the last map, right? You get rid of the Brig, right? You kind of want to have them play the Lucio there on Dorado, and then now you target FD God's Lucio, and now you want to make him play maybe something else, potentially, you know, like a Brig. So a lot of no emphasis put on FD God's hero pool here, potentially.
Brig Juno
you see Brig Juno a lot with like Maga kind of conversation.
Yeah. I wonder. Yes, so I don't like her quite often against like longer range comps, especially if Farah gets in there. I'm not really sure about the Freya's, probably pretty reasonable here, but I just don't think that FD God's hero pool can be exploited like that. Yeah.
Why play the Orisa and not the Maga here? Like I feel like you can play this exact shell with Maga, and it's probably better than Orisa.
Honestly,
right?
I think that like being able to follow up on a Javelin hit with like a Freya right click is pretty sick. It's the same idea of like using Sojourn, right, to follow up on the Javelin as well with like those rail headshots. Anything that like makes someone, you know, much easier to hit, even for just a brief window, probably feels quite worth it. Pack's gotten in. Zerion goes out though, so Genji already starting to get going, but FD God is, well, has the protocols drilled for that kind of situation. It's just that Trent just goes too low in the front line, given who the first pick was on. There's going to be a no-holds-barred brawl as it always seems to be. Nice cleanup by Keo.
Yeah, the advantage here, though, is that Frosttails doesn't end up losing both of their supports, right? Gogo able to live there, so he's able to kind of keep the rest of the team alive. That'll allow Frosttails to get control of the bot first. Nice speed ring going back towards the spawn. Gonna try and get some players back in. This will have Tread going over to the D.Va. So I do think D.Va has advantages, right, against the Orisa. You can kind of like circumvent the Orisa, like just kind of go around her, right? The spear spin not as impactful, right, against D.Va. I do think Javelin throw, right, is pretty strong though against D.Va if you can connect.
Yeah, and I also, you know, genuinely just think that you can push D.Va around a little bit, try and displace her. That's a beautiful bowler shot there. Cookie from the safest of safe ranges just sends that in, and Peps know exactly what to do. FD God literally shield patch, whip shot elimination, so just pop all the cooldowns and go for it.
And you see that passive with Freya that kind of kicks in, right? You know, every time we're on board with Freya, obviously our newest hero, if you're you know, new to her and maybe you don't play her as much, you can see that passive in terms of like the limbs. So he actually ends up with that bowl shot, uses it, gets the final blows and whatnot, and he ends up with 30% ultimate coming out of that, and already at 60%, right? So these bowl shots can come, you know, fast and heavy as Team Peps ends up taking the lead.
All right, Trent, of course, he has the flexibility just to move back to the high ground, let the bot push up, get healed up. Just can't really take protracted engagements against the Orisa. As we already talked about, her kit's quite effective against the D.Va. But much of this damage from Keo's getting soaked on up. Bowler shot at the ground. Interesting, but Orbital Ray's in play. Trent does get demacked. Still, Orbital Ray persists after the fact. Gogo has one of their own. Pax Blade goes on in. FD God clearly not with a stun available to stop this Genji.
Q actually, that was like really interesting, right? Because they're ending up trying to push into their orbital array. He tries to like bolo shot almost like the ground, right? Where they're trying to push on in, see if he can get one. Also, maybe trying to just avoid the diva in that type of situation, right? With the projectile. So really interesting look there from Kyo, and that's Frosttails battling back, taking the lead. I'm also curious, Pac looks pretty good on the Genji. Like, having a Genji at his disposal, would have loved to see this on Dorado, right? I know on that first point where we're talking about the Genji versus the Tracer.
Yeah, considering that he was playing Tracer kind of like Genji, it was like a really full commit and getting like picked off without recall or blinks available. Just that style, I think, realizing you have to go deeper and deeper for those eliminations. Here though, mechanically, yeah, very solid Genji. Ken feels like they're playing second fiddle for what might be the first time in a series in that regard. Still going to be able to stave off the Orisa Genji combination. This is Frosttails with a bit of a lead now, but a blade opportunity is there. And it might go begging if he's not careful. All right, good catch on. That's stunning stuff from Ken. It did not go begging, says the narrator. In the end, it'll be Margin dragged down, and Team Peps with a clean, no losses fight win.
And Majin is off there by just a hair. So Ken actually uses the blade. He goes after Kyo up in the sky. And then as Ken is falling down, Majin ends up trying to use the Terror Surge, maybe hoping they like grab the Genji on in. But Ken is actually right on the outside of the Terror Surge, and that allows him to get 2 more kills after that, where the Orisa ultimate for Frosttails didn't really get much of anything there, and then also didn't catch that Genji with the blade. So great idea there from Frosttails, almost able to execute it.
Cookie has double Kyo's damage right now. It's like 6 to 3k, somewhere in that vicinity. That's rough. Cookie lucky to survive that explosive bolt. Does get a repair pack. We'll be back in the game, just trying to splash that damage around the corner onto Margin, but keeping that Orisa at arm's length is exactly where Peps want to be. Margin needs to use their health as a resource to gain space, so without it, they cannot do so. There's a javelin spin now as the torpedoes seek to keep Tread to topped up. Peps are happy to disengage after getting the checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, they get out the Kitsune Rush, right? You feel like that's good enough. You come back, you're going to get a fight towards mid-map here with both your support holds. So they have to use that Kitsune Rush, right? Majin just losing his armor, constantly trying to fight back, and this is bad, right? You lose Go-Go right off the rip when the orbital ray goes down. Bola shot eaten there by Tread. So that's a little bit like what we were talking about when Kyo was trying to aim it at the ground earlier and maybe avoid that Diva defense matrix. That time not able to do so. So that fight goes about as wrong, Mitch, as it possibly could go there for Frosttails.
Yeah, just another one of those engagements where they have a distinct advantage ultimate-wise. They spend them and they just aren't able to derive any value from them. That means that they find themselves in a trough now where Peps come back in with a rally, a remake opportunity. I think a lot hinges on Pac's Blade, who's definitely been the more outstanding of the DPS players on the Frosttail side. Kyo getting shut down pretty consistently by the presence of this Diva. Even if Tread can't always hang in a head-to-head in the front line. Here's Pac's Blade, though. They need a big one. So far, so good. But Kyo and Gogo out of the fight once more. It's brutal to lose your Juno here. And FD God's rally able to carry the lion's share of the healing in the absence of Zerion.
Yeah, the rally is massive here, right? You're going to lose FD God in the end, but you end up getting Majin out of his mech. Pac not able to kind of put some damage down through that rally and take players out. And, with Majin switching to the Diva, just to remind you guys, first map, that was Frosttails ban, right? They ended up banning the Diva, so might not be a hero that they exactly wanted to, kind of see become prominent in the series, right? Where Tread, we know from experience in, the previous stage of OWCS Stage 1, were very good, very proficient on the Diva. Majin not going to be able to get a mech back. Gets pretty close, but it's going to be Ken chopping him up with a blade as the bot continues to move towards the Frosttail spawn.
I think if Ken doesn't get shut down there, the map is deterministically over in that moment. I think even it might still be a big problem. Yeah. Oh, Go-Go. Nice hit by Margin. Defense matrix employed, but Kiwi was already picked off. Pac going to be stuffed back into the shoebox that is his spawn. And now we have triple digits territory. Tread with a remech or self-destruct, as it is colloquially known. And an orbital ray is around the corner here for Zerion. Could be important here to stave off the impact of this bowler shot that comes on in. Remember, no Kiriko now to cleanse that effect off. So, in theory, you expect more now from the Freyas.
Tread ate the last one. So we'll see potentially if Kyo goes with a different angle here, trying to avoid that Diva defense matrix at all costs, where I like this for Peps. You don't have to be the aggressor really through the choke here. They push back a little bit, now come in with their orbital ray.
All right, tries to go for it, but I mean, he just knowingly and voluntarily shot the follow shot into the orbital ray. We couldn't do much about it. Martin able to catch on the FD goal with a big self-destruct. Rare to see those. Clearly FD didn't have a shield available. So Frostale's able to fight back in this fight, even hold onto their rally for a rainy day.
Yeah, the ball shot from Kyo actually does kind of connect with Zerion on the opposite side. But that orbital ray is rolling, like you mentioned, so it doesn't actually pick up the kill, but still the kind of splash damage is good enough, right? You know, inside of that orbital ray, you need to kind of pose some type of threat. But now Frostales, I mean, dude, they have a huge mountain to climb here, right? It felt like on Dorado, they had an opportunity to win that map. They get off to a really good start here. It's just closing and playing, a good high-level Overwatch for an entire period of time, like 10 minutes, right? They're putting together a good, 6-7 minute stretch at times, just not able to close it out.
Kio's getting focused very hard by Peps, by the way. Pax Blade might salvage things yet again. Give them a second consecutive fight win, which would be monumental. Trent claims back into mech, but there's not much to do with it now as he's surrounded by these Frostale players who still need to find his first checkpoint. But yeah, Kio out to 8 deaths right now. Like, they are just being looked at constantly here by Peps.
That fight win was a must win for Frostale, right? I mean, you end up losing it there. The bot goes the other direction. Like, you see how much progress Team Peps obviously has. Goes back into the Frostale spawn. You don't even have checkpoint. I mean, it's as close to GG as it could possibly be at that moment, where Peps will now have Tread go over and play the Ramatra. So Ramatra actually does pretty well in terms of brawling. Like, D.Va's a really good brawl tank, right? In terms of taking one-on-one scenarios, right? Ramatra just as good, right? Can be just as sturdy.
Wanted to go in. Empty God. Oh, that's a punish. Again, you see an opportunity to pick off get a reset, of course, after picking off a Brig, and you probably want to take that, but Ken also goes low. Kyo deals with them. So it ends up being a 1-for-1 in the end. Here's a bowler shot. Opportunity for Kyo. Nothing found from that one, but Ken was taken down already, so it does leave Peps with only 4, and they probably want to bring his blade back into the fight. Trent switched over towards the Ramatra here. Try and give himself a little bit more staying power in that front line. The damage coming in from the enemy Freya is starting to become a problem.
And he's already used Nemesis form, right? So he backs up around the corner, gonna wait for him to get that big ability of Ramatra before you end up trying to fight again, because now you're going to be able to use that orbital ray with the Nemesis form. It's going to be Gogo using the orbital ray here early for Frostales. It feels like they needed to get Tread during that.
He stayed alive for so long. A great shield bash for Kiwi, getting 2 of them stunned up, including the blading Ken, but the fact that Tread survived long enough to get the orbital ray healing means that Frostales are now out of time. That is that, folks. A 3-0 for Team Peps, as the plucky upstarts Frostales will be handed their first loss of the stage.
And there's just a few moments, Mitch, throughout this series that kind of stand out, right? Frostales early on Oasis, right? They end up using some of their support ultimates to push on in. Team Peps kites it, they move back, they come on in with their support ultimates, they come back in and win it. Same type of thing happened here, right? You're pushing towards the Peps spawn, you have an opportunity to maybe try and get close to winning the map, you use your orbital ray. Tread is basically at 1 HP, you're not able to secure the kill, right? So this series obviously a 3-0 for Peps. But Frostales actually was kind of in this in a lot of scenarios, just
need 10
not
minutes
enough
of it.
in the end.
10 minutes of good Overwatch per map you need.
Yeah.
Hey, it is what it is sometimes. It was nice to see that Frostales were kind of slowly warming into this series, maybe a little bit too late though, but for Peps, this is a team where we had questions about how these changes to the roster were going to look, with big shoes to fill with the replacing Ice and Exodial. How are you feeling, Mitch, about how Tread is looking, I guess, compared to maybe the expectations that we had for him going into this new team?
Looking really good, actually. And I'm going to ask him, I think, if we ever get a chance to sort of interview him about what his hero pool actually is, because it seems really good. I think in almost every tank matchup, it seems like Tread was never really lagging behind. It does help that he has played alongside FD God, for example, in the past. We're talking about an GG Peps player here in Tread, but I'm a big fan of it. I just watching that Dorado game for me was really definitive. This team plays such an elegant defensive, D.Va, diving composition.
Yeah.
And it just speaks volumes about their coordination, because that is kind of hard to put together on a dime. People are weaving in and out of these little 2v1s constantly. And for a team like Frostales, it's just too much pressure to cover on all fronts.
And
yeah,
Ash, we didn't see a lot of his hero pool today, but I actually thought Cookie was quite good on the Freya. Kind of just one-trick the Freya the entire time, but seems like a hero in the meta you can definitely do. So filling in for Exodial, I thought I gave him a shout out as well. Played quite well.
Yeah, I think that's something that we've got to keep our eyes out for, right? Tripping over my words with the first match of today. But overall, we've seen a lot of the Freya play coming in, and I think talking about like that depth in hero pool maybe there for Tread as well, the importance of flexibility for those tanks to be able to help such a mobile hero like Freya be as effective. But when we're talking about Frosttails, then what are the adjustments that you want to see, Matt, from this team to make the improvements? Because there were those moments of brilliance, and just to be able to get it over the line in the future.
Honestly, they played a lot of the situations right. Like, realizing they had advantage in terms of ultimates and trying to like push the pace and whatnot. It's just in those moments, probably a little bit more focus, right? Being able to take out Tread there is like really, impactful. At times they were trying to push forward to get FD God, and then they end up losing a player, kind of like, sets things back. So for them, I think you look back on this, you played these situations right. It's just maybe Peps in the biggest moments played a little bit better.
Well, good things to look out for, and high hopes for Frosttails to continue to grow as the regular season goes on. But we got to lock in on our player of the match. It is no surprise that it is going to be Tread, with the amount of impact he was able to bring to this team. And we do have an interview ready with him here as well. We'll get a chance for Mitch to also ask a little bit about that hero pool. But Tread, congratulations on your first win here for the regular season of Stage 2. I'm curious because we got the chance to talk to Zara yesterday on stream, and you also were at Champions Clash. It's been a really quick turnover coming into Stage 2. How has that kind of affected maybe the process of getting used to playing with a new team in such a short amount of time?
Thank you. So pretty much I came back from Champions Clash, and then I went straight to a boot camp with Peps. Like literally the day as I joined them, I got on the flight to go to Paris. So I've been home for maybe a week now. It's been like, especially seeing them in real life. Like I was on a team with FD last year, so it's good, very nice.
Obviously, like, we got to see a little bit of what you were capable of on this Alcadsi team, and also like they put you in the driver's seat over in Hangzhou, which I'm sure was, I'm sure you would have felt some pressure. But looking at your hero pool now, like it's something that people often say about Europe is that like there's a preference to sort of stick to a lot of those more brawly based comps. We saw so much Malga last year, but it seems like no matter what the bans were for tank, you looked really comfortable, especially that Dorado game was like unbelievably smooth on defense. Do you really think like that it's worthwhile trying to target your hero pool?
I would say not so much. If you don't want to play against a tank, it's fine banning it, but I pretty much cover every tank besides Boo. So I'd rather not play the Winston, but still, I'm probably better than most European tanks on Winston still.
Sure.
Yeah, and Tread, you mentioned actually going to that boot camp with Peps, and obviously, going into a new team, new environment. Obviously, they lose Exodial as well and bring in Cookie. What was that like? What do you think the biggest benefit was from the boot camp? Was it just kind of like getting around everybody, kind of getting comfortable with the team before kind of jumping into officials, or was there a lot you think you guys improved on just in terms of gameplay during that?
Once you meet someone, it's a lot easier to give someone feedback. Like if I didn't meet Ken before going, I wouldn't be like comfortable outright flaming him if he's just inting. But it's like it does help quite a lot.
Well, glad to hear you had that opportunity, even though it was like such a, a fast turnaround for you. And I'm looking forward to seeing you grow with this team, Tread. Thank you so much for taking this time to do this interview with us, and good luck for the remainder of your matches here for the regular season. But for us, we got to talk a little bit about what's to come, and how the standings have turned out. We'll talk about that a little bit later, though. But overall, this has been a great first matchup, I think, to see Tread debuting here on Peps. A lot of great signs, Mitch, for how this team might look as the season goes on.
Yeah, it's such a subtle thing, isn't it? Like, being able to meet people at a boot camp makes you feel like you can, have those harder conversations with them or flame them, for example. It's also a great case for me and Matt never having met. I'm kind of wishing that was the case now. But also interesting, he doesn't prefer to play Winston. Like when I think about Tread's hero pool, I always felt like he was really solid on that hero when he had to play it. And it's in keeping with the European sort of preference not to go that way, but that's a pretty strong statement. No matter, I'm better than most European tanks at any tank.
That is classic EMEA though, Ash. Of I can play Winston, I just choose never to, and then eventually they just never do it, and then they lose. So I'd like to see them actually kind of like pull out some Winston-based stuff, because I do think this Team Pep's team, right? They performed really well in round robin. They get double first rounded in the playoffs. Yeah. But I think though this team obviously is extremely committed to just be able to like hold a boot camp right after Champions Clash, get the new players in, and they looked really well rounded today.
Yeah, it definitely says a lot about the dedication that they have towards this growth through implementing 2 new players. Yep. But that is a quick 3-0 here for Team Peps to close off our first match of today. We do have more Overwatch on the other side of this break. It'll be Quick Esports versus Virtus Pro.
comes a new challenger.
We are getting absolutely spoiled with this Street Fighter collab that's coming out on May 20th here. Man, these skins look so good. I'm dying to get my hands on the Juno one there, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, me too, honestly. It's honestly sick. It's also like, I don't know, it's a collab that's like something Matt knows, which is kind of awesome. Like, he's into it as well. Like, if Matt's into it, you guys definitely should be too. It also looks like a lot of skins, like not all of our collabs rather have extended to like 8 different heroes or whatever, so hopefully there's some big value there when that drops in game.
I was watching our good friend Super TF watch some Street Fighter yesterday, and I was like, hey, I know those characters because they're from Overwatch now. So that's how I was able to distinguish who was who. So I'm excited for these skins. I think they're going to be dope.
I'm super excited for it, but I'm also looking forward to our next matchup here between Quick Esports versus Virtus Pro. This one is a bit of a David and Goliath, if we are going to be honest. Virtus Pro, this is the team that went undefeated during the group stage, last stage. And then for Quick Esports, this is a team that we did see, I guess, this org back in 2024, but it's been a completely different look now going into this, aside from Yoham, who is now the only one staying from that previous roster here, Mitch.
Yeah, so look, Yoham, Natsuki, Dip, Skytor, we've seen a lot of these players sort of competing at the OWCS level before, but I think outside of that, this team, Quick Esports, who brought a lot of those old like new age players in from last year, have a heck of a lot to prove. Their qualification run was pretty impressive, right? They kind of beat down Frosttails to win EMEA Master. That's what allowed this team to have the opportunity to sort of qualify through the promotion and relegation. So wouldn't count them out. I think they, obviously, getting that sort of lower seed, higher seed matchup out of the way here first is probably going to be pretty good. Virtus Pro is going to be tough opposition. They're the kind of team you just can't make a mistake against.
Yeah, they definitely are. This team, they went 7-0 during the regular season, during Stage 1, and then were also crowned the regional champions here for EMEA during Stage 1 as well. And this is a team that their core roster has stayed the same here, Matt, but they have Ice also coming into the fray, which I think adds a lot to the diversity that they have for those tank picks on those hero picks.
Look, Vestola is a tremendous tank player, right? Like one of the best. You can make an arguable, case for best in this region. But I think when you saw Champions Clash, there were issues in terms of what they could and couldn't play, right? I know they end up beating Alcatia, but that's it, right? So I think for this team to take the next step, they're going to have to improve in terms of having more flexibility in what they can do. And I think bringing in Ice Gnome, hopefully for them, right, they figure that solves that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that added diversity to hero pools here for the tanks and flexibility to the compositions VP are going to be put out. But let's see how Quick Esports are going to match up against Virtus Pro into this matchup. You guys, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we kind of referred to at the start of the show as like a ritual sacrifice here, just to appease the the angry gods of Virtus Pro.
I mean,
but this is a VP also that looking at it, looks like Ice is going to be in the starting lineup today.
Yeah,
the roster's mostly unchanged, right? You still got Shockwave, Jwoo at DPS, you still got Garner and Fixer at support. So this team is probably expected to service up a pretty convincing 3-0. I think what we want to see from Quick is like what their identity is, what comps they sort of look best on. That's going to just inform our understanding of like what this team's chances are of like making a break for, like that top 6 spot and getting into playoffs.
I also think so. Obviously, it's a really tough draw for Quick Esports here at the beginning of Stage 2 to play against like a team like VP, but it's also like a pretty good litmus test to see where they're at, like for themselves, right? Of, okay, we're playing against the best. Where can we actually make waves against them? And where do we probably need to go back to the drawing board on some stuff to play against some of the other teams, right? Because look, there's no shame in losing to a team like VP because everybody in the region lost to VP last time, right? So to come in and not have a great performance for Quick, it's not the end of the world for them. They shouldn't look at it like that as well, right? It's like, how can we learn from this type of experience? What can we gain from this match? And then look, you never know. You could end up coming out on top here, right? With Oasis being the first pick.
Yeah, I mean, Virtus.pro dropped a total of 3 maps in stage 1. They were 21-3 in terms of the record. And like they dropped them like here and there, like it was 1 to Genji, like they might have dropped like 1 to Ultimates here or something like that. Or, you know, but outside of that, like never really showed great signs of weakness. And yes, this feels like an initiation ritual, hazing, if you would call it that, for these plucky, quick esports players. Oasis comes up first, right? It's the kind of map where I really do feel like can be very defined by the stage we end up on, University. Like we see those Orisa comps quite often, and then the Hazard gets to work his way in. Maybe we get to see some Winston from Ice here as well. One of the things I'm looking for, especially having cast NA, like in the last stage, coming to Europe, I want to see, you know, I want to see no signs of that like traditional lack of interest going over towards dive comps. I want to see flexibility from this region, because I think, you know, even a layperson probably could see what happens in Hangzhou and go, there's a problem here with like the style of Europe.
And I don't think this region needs to like own in and figure out how to play rush style of compositions, right? I think they probably got that unlocked. So it will be a VP ban here onto the Torb, and then Quick Esports will get rid of the Orisa. So Torb we saw get banned out the other day. Torb is actually really good against Hazard. We've seen that in the past, right? It was like one of the heroes we've seen teams go to, where just kind of like the turret and the off angles and different things you do to Hazard are annoying. And then the Orisa gone here as well. So Quick Esports gets rid of the tank. So potentially with Ice in the game, maybe we see some Hazard play. Yeah, it feels like that's the direction we're going in. And honestly, I haven't seen a ton in from Garden, like the Hazard player. I feel like we always end up like a Malga mirror in that regard. But look, at least taking the Torb off means that you always have that option, even if the map doesn't necessarily play to it. But I would suspect if you're really dedicated, you could run the Hazard on every single map. Quick, seeing this Orisa ban, does that mean like they're inclined to go Ramatra, maybe like Malga, something that isn't sort of so weak in that sort of brawly displacement heavy matchup? Yeah, I mean, do you want to try and maybe match Hazard here and just take like a counter off the board, right? Because like Orisa can obviously, javelin the Hazard, like spear spin, just kind of knock him off course, right? Or is this maybe kind of trying to open the door to play something that you think like a Maga, right? And then maybe VP's answer would be a Orisa and take it off the board here. Willies has been playing Hazard, right? We even saw that in the clips of their run, so through the promotion relegation tournament, I think it was, unless that was EMEA Master. So that means that, they might be happy to sort of mirror this to some degree, which gives us an even more ripe opportunity to put this team under the microscope and look at how they are cohesively. Because in that previous game, right, that was what really set Peps and Frosttails apart, was just how coordinated they were with those diva compositions. Oasis just around the corner. University is where it kicks off. So the kind of map that you would normally want that Orisa to be brought in here. You might still favor the more brawly style. Malga, Ramatra, both still on the table here, Matt. And something we didn't talk about, I'm excited to see Shockwave play Freya. Shockwave is such an explosive player on heroes like Sojourn and other hit scan types in the past. So excited to see the Freya in his hands, where it looks like at least Ice Gnome here hovering over the Hazard. Willie's opportunity here could play the Hazard. Also a diva possibility. Quick pause here. We're gonna disconnect from Ice Gnome. So we'll have him back in the lobby. It's sort of a automatic function, as we witnessed yesterday when a player from Twisted Minds, won't say who, left the server right in the final moments and actually ended up pausing the entire game. They DC'd. The timing was a little sussy, but that's fine. The timing could lead you to believe otherwise. Yeah, I would agree. So Ice is back in the server here, so we won't be too far away from jumping in. Okay, cool. I mean, curious to see like him obviously start in this starting lineup, right? Vistola was the go-to, the only one in the past for Virtus.pro, but obviously being brought out from that Team Peps roster, really showing what he was capable of there. I think it's definitely going to smooth out some of those issues for this team. How much pressure do you think he's under, Ice? Because this is a team that obviously you said in the round robin, right? They lose 3 maps. They kind of run through all of Europe. And now he is the only change, right? Coming into this roster, right? How much pressure, I wonder, is he under here or feels like to perform at, an equal level
I mean, it's hard to ask for a better game, respectfully, I say this, to ease yourself into, like being on this Virtus Pro roster. And it's not as if Icenom is new to what it feels like to play in OWCS. So I imagine probably not so much. They've got to feel confident here. I guess if things start to go wrong, sure, maybe the pressure starts to mount to a greater degree. But VP take this high ground and Quick can't brawl for it. The Diva doesn't really allow for that.
No, the Genji gets up here right away as well, right? So playing that Genji instead of running a Tracer. And then also you combo that with the Orbital Ray that'll eventually come through from Gala. So you have a lot of firepower here from VP. And speaking of firepower, I mean, with Shockwave landing these explosive shots at a high rate, right? Just pushing Quick Esports back with that damage.
Yeah, genuinely like chunking Quick Esports down as they try and approach. And has been given a lot of space here by Icenom. Okay, so it's a speed ring thrown down there. Maybe to allow for Jwoo to sort of transition between that inner and outer part of the point. And yeah, at what point do we go after Shockwave? Dip obviously is the one that's going to be called upon to pressure the Freya down. Recall, so not a great sign. Obviously not what you want to see, but was able to push the backline back a fair bit, but VP's starting to control the point. So at some point, Quick need to put their game plan together. I imagine, Matt, the win condition has to be to focus Shockwave, but the guy has already got a bowler shot ready.
I imagine the win condition, though, is actually get value out of this Kitsune rush, right? Yoham drops it from that high ground. They move their way onto the point. That'll be a bola shot here from Shockwave. Doesn't really connect, but with that Kitsune rush, they really didn't get much there, Mitch. Just a trade.
And Quick Esports were given all the time in the world to set up for this kind of play. A good pulse of the Jwoo, though. Bola shot used to try and clear Icenom off the point, apparently. I mean, they'll get what they wanted. So pretty decent spend there for Quick Esports. They got a lot of time to set up, but in fairness, they do it well. There's a dive with two players onto Shockwave's position to start it off.
I mean, so they win the fight, right? But the VP, they don't have to invest anything there. Quick Esports ends up using, Kitsune Rush, Pulse Bomb, Bola Shot, where VP will now come back in, have an Orbital Ray with a Blade to use potentially. They got Downpour if needed as well. So they're set up to flip this point rather quickly.
Vixen, who would be chased down there, able to back away with a sound barrier. Virtus Pro. God, if they get this for free, that would be nuts. Self-destruct. Oh, catches Fixer. Ball. Not too shabby. Willie so can't get back in mech in the end. It's the spike guard that actually riddles him with those spines before he can get back into the fight. So VP end up getting the point. They spent both their support ultimates in fairness. Quick come back with a beat to answer a Blade. So not terrible for Quick Esports, but they're running out of time.
Yeah, but still, they only end up giving up 30% there, does VP, 29 to Quick Esports. So with this sound barrier, a lot like what we saw in our first series of the day, right? Look to see if like Icenom can maybe kind of catch Natsuki inside of that downpour, right? Prevent that beat from coming down. We saw a miss of that in our previous series. The beat did end up landing, but this is a little bit tricky, right? With how narrow this choke is.
Dip. Biding his time, stuck with a bolt, taking down to 18. Needs to get a health pack pretty quickly. Jwoo might wait out the Kitsune rush here. The healing throughput increase could be problematic. Okay, Downpour comes in. Looks like nobody affected by that, though. Quick Esports' beat is a timely one at that. But it's a bowl shot ready here for Shockwave. Let's it go, and that will catch Zydra. Now, Freya advantage here for Virtus Pro. Still in control of the point. But Shockwave's been forced off the sideline, allowing Icenom to get devoured.
Yeah, it was actually a really nice cleanse there from Yoham. As soon as the downpour comes down, they end up with a beat right after it, right? And they got the Kitsune Rush still rolling at that time. So VP not able to capitalize with some of those ultimates. And that actually gets Quick Esports, I believe, right back in this game where now VP take basically a dry fight here, then maybe another fight at the end of the game if you don't win this one. So it's a pretty big fight here. So the Shockwave under a lot of pressure, doing everything they can to keep him alive. Not able to do so, though.
Okay, Shockwave is definitely probably going to be number one as far as Quick Esports is concerned. And this has been pretty bloody good. The Diva play from Willie's. Honestly impressive. Gala sniped himself one, but will be on the way out here momentarily. Even trying to hasten the process as Vixer came in thinking to save them. Now Quick Esports got to be feeling much better. No big ultimates here for VP just yet. Pulse Bomb for Dip already found a stick on Jwoo earlier this round.
And like I was talking about, you had a dry fight there for VP, and now you end up in a scenario where you're getting very close to this being like final fight territory as Yoham building up towards yet another Kitsune rush here. Feels like he's going every other fight.
Beat for Fixer. Yoham under pressure, at least knows he's got to get this Kitsune rush off, even if it's not ideal in its placement. He's going to have to do. Yoham caught by the jagged wall there. Self-destruct. Oh, beautiful. That was so nice from Natsuki. I saw that, buddy.
Yeah.
Stunning stuff. That is a high-value elimination for Willies there on that self-destruct. And Virtus Pro looking a little wobbly. Bit of a maladroit start to their Stage 2 campaign. Zydra now has that bowler shot. Quick Esports may have this. Shockwave has that ultimate as well, but Jay would just get blown up on that high ground, and I'm liking what I'm seeing from these challenges, Matt.
Hey, I mean, Quick Esports didn't just show up today to be a participant, and get their first game under their belt with an L. They come out here and they steal this first round here from VP. Some really nice plays all around that Lucio boot there to push Ice into that self-destruct. And we might have ourselves a game here, Mitch. Quick Esports looked very good here playing this Diva comp into the Hazard. And now for VP, this is why you pick up a player like Ice Gnome, right? Being able to play a little bit of Winston.
Yeah, one of the few teams in Europe that have that option available to them. Virtus Pro, I mean, they lose 2 of their 3 lost maps, in that Stage 1 to Alcatia, right? I dropped one, I think, right at the start of the season. So it's not uncommon. But still, I do think a team like Quick Esports here, coming out of virtually nowhere, kind of working them with their Diva composition. Now, they'll have to play it against the Winston dive. Lucio Kiriko here for Virtus Pro. Off the Hazard.
And we talked in the past where Diva potentially has advantages here. I mean, that is just silly. Diva has advantages in terms of 1v1ing the Winston comps, where it can be pretty hard to play that Winston sometimes, as the Diva's just damage output just far greater, right? The Winston able to dive onto the back lines a little bit easier. Is a nice job here from the supports. Fix and Gala able to keep each other up.
Yeah, Willie's dealt with their DMEX in time. The thing about Winston, of course, is that he can really stick to those back lines. So Ice Gnome, obviously, the onus is not on him to really worry about Willies. Can't really peel as Winston very effectively anyway. I mean, at best you can throw a bubble down, but that just means you lose all your offensive capacity. So Willie's job is to displace Ice Gnome, make it harder for him to get to grips with the targets he seeks, likely the Freya, for example. And but Zydra has more than just the Winston to worry about, because Shockwave stuck him real good in that first engagement.
Essentially, Ice Gnome just wants to avoid Willies at all costs, right? Scenarios where Willies is going to actually kind of use that mech, push him back, maybe push him out of a bubble, right? And start putting down some serious damage with the missiles and whatnot on the Diva. See Willies get to the high ground. He's trying to put down some damage here, but this is already going to get near 50% here for VP.
Yep, close to a pulse, needs to stay alive here. Suzu already spent now to keep the Winston fighting. It means it won't be there for the pulse bomb if it's required. Getting Ice Gnome up above 200 is going to be very, very important, but it's a tough job. Gala is working overtime with these heals, man. Sound barrier from Fixer very much required in that round, as Quick were looking dangerous, but this gets VP out to a huge lead.
And there's so much pressure there put on the Ice Gnome, and they end up using the Kitsune Rush and the sound barrier to keep him up. And Quick Esports is just focusing everything on trying to get this Winston out. It allows Shockwave to just kind of stand there and then choke, just fire off some shots on the Freya. Gets 2 basically instantly. And this point, Mitch, may end up just ending with what you would call, I guess, one fight, right? As we're coming into another one here now, but VP in such a commanding position.
The Winston comp looking good. Oh, Johan has to use a pretty early Suzu there. Jayward with the pulse could be an issue. Yep, backline disintegrates. Quick Esports, as good as I look at this Diva setup, the raw pressure that Ice Gnome in this Winston comp is bringing, half of them to handle. Shockwave is just absolutely lights out already on this Freya. Again, we teased it. Not too surprised to see him do that. And despite that, he still has less damage than Zydra on that Freya. But it's this round he's really just gone off.
I mean, was there ever any thought that Shockwave wasn't going to be awesome at a hero like this, right? This is a hero that kind of fits right in his strong suits as a player. It's a sound barrier here from Natsuki, but Willies ends up losing the mech there, so would have been huge if it came down just a few seconds earlier, right? Kind of save that Diva potentially for just a little bit longer. The point does end up flipping, though, too quick here in all this commotion, right? But with a few kills here going to VP, it looks like you're going to be able to get this one back rather quickly.
Zoning pulse bomb from Jaywoo. Do love to see those. Zydra eventually will fall, and yeah, unfortunately, your Diva being demeched is terrible for your tempo. And then keeping them alive in the fight, you virtually stagger your own mini Diva with that sound barrier. Not what Quick Esports were looking for. Willie's switching to the Doom, looking for a fast rollout here to get to the point. Power block expended though, and now threatening to play in traffic. Dip pulse. Ice Gnome not low enough though to really worry about it. Johan goes for the Suzu now, and yeah, that's a power block that just gets broken through. It's all here for Quick Esports, trying to stay in the game, but it is all for naught. And here's Virtus Pro looking much more like themselves in that second round.
It's still an opportunity, though, for Quick Esports to end up stealing this first map, right? Getting that first round win. Absolutely massive. So We'll see what Quick Esports decide to do in terms of like switching up comps, right? VP, that looked really good playing the Winston. I mean, this is kind of, not the entire reason why you get a player like Ice Gnome, but it's a majority of the reason, right? To be able to fill in some of those tank gaps that maybe Vistola not able to do at times, to the highest level, but you can work them in and out with each other.
I mean, Fixer and Gala, so involved in these fights, 16 and 17 assists respectively. There's basically no kill that Ice Gnome gets, in theory, that doesn't have like, big support involvement. Very, very active, these two, and we saw it on occasion, having to use Kitsune Rush just to heal Ice Gnome up enough, but it worked. Ice Gnome does his job, attracts the attention. Virtus.pro able to get Shockwave all the space he could ask for, Matt. Willie's heads upstairs now. Much of his team has already absconded. He's going to take a face full of damage from this Freya and needs to drop back down. It is tough out there for D.Va.
And you see what Willie's just trying to do, right? Ice Gnome jumps to the high ground there to put pressure on the backline. The support, he uses the D.Va mech to kind of fly up, dislodge him out of the bubble. But then Ice Gnome knows it's just time to go, right? He drops on down. There's actually a TP that comes in from Gala and a Suzu there just to make sure Ice Gnome gets out safely. And then at that point, right, Willie's like, he's kind of like moved across the point. He's moved to the high ground. And he's had his back to the player like Shockwave and Jaywood the entire time. Takes so much damage, they're not able to heal him up, right? The supports are trying to keep each other alive. They can't exactly keep the D.Va alive there as well.
And because of these heroes, I mean, again, I think that's... It's tough for Quick, I think, to really get enough space out of their D.Va, even though defense matrix is good, because we were even speculated that it might be a problem for Freya to deal with D.Va in the DM, but there's just too many angles to cover. And Jaywood gets in under the D.Va constantly. Really, really tough to handle. At least high ground now has been assumed as Virtus.pro sort of opt to give it up in order to set themselves up as the aggressor in this scenario. Good bowler shot. Sick. Very important. Gala went down to a headshot prior, but Shockwave out of the game is crucial. VP still seek to invest a sound barrier, and they've drawn Nutski out of the fight, so no supports here for Zydra, no healing whatsoever. Whereas Fixer is giving Ice Gnome enough to stay alive, and he's got a primal to boot.
And even with that sick bola from Zydra, I mean, you get two players there. It's kind of like a predictive one inside of a Kitsune Rush. But Yoham actually gets Ice Gnome. He doesn't end up using the Primal. I would have thought for sure you invest the Primal here to stay alive and keep the point going.
I mean, you are looking at a potential one fight, I think, if you make use of that. Ice Gnome can still get back in time, but Jaywood has used the blink here. We get off the point here. No recall available.
Yeah, just keep a mental note of that one in case this one comes down to the wire and goes in favor of Quick, right? Because that's an opportunity where they potentially could have kept that point in favor of VP if you end up investing that Primal. Sound Barrier and Kitsune Rush used here by Quick Esports. So they obviously know VP used them in the previous fight, so Quick decides to just invest both of them here to get an easy fight win, but I don't know. I think you would have loved to hold on to one of those. Yeah, I mean, you lose two players right off the rip.
Again, we've seen this a little bit in this region, like that sort of trying to go aggressive, trying to be the instigator, use those support ultimates for a good dive.
You need both.
Yeah, look, when it works, it's great, but they use both, they don't get any kills. Ideally, like, you use them to farm a Zydra ult, right? Just get another bowler shot ready to go, which is almost good for a guaranteed kill, unless you're providing and playing correctly around the Suzu, but it's not to be, and that's a huge misstep for Quick. Could have cost them that.
You just use your rush. Yeah, I mean, it was an opportunity, right? Because Ice Gnome doesn't prime all, they end up getting the point back, right? You have an opportunity to get a fight win there. You don't necessarily need both support ults, right? If you would have had another one for the next fight, right? You're sitting close to a tie game here, so could be a little bit of a huge misstep there from Quick Esports. Will be Ice Gnome using the primal here. Try and knock Willie's back before you get in a mech. Nice use of the primal rage here from Ice Gnome.
Great looks. I mean, just take the mini D.Va away from the blast radius of the mech, so there's no risk in sort of over-committing to try and pick her off. And that's a very reasonable use of the bowl shot. Get Nutski out of the game. Yoham's got nowhere to go, and he knows it. Right into the waiting arms of Fixer. Virtus.pro go back to winning ways after a bit of a wonky start to this map. The Winston composition definitely looks a bit better in their hands than the Hasid one so far. Quick Esports kind of throw a stick in their spokes at one point in that last round.
Could you say a lot of the loss there for Quick Esports, especially, look, I think the second one, they just got second point, they just got dominated. In that last round was really just ult usage. Like, you know, obviously we don't know they win it if they use things right, but you know, VP gave them a little bit of a window to maybe come back, and then I think just layering those support ultimates, it's just I don't think you do in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're tracking no support ults on your opponent's side and you spend both of them, that's obviously interesting. You obviously are going to have much better odds of winning if you use one support ult versus two, as opposed to, well, 0 as time goes on.
Yeah,
and it's way more. You don't react. I don't think we react nearly as badly if they go in and they get a team wipe, because all of a sudden then, like, they're feeding their DPS ultimates, or Willie's, like, for example, has another free remake, you know, off the back of that kind of fight. But I saw them charging in, and it looked like Fixer booped Willie's back, and that was it. That was the end of the fight. Like, there was just no chance of following up. Fixer, someone who quietly behind the scenes is really the puppet master. Some fantastic Lucio play. Some really solid beat timings. And look, let's go to the city center and think about that round where Nutski, the beat is just a half second too late to keep Willies in mech. That's a huge tempo loss that they're ultimately unable to recover from. But I mentioned this coming into this game. They're small mistakes, but VP will punish you for those because they don't tend to make them, not with regularity. You slip up against this team and you are going to lose 80% of a point. You're going to lose the map. Like, it just can't happen.
And I think what's scary for probably some of the other teams, like in the region, right, is, you know, obviously they've scrimmed up until these matches, but officials are like way different, I think, in terms of like how people play. Is you imagine that just the dive and the look with Ice No Min starts to get better as time goes on, right? That, like, this being its first showing looked pretty good, right? So I think it's definitely a new thing for VP that they're going to be able to pull out against a lot of the other top teams in the region that is going to make them even harder to beat when they were already, like, almost impossible to beat in this region.
Yes. I think that, like, you know, a huge part of that first round win comes from, like, Zydra playing a great Freya game. I don't know if the hazard comp from VP was amazing necessarily, but we watched, like, Willie's kind of be everywhere at once on the Diva. I think that's definitely a hero we're going to start to associate them with pretty closely. And it's obviously a good one, a very common one to pick up in this region. But again, we'll ask Quick Esports a question. Like, do you have the flexibility here to keep up with Virtus Pro, who are going to kind of do what the Ultimates are doing and try and forge a style that many teams in this region can't replicate?
I mean, can't replicate. And a lot of times is a lot of times we've seen, like, from EMEA, right? Like, even when Dive has been historically good, they don't really go for it. And when a lot of other regions where I guess the general consensus around the globe would be that, like, this is the optimal way to play at the moment, where, you know, EMEA has kind of even stayed away from that at times, where I think you look at, like, the, you know, the Ultimates and VP and how they're approaching it of, like, hey, you know, we can start incorporating it. Like, it's still, you know, it's going to be better than potentially, like, some of those rush style comps, right, that, you know, are at a little bit of a disadvantage. And then also just use your star players to the best of their ability. Vistola coming in here for Ice Gnome, where that you have all of these standout players like a Shockwave or a JWoo or whatnot, right? And, like, if you can up the pace and the tempo, that just gives them even more space and room to operate and makes them even better.
Yeah, I mean, this substitution comes in here now, obviously, Vistola in for Ice Gnome, so we're starting to think a little bit more about, like, a potential Diva play or any of those sort of more brawl style frontliners. You do get to ban after seeing subs, so that's something that, you know, you can use as part of the calculus here. If you're Quick Esports, you're going to get first ban coming into this map, and obviously you're going to have map choice as well. I think there's like a bunch of ways you can go, but Circuit Royal, fair enough. I just don't think it's going to hurt Virtus Pro over much, because Vistola is obviously amazing at the best tanks on this map, namely the Sigma.
He's sick on Sigma, Ramatra, right? If you wanted to play any of those. I do wonder if this kind of edits maybe what Quick Esports would have thought in terms of their process. So they get rid of Mei. So Mei is a hero that we've seen pop up on Circuit time and time again, right? And then they will get rid of the Diva on the other side here for VP. So Diva would be a hero Vistola can definitely play, maybe even fall back to, but you get rid of it here, right? That that gives you the opportunity to play like Sig and Ramatra.
Yeah, I think that Quick really want to play the Ramatra here. Mei is obviously great for allowing Sigma comps to fall back and give the Sigma's cooldowns a chance to breathe, get him, get his shield back to health. But also, Blizzard is like the most powerful answer to Annihilation. It's the one thing that can actually stop Ramatra in his tracks when he ultimates, gives you the chance to give him room. So Mei's a bit of the antithesis to that sort of style. But Virtus Pro, yeah, they might look to play Pharah here, and we know, I mean, we've seen Shockwave, like, Freya players have to hit each other when airborne, and so I don't think Pharah is going to be too much more of an issue for them. We'll probably have to see them play, but pretty far away from the enemy Freyas.
And we've seen VP do this in the past on this map as well, where they have the Illari and they put like the Illari healing pylon like up on the wall, and that basically just keeps Jaywu alive. It's like a personal pocket for the Pharah, and then Fix on the Bat can obviously, I know, keep a lot of the players topped up. As Quick Esports, they will play a Juno Brig backline, and they'll actually ditch the Pharah. So they're gonna actually they're gonna try and use this speed ring with the Juno to get past this Sigma shield, right? And put enough pressure onto Vestola, you know, get Canada Grasp and a Creech now, and then put down some serious damage. The issue is, can they survive all of this poke damage that's going to come down?
Gala, I think,
from Shockwave, from Jaywu, from Gala as well.
I think Gala's the best Illari in Europe. I mean, these guys were doing this all the time, you know, in previous teams. When they were on the same team as Rajaro, for example, like Gala and Canale, they were playing this sort of double flex support comp. Shockwave, careful, stuck with the bolt there as he picked up. It doesn't matter, I guess. Pistola is able to deal with dip. There's so much sustain, like you mentioned, for Jaywu, that Zytra has to do so much to kill this Pharah.
Yes, and then also, even if you're quick, right, and you make it through all of this poke damage and you make it to Vestola past this shield, there's like an immortality field there, right? So that kill needs to happen so fast, right? It's a really tough situation here for Quick. I love this comp from VP.
It's rare to see like poke comps, and even more so to see them so elegantly executed so far. Look great here from Virtus Pro. Good poke there from Jaywu. We saw him taking Willie's very low, but Gala gets caught. They finally closed the gap. They've lost, though, the lion's share of their damage back. Shockwave's also getting very close to a bowler shot, which is, you can imagine, is pretty bad for Ramatra to deal with. Doesn't have a whole lot of ways of staving that off. Vistola's able to back away, get healed up. Shockwave here, considering a bowler surely now. Sees the Genji off in the distance. And it's an orbital ray they're ready for Quick Esports. If they want to brawl, they want to draw these close battle lines, and VP have to give that to them now.
You do have the opportunity, though, like Captive Sun plus a bola shot. That's actually going to be the Gravitic Flux used here. Is that Willie's extremely low. Yoham ends up investing the orbital ray into this. Captive Sun used there by Gala as they get a hold here around that final corner. So everybody going all out in that fight. You will end up having a rally here for Quick Esports, but it's going to be very difficult to get around this corner, right? You're going to have Jaywu still putting down this damage.
I mean, you see what the game plan is for Quick Esports, though, is to try and get as close as you can without taking that massive amount of damage. And then use Vortex to hold people in place, slow them up. There's obviously no like Suzu here to cleanse that sort of slow effect. But man, it just feels so unfavored against a really good poke style.
Well, that's how they got Gala the last time, right? He was going to, outburst and get away. But it was actually a Ravenous Vortex there from Willie's that actually just locked him in place. This will be a blade used here. This should be a fight win for Quick Esports. A few kills with that blade. You have the rally going. This should be the first checkpoint.
Really clean. Nicely done here by Quick Esports. They're going to get that first checkpoint online. Looking over at the Illari here, Gala has actually taken the Summer Solstice minor perk. So that obviously gives you more flight time and more time to line up a good Captive Sun. So plays even more heavily into this idea of probably comboing that with the bowler shot as best as humanly possible.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're getting that first point's huge there. For Quick Esports, Vestola is going to go and play the Orisa here. So clearly feels that maybe like you're at a little bit of a disadvantage with the Sigma with the amount of aggression that potentially come through there for Quick Esports, especially like on this part of the map, right? There's like a lot of natural cover you can use to take space for Quick, where you could have gotten around that shield. Oh, nice spear there. Willie looked like he was ready to go.
All right, Willie's love to draw people into an engagement here. Gets the healing pile at least, but it's going to be forced back and take it very, very low. Quick need to sort of regroup here. VP don't really want to give them that opportunity. Pistola now on this Orisa can really capitalize on any poke damage that Willie takes and just get in his face, make sure that there's no escape. Back to safety. Gala's got to be careful there. Captain Sun is deployed, but Annihilation is tickling at his feet, and he's got no choice but to drop down into it. Healing, though, decent. Fixer providing a heck of a lot with that Amp Matrix as it had to come out in response to the Annihilation, but eventually they'll be brought down. Quick Esports in this shell, in this like Genji or Tracer, shell with the Freya, look really solid.
Yeah, try to use that captive sun there. I know, come up with any type of kills, has to float down into that immortality field. Yeah, the amp matrix trolling there as well. Also notice that Fix ends up picking the perk there on the bat that like has this little cannon pop up from his shoulder, provide even some more healing. I know when that amp matrix comes down. So really interesting stuff there, but they end up making a switch. They'll go on with Juno, but the Quick Esports, man, they have hit their stride. Yoham ends up using a Ray that gives him high ground control, and they push around to the pool here as they'll start to get some serious payload progress.
This Dip Genji's looking pretty bloody clean with it, I'm not gonna lie. Lovely look so far. Blade also built for this next engagement. Virtus.pro, after the switch off to Sigma, are looking more and more uncomfortable here. Gala now over towards the Ana. A little bit more of a sort of supportive slant, as definitely see like Dip punishing his more aggressive backline plays. Gala will just try and keep everyone honest from this position for now. But if there is a big fight that happens on the higher ground, Gala won't be able to help Pistola where he is.
Yes, I like this though from Quick Esports, right? You get control of this high ground, you deny space from this window, right? This is where a lot of people would contest from and force VP to kind of play out of the spawn, right? It's not exactly where VP would love to fight from. Is you know, Willies and Dip have done a great job controlling this area. They're gonna push right on in here.
Shockwave is gonna struggle here. Oh, okay, ball shot. Deflect comes too late, but Dip's still able to find a kill. Not much help there for Shockwave, and he didn't have the ball shot when he needed it. I was thinking maybe one more right click and he would have been able to charge it up, but it was not to be. Here come Quick Esports. They are pretty fast with it, I won't lie. A good time bank here at the end of Circuit Royal. A minute 52. Not too shabby at all.
I mean, dude, Dip ends up getting one with the blade, right, the deflect, and then also dodges Visola, trying to use a Terror Surge to kind of, you know, group him on in. Is, dude, a minute and 52, considering, you know, kind of how slow they got off to for a start there, that is really good for Quick Esports. I've been really impressed with what we've seen from them here at the start of this, you know, series.
And I think, like, Dip has been incredible here. Yeah, 2 deaths only, able to get in 12 eliminations. Really nice just amount of damage. And you know, this brawl style definitely has edges it can take against like the poke comp on certain parts of the map. Like I'll use that first checkpoint for example, right? Virtus.pro couldn't back off the cart. They'd already lost that ground. They had to actually play a little bit closer there, and eventually they were sort of overrun. But the Genji mechanics have been really good against the Eliari Baptiste backline. They are very susceptible to being dove, especially if there's a, you know, immortality field that's drawn early out of Fixer in that position. And Dip gets to go in. VP probably a bit frustrated here about how much they struggle to get a foothold. Let's listen into their comms as they head onto their attack side now.
The bot. Maybe I go send up for Supri if they run. Second. Okay. Para. Maybe Rom, I guess. I don't know. Second.
Down, para.
Pocket.
Okay.
Yeah, first.
I go into that.
Oh, that was bad? Okay.
Yeah. This is fine. Play the card, just swing together.
I got.
Try to get a Discord like before we swing if you can. I'm play the card now. We still have 10, not even that.
I can go there.
I'm swing. 3, 2, 1. I'm still on card.
Pray low.
They have no shit. Our next swing is really strong. Get also play a strong swing here.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Next speed. I
can go pray.
Okay, I'm ready. 3, 2,
1. Pray on.
Discord.
I'm level 5.
Come on.
Need to live. All on.
Kill me.
Help Jeremy.
Oh, we can still living.
No.
For me. I need to stay.
No.
Future ramp. Ramp junction.
I gotta say, like the speed ring disengage from Quick has been very, very good here, Matt.
Yeah.
Yoham making sure they've got that speed boost to clear and give themselves a bit of space to let Dip continue to go to work.
Right, especially when VP is calling like they have an advantage and they feel like they can swing quite aggressively. Quick Esports able to get out of there with relative ease, and that's going to be the bullet shot used there by Zydra. Puts a little bit of damage down there, and they're able to finish off Vistola. Also, I know the Mercy coming into play, right? The damage boost and the pocketing that can happen for the Pharah or the Freya. Right, can negate some of maybe the damage amplification that comes out from Fixa with the Discord Orb. So right now, Quick Esports is cruising here. We're gonna get below 2 minutes here on the. Generally, this would be a huge steal.
Generally, the Mercy is also a better option here against potential dive, right? And so it's same niche as Iliari is occupied. It's just to give that good sustain to the Pharah. Obviously, like just be generally effective in healing. Really hard to dive this, especially with the Valkyrie available. I feel like it's been years since I've said that ultimate name, but it's tough for Jaewood to find a viable target here. Maybe the Juno. Oh, that's not good. Yoham, nice torpedoes. Where is Jaewood trying to go with this? Terra Surge? Kind of gets shrugged off here. Willie's briefly stunned up. It's still healthy. Dip also alive late into the fight can only be a good sign. Fix it with a kick, gets one, but that's not enough.
No, it's you see Willie's on the point, just getting the benefits from the Mercy there, and dude, this is a very difficult situation, I think, for VP to fight into. What are they going to do? Lucio here? So this is going to give them even more, like, speed and pressure, right? But it feels like that's not exactly what they were kind of missing here, right? I mean
the window's gone. I mean, Ramatra has Annihilation, so there's no easy kill. Oh, I say that. Okay, Willis, thank you. We have Annihilation in play now, but it's used defensively. So Virtus Pro actually going to get free card progress. Willis used that crucial ultimate just to stay in the game. There's a Bolsha here for Zydra. How he lines this up could define how this fight goes, because there's the only notable ultimate in possession of Quick Esports right now, and the blade comes out for Jaewood. He's looking, hunting, got rid of Zydra. There was a bowler shot that came out there. It may have been deflected back at them. Either way, it didn't find effect elsewhere. And so Virtus Pro can run up on Quick Esports' sort of poke variation of the Brawl style and get that checkpoint.
In the final seconds, right? Barely able to get over the line. Now I assume Quick Esports is going to make some changes. Do you keep the Pharah here without the Mercy? It looks like potentially going to keep it, getting closer to a barrage here at the moment. But VP, they get that first checkpoint barely here. They push up, they want to try and put some pressure on this door, right? They don't want to allow them just out for free. Get a fight around that first checkpoint, right? They want to put a little bit of pressure there, and all that is Shockwave with a huge kill there onto Dip. So the Pharah not even able to make it out with his life.
Now commanding position for Shockwave. Look at this space. No one's looking at him. It's a dream scenario here for Freya. Getting shot after shot into Willies, riddling him with those explosive bolts. And there, of course, is the coup de grace, folks. Send out the bowler shot. See how this went down earlier on.
Ooh, it looks like they just got him with a shotgun, like on the cross.
Oh no, that was a direct hit, I think, or Dipsy. Yeah, came moving. Nice. Beautiful stuff. A little speculative there in some of those situations, but with the right perks, you have a lot of those, like, take aim shots available to you at any one moment.
Yes, and then, I mean, we've seen people as well with, like, the bowler shot, right? Go for kind of, like, little predictive ones when, like, whether it's an orbital array or a Kitsune rush come down, as you see the javelin charge coming on here for Vestola, trying to knock people up. Sign also has the fortify perk as well, so just kind of spamming it. Dude, that is so annoying to have to deal with there through that choke.
Yeah, real pain. Quick here, very much playing to the outside of the map. Gearing up to try and get Willies in where he's needed. Dip remembers at the right time. He has a perk that lets him get away, but still able to take him down. Here comes that Terra Surge. Ooh, buddy. Down to Gurgler goes Yoham. No escape there. And Quick Esports gets tempted into an engagement they cannot win. Their mouth wrote a check. Their behinds couldn't cash.
Yeah, and no, obviously that energy javelin, the perk there from Vestola using it right, it can like it does like a bigger knockback, like in speed, and then also like pierces enemies at full charge, right? So when there's a few enemies grouped up in that area wanting to push on through, very difficult. It's going to be a sound barrier here. Willie's using the Annihilation, but dude, they are dropping like flies on the Quick Esports side of things.
Hydra just had nowhere to go there, just ruined by Fixers who went ultra aggressive. This Ana, unfortunately, Natsuki in deep trouble.
Genji.
Okay. Dip here, obviously no chance of blade. It's just about that durability. It looks like there was a bowl shot that came in from off camera. No. Natsuki's nano, though. Wasn't quite enough to keep Dip alive. Jay brings out a blade. Quick Esports, though, still with a bit of a lead. 19 seconds or so in time bank.
I tell you what, this Quick Esports team, if they play like this, there'll be a lot of teams in the EMEA. Right? I mean, they look quite impressive here for a team that comes in from the relegation, right? Comes through the Face It League, and then now their debut, not their debut, it was individuals, right? We've seen a bunch of these players in OWCS in the past, but as a unit, and quite an impressive start for them. Shockwave and Zydra going head to head there. On the Freyas. I mean, do look at Zydra with a dash, 14k here, heading into OT.
Yeah, really nice looks there. They are being targeted down. Zydra with those 8 death tiers. You can definitely see who the preferred option is when it comes to these fights. The extra innings now for us. And I wonder what the idea is for VP. Obviously, they dealt with Quick Esports. They knew they had a defense side Mercy play, which honestly was pretty good. Without any hard hit scan at all on the Virtus Pro side. Felt like, I think it was Natsuki was most of the time able just to chill, just to keep the heals topped up, keep the Pharah in the game. What is the plan for VP this time? They're going to keep that Lucio. So that was the switch for them midway through this attack side on this first point map. They realized they needed even more speed.
But Quick Esports drops the Mercy. So maybe they feel like that's a valid response. So they drop the Mercy, they'll play a Brig here. So if they're going to try and put that speed down onto the Ramatra, they're also going to have to brawl out with a Brig there as well. So seems to be the response here from Quick Esports.
Such as the travel time of these bolts. It is impressive that these Freys hit anything at that distance, honestly. Right? And yet, it happens with alarming regularity. That's what we got elite DPS players in the game for, I suppose. Here comes a card, a lot of free progress. Quick not fighting at all. They're just trying to hold for a checkpoint fight, I think. Or just on this corner, rather.
I think this corner, yeah. This corner is very good to fight around, especially when you have a Pharah in the mix, right? They have to kind of come far around the corner to be able to fight. It's exactly the type of situation with a Pharah in, and Willies ends up finding the Fixa here. It's not a great spot here for Vestola. He will end up falling in the hands of Dip. So that's exactly where they want that fight to take place, right? Players have to swing out into the open, into the Pharah damage. That's where Quick Esports will get their first hold. Still some time, though, for VP to get another crack at it.
It's a funny way to see this comp played. Basically, Virtus Pro just pop Nemesis form, and Vestola is the one that runs into the back line, hoping that JB turns up at some point. Throws a Vortex down to try and slow people. He also probably has the perk that heals him up while he's inside of it to deal with some of that Pharah poke, but yeah, risky. Not the most sort of safe or guaranteed way to play here. What he's going to be forced out.
I mean, he is basically dead. I don't know how the hell they kept him alive.
He's chilling, bro.
Bola shot there. Yeah, dude, that is crazy from Yoham and Natsuki.
Well, at least was able to get healed up, go back to the game. That is nicely done by Quick Esports, dude. Beautiful. Beautiful.
If you see a replay, that is everybody from VP coming around the corner. Willies is basically a 1 HP. Just power blocks the Nemesis form, gets into the shop, and he is able to live. They end up building up a ray off of it, and maybe that's the intent there, but they were playing on knife's edge there. I mean, that is really nice stuff there from Quick, being able to keep him up.
I don't know if VP can afford to play Sigma here, because as good as he is on the long straight, he's weaker than Ramatra on the corner fight.
Look at the healing output from Yoham here. 21k.
Yeah, that is actually insane.
That is wild there. Playing a lot of Juno Kiri throughout this one, but still, really high healing output.
I mean, yeah, Juno will do that, especially when you are playing Juno in a brawl comp, and that orbital ray really gives you 2 to 3k extra healing each time you pop it. So Virtus Pro trying to go for the double speed comp. It doesn't work. There's not really a great way to access the backline, and Quick are very ready to disengage. Now they go on the attack side. Obviously, as we sort of talked about, VP don't feel like it's worth taking the risk of playing Sigma, because they need to just basically be unbeatable in that corner fight. This is still anyone's game.
What's your thoughts about VP dropping the Pharah here on D? The Pharah seems really good, right? In a lot of situations around that corner, like we were just talking about, to be able to just kind of spam some damage and get some holds. But maybe because this team, right, they would run the Illari with the Pharah. They don't exactly want to kind of run the Illari, so the Pharah goes out as well. But feels like the Pharah is typically pretty strong here. It's a little bit of a flank from VP.
Like this. I like it a lot. Zydra won't be able to get away. Jay was able to chase down. That's what having the Genji in the comp offers you. And I think, Matt, that Virtus.pro probably realized they don't want to risk long, drawn-out fights. They want decisive cleanups here. And the Genji gives you that option over the Pharah, who has to put herself at risk to do that and also put herself away from where the Illari turret would be.
And also for VP, with your plan to play this close, right? The Genji offers a little bit more firepower here, right? If you were going to allow them to kind of come down the street and maybe you're going to get into like a little bit of a poke battle down there, then the Pharah would be advantageous. But if you want to play up close here on the cart, you see, I know, through that outline, Jaewoo on the high ground to the left here of Dip. The Genji being able to like contest cart, being able to get in with that Ramatra, that can definitely be an advantage. As right now, it looks like Jaewoo just trying to keep this contested. Yeah, you lost Pistola, you lost Jaewoo, you're gonna have to back up now. So still, you burned a minute off the clock there. So I feel like for VP, you kind of got what you wanted.
It's all about the bowler shot here, Matt, for Shockwave. Obviously, Jaewoo, Pistola can get into the fight pretty quickly. Pistola might feel the need to use Nemesis form to get here fast enough. Should be fine with just a speed ring, so... yeah, ideally has that cooldown available. Willie's low. God, I mean, Shockwave's trigger finger has to be itching there. Vortex deployed by the red side. Ramatra card very close here. Shockwave goes for it. So Bowler Shot comes out. Hard to see where there was value gotten. Pistola just loses in the front line because the Pharah damage is too much. And there it is, Virtus.pro. In classic style, drop a map in their first series of the stage.
Yeah, it's a quick esports map selection. They take us to Circuit. They get rid of Mei, VP gets rid of Diva, and then Quick in OT gets it done. Really nice defense in OT from Quick Esports, but then also their offense was no faster than even Virtus.pro. So this team that makes it through relegation, showing that they're not going to be a pushover here in EMEA in Stage 2.
Yeah, no, Yoham, great game on heals in general. I like the Mercy idea. They sort of go away from it there to bring the Brig in, which is, I think, pretty debatable. Brig obviously gives you a little bit more equity with the rally. I think you just feel like that's more potent. But both teams attempt those Pharah looks. Dip looked very, very good on that Pharah when Virtus.pro sort of shied away from it. Brought Jaewoo back in on the Genji, and, well, Jaewoo ended up getting caught out in that first fight in extra innings.
Yes, we take a look at some of the highlights here. Dip, whether it's on the Pharah or the Genji, dude, looked really strong here. And then I also would shout out the backline there for Quick Esports. I mean, time and time again, I mean, you see Yoham in the feed there, but being able to keep each other up, being able to keep Willies up, and I know this is the end of that Quick Esports attack, but they set a really good time, above a minute 30 in the time bank.
And I wonder what happened to that last Shockwave bowler shot there. It doesn't seem like it really actually connected onto anyone.
I think what was going on is like they actually put a decent amount of damage down on Willies on the point, and I think he was actually trying to like connect it with them as he like crossed back over by where the cart was, and it just maybe like a second off, maybe a hair off.
Yeah. Unclear either way. You can see the margins are very slim in a matchup like this. Quick Esports are taking the #1 seed from EMEA to task there in their map choice of Circuit Royal. A map, by the way, where VP have always been pretty darn good on. It's definitely a decent battlefield for them based on what Pistola's hero pool offers. So now VP, in a rare turn of events, have yeah, I mean, not surprising to see this kind of prediction there. It's rare though to see VP actually get to choose a map.
When did we must have did these chat predictions before the series, right? Because the chat can they can be thanks Eric, because they could be front runners, our chat, you know. They see Quick Esports win a map. I mean, this could have been 50-50 there. They'd pretend like they didn't even know who Virtus.pro was, the chat. That's how they would go.
Short, fickle, short memories when the gambler's involved. Yeah, no, I mean, I would have been right there with them. This is probably the biggest mismatch that you could ask for, at least on paper here in OWCS EMEA. And yet, it's giving us what might end up being one of our closer matches of the day. New Junk City is the pick here for Virtus.pro. More brawl, more of that frontline throwdown.
I mean, obviously, Alcatia TM goes to a game 5, right? But in terms of what we thought this series could be versus what it actually is becoming, I mean, map 1 was really close too, right? We were talking to like some ultimate tier there for Quick Esports. It could have ended up deciding that one. So they are not going down without a fight here. It'll be a New Junk City. Is this going to be like a Ramatra Malka type of thing here for VP? Is that what they're kind of like going back towards? It'll be a VP ban first. So they've gotten rid of Torb, they've gotten rid of Diva. Do they try and get rid of a tank to like protect the tank pool?
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, it's a fair point. Obviously, like, Vistola's tank pool is more, like, pronounced, I guess, but I think there are multiple good options here. Like, you brought up the Malga Ramatra there. We've seen Zarya, we've seen Junker Queen on this map in the past. Like, a lot of those Brawl tanks are quite at home here. They also might be the kind of team that they target Venture off the rip. A few teams, just like, if they're expecting Malga to be played into them, they want to limit the potency and take the opponents off, like, a Malga Genji Venture comp.
But then you give the ability for Quick to get rid of Malga, right? In that scenario.
Yes.
Or, I mean, the other kind of scary thing, I think, for VP is that if you ban the tank to protect the Malga, does Quick just get rid of, like, Juno, for instance, right?
Yeah, force you into like a Lucio Kiriko with the Malga.
Yeah, the Malga. So it'll be a VP ban first. They will get rid of the Kiri. So that in theory also kind of protects their Juno, right? If that's what they want to run. And then the sim there for Quick Esports. So it's like a little bit of a Twisted Minds type of map pick, right? We've ban here is we've seen them play the sim a lot. Where, you know, VP, we've seen them in the past go to some sim, and it's actually really strong, but in combination with Malga, but maybe they kind of felt like Quick, there was nothing else that they really felt like they needed to get out.
Okay, that's fine. I don't know, like, to what degree we may have expected this rollout from VP in terms of bringing the sim, but, you know, when teams have brought her onto this map, you mentioned Twisted Minds are the only one that I've seen so far at this stage, she's been quite effective. Especially, like, you know, around the Ramatra, can play in the front line, make use of that, like, relatively short duration Ramatra shield, still use that to get charged up and ready to rumble. And yeah, no Kiriko, no cleanse available. That's going to be important, as Virtus.pro likely want to set, like, a Lucio Juno game state here on New Junk City.
Yeah, and we'll no change in terms of tank, in terms of sub, right? So we saw Ice Gnome in game number 1 for VP, did a lot of nice things on the Winston. And then now we've seen Vistola for game 2. So also we'll get a chance to see how they plan on cycling these tanks, right? How they plan on using them, right? As the last 2 maps have definitely felt like, this map and Circle Royale felt like maps that definitely suit Vistola.
Now, of course, coming around the corner is DreamHack Dallas. And although we won't have a major there this year, we do have plenty of Overwatch action for those of you that are planning to make the trip down. Our Stadium Showdown will be happening on Saturday, May the 24th at 3 p.m. local time on the main stage there at DreamHack Dallas, so you can't miss it. It'll be live as well on OW_Esports if you want to see how it goes down. We've already got ourselves a pretty awesome Stadium Show match over in Hangzhou. Many of you back home, I'm sure, have been jumping into it and experiencing it for yourselves. I've been watching a bunch of Aspen streams. She's been grinding it. It's been really enjoyable to watch and see what kind of builds are coming out. Especially like on the horizon, we know in the next few seasons, there's like build sharing, new items going to be added in, obviously new heroes constantly coming into Stadium. So if you haven't had a chance to jump in and get check the game out, seeing it live in Dallas with some, with some cool experts playing that game mode, obviously is going to be a great experience. I'll be there at the event floating around, so I'm going to try and get by there as well.
Yeah, no, it'll be awesome to kind of see a show match with some of the creators now that they've had some time to play it, right? And, some time to make some builds and all these different crazy types of things. And I think, though, as they edit like the different abilities people have, they add new heroes, right? That adds completely new builds. Stadium's just going to evolve in a really cool way.
Yeah, I just want to steal people's builds. That's all I want. So I'm looking forward to build sharing as it sort of comes into the game in season 17. But also, looking at quality of life changes as well. I think adding Sigma, Zenyatta coming in there as well. I'm curious to see what kind of builds that you'll be able to put together with that particular hero. And then also, more maps being added in, right? The truncated versions of Esperanza and Samoa getting in there. So more variety as well in Battlefield there in Stadium.
And a new game mode that's going to be in Stadium, right? So Payload Race is going to be just in Stadium, right? That'll be super cool to see. Excited to see the direction they go with some of the...
We're going to have our own payloads and we have to interfere with the opponents as they push theirs. It's kind of...
Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of cool.
Okay, I'm down. Anyway, we're headed over New Junk City as it is, and Quick Esports managed to take away Circuit Royale. A shocking result here for Virtus.pro, but they keep Vistola in the lineup, and I think, you asked the question, how much are they going to experiment and rotate these tanks out? I think this, for now, probably will still remain the core identity of this team, Matt.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, right? Because you're subbing these tanks in and out. You're going from one playstyle to a completely opposite side of the spectrum of playstyle, right? It's asking a lot of some of the other players, and then you're kind of getting used to calling for one player versus another. So it is the Kiri in the Sim gun. VP hovering over potentially playing this Orisa again as Quick Esports. Yep, this is going to be a Ramattra based setup, so we'll see the Ramattra versus the Orisa. You also have a Lucio in the mix for Quick Esports, right? And I think this is obviously to just get that Ramattra into his effective range even faster, right? You have a speed to go in with a ring, you have a speed to disengage as well, a lot of mobility added to that ramp.
Darling going down here as well. Great stuff for Dip. God, this guy's a sick Genji. What the heck, bro?
What in the world?
He's been farming the man. So now we have a moment here. This fight is over, by the way. What's your take on like the Juno Brig versus the Juno Lucio here?
So I mean, the Juno Brig is a bit safer, right? And especially if you're gonna play like around that Orisa, a little bit more like defensive. The Juno with the Lucio, right? It's really good, as I was talking about, just adding even more mobility to the Ramattra, right? Making sure the Ramattra can get out safely, making the Ramattra sure that it can engage safely. Whether, you know, getting in and out with the speed, whichever one you want to use here is you lose that first player there for Quick Esports, and then they decided just like, okay, we got to send it, and they come right around the corner. Nothing else happens after that, so they're only going to get about they're only going to get 50% here on the point.
Jaywo's got his work cut out for him in this Genji head-to-head. I talked to Jack a little bit sort of around the Hangzhou event, and he was like, he generally feels that this player is like potentially the next proper, like that good. Especially, you know, like in this region, just a real standout player. But Dip is really issued quite a challenge at the starting of New Junk City. Ball shot, that's a good catch for Zydra. My goodness, Fixer, nowhere to go there. That leaves Gala now with all the healing to do. No repair packs to be able to just doled out to Jaywu when needed. And now Zydra's got all the space, man. This Quick Esports team, I mean, what is going on? These guys are kind of clean with it, man.
they're kind of crushing, right? You'd expect a series like this, like you know, if a team you know, out of the relegation coming in, winning it would you know, be like really topsy turvy. Maybe some things have to go horribly wrong for VP, but dude, Quick Esports just walks on in, ends up taking that neutral fight. Zydra just goes ham there on the Freya. Is looks like we will get a touch here, so Jay will get on the point here. Trigger OT.
Here's the anime battle. Dip drops in, ready to throw down. Terror Surge is beautiful, and the combo was there. The bowler shot thrown in. Nicely done by Virtus Pro, salvaging a bit of an awkward start to this first flash point. And importantly, they don't have to give one up here in order to get back into the driver's seat. They've got an orbital ray around the corner. Quick Esports, though, are going to hit them very hard in this next fight.
But here he comes, our good old European friend.
Malga, definitely not European.
Yeah, no, he's if there was like a mascot for each region, the European one would have to be Maga, even though he has no lore ties.
No resemblance at all to European phenotypes.
As far as I know, yeah, but it would have to be Maga just because of the extended playtime we have seen. Stomp comes in here. This is going to be a blade plus an orbital ray, so that will be good enough to get this point. So VP in the end feels like they steal that one from Quick Esports. Quick Esports in control for a lot of it.
I mean, when Quick Esports end the fight, Matt, and they've got 4 ultimates in hand, you know something's gone pretty wrong in terms of deploying them. This does leave them, of course, very favored to start in control at this point, but man, you need those ultimates in that fight.
Do you opt though to just give that one up, right? We've seen teams like you know, kind of punt on flashpoint, so to speak, to move to the next one and have yourself in a good situation.
Okay, sure, but what if you sound barried your Ramattra and got Annihilation off? Like, that's the kind of ult that can really, even like an unfavored scenario that.
Right, I guess the flip side would be you lose that point, then you kind of put yourself at a disadvantage for this next one, right? So it's like you're better off kind of saving for, you know, one really good one as opposed to trying to take 2 mad ones.
Well, he's Dip played, unfortunately. Without ultimates, Virtus Pro has still been able to find both backliners, Matt. Ultimates clearly not mattering that much in this game. Yoham did get an orbital ray off. Good looks from Dip. Willie's still alive, so no guarantee VP can take the point here at all. Zydra is down, but the Ramattra is being outranged a little bit. Shockwave is thinking about a bowler shot here, but really, there's no reason. The Ramattra should be able to steal the point away from Shockwave now. Willie's is forced to shield up back in Wanderer form. And here comes a sound barrier now for Quick Esports. Finally, these ultimates coming out now, and this is a much better timing for it too.
Denisuga gets right around the corner there, and they're actually, Willies is still really low, and he's playing behind that Ramatra shield, and for a second I thought there was a chance where like Shockwave would have been able to kill him before that sound barrier comes down, but they just wait for like maybe 1 or 2 more players from Quick Esports to come in, get that sound barrier off, and then just speed them around the corner, get them right in VP's face. So Quick Esports able to win that fight, right, Mitch? No, by winning using the 3 ults, now saving 2, right? So it's kind of like the opposite of what you were talking about, right? Maybe invest a 2 and then use 3, right? So now they have an opportunity to kind of keep this one going. That's a bolo shot that comes in there from Zydra, as VP will answer with a sound barrier of their own, and then I think Quick Esports tried to follow it up, and that's where they fall apart.
Okay, so this is all fine and dandy for Quick Esports. Not an issue to lose the point here. It's a very respectable 72% to that game. But what you tend to see with these Ramatra comps is that they'll try and catch you in a cage fight really early in this engagement, and maybe force those ultimates out of you when you're not even on the point. The Solid is on the corner. He might just try and catch Willies instantly with this.
Yeah, but one of the, I would say if you were going to get caught in a cage fight, you know, an annihilation here with a Ramatra is one of the better things to get caught with, and Willies ends up using the annihilation a little bit late there, you know, when the blade comes in, and by that time everybody's gone for VP. So I feel like you gotta kind of use the annihilation a little bit early, right? Make that Maka pay a bit for trapping you in the cage. I think it also would have deterred the blade from coming on in when it did.
I think that without a Sojourn as well, it's harder to break those cages quickly. Like you actually just don't have the upfront like damage just to blow it up. You know, like you want like the 150 charge rails and just start slamming it. So Quick knew that was happening. They were pinging Vistola around that corner. They knew he'd be hiding, but there's not only so much you can really do about that cage fight. Now though, crucial first pick here for Dip. Orbit array for Yoham deployed. Virtus.pro actually invest in this fight with the Gala ultimate. Can they make do without Shockwave is the question. Dip has a bladed to go with. Now there's no support ultimates to stave that off. A little bit awkward for VP. Fall behind the 8 ball there, try to get ahead with a little early cage fight, but it's not going to be enough here. Quick will have control.
Hey, dude, and this should be one where Quick runs away with it, right? Is at least in this map, you know, Dip I think is definitely outperformed the, you know, Jwoo's got like you know, a nice blade at times, but it feels like every time we're on board with Dip, it's like 2 kills.
I mean, they are
for the Genji on Quick Esports. They're kind of crushing.
Yeah, even on eliminations and on damage, they're actually really, really close to each other. But in the moments where we've seen Dip sort of like have those blades, it feels like there's been more impact, more flair maybe. So it's been a little bit tough here, I think, for you know, Virtus.pro to find a decent foothold there, and it looks like Quick Esports knew what was coming when that sort of cage fight caught them out. They still had enough time to take the point, so very competitive game. Genuinely, against expectations, a really back and forth match this has been.
Ooh. That is a nice play there. To, you know, they knock Dip back when he's going to use that blade, and they're able to take him out. This is going to be a sound barrier, though, for Quick Esports. As Bola shot comes in from Shockwave, connects with Willies. It's a Bola shot here from Zydra, and that's going to connect with Fixa before he has the ability to use sound barrier.
Well, he had the chance. He just thinks that they don't need it, I think, with the amount of damage that we would put down on Willies. So Virtus.pro again lose that first fight, and I would suggest that the win rates here for the teams that cap point first are pretty good.
And I mean, there's a realistic world in which like VP is down 2 flashpoints at this point, right? Like 0.1, you know, it goes very close down to the wire, where Quick Esports definitely has an argument they kind of maybe, you know, threw that one a little bit, as Fixa has to get a good use of the beat here. I know Vortex thrown in there, gets a few players low as they try and make it through the choke. This is going to be the sound barrier, connects with everybody.
Right, and I'm going to convert that here into just a straight thrust towards the back line that yields both support. So that's about as good as it gets, right? Very efficient fight win, just sound barrier committed, and immediately both supports are extracted. It's textbook stuff for Virtus.pro. The annihilation comes out, though. They might fear they've overextended somewhat, and Jwoo does get caught. He won't be able to get back to VP, who don't have an orbit array quite ready yet. Quick have spent that Ramatra ultimate to get back on the point.
Well, because Willies actually goes on a little bit of a flank there, Mitch, and he actually kills Gala, so they know at that point it's just Fixa in terms of supports, where they're going to get Yoham back in the fight, so they know they're going to have an advantage in terms of like HPS output in just maybe, you know, two to three more seconds. So they end up using the annihilation, they take out Jwoo, and then they just push on in, knowing that they're going to have that huge advantage in terms of HPS output.
Do you even like the Malga into Ramatra matchup here, Matt? It seems like Vistola doesn't like what he sees.
I mean, historically, people have liked the Malga matchup into just about everything, right? Like, we've seen Team Strike Queen, Team Strike Ramatra. It's typically been the Malga that's always the strongest. This will be just cleanup here for Quick Esports. So they are looking to put themselves on Flashpoint point right now as our team from relegation coming in from Face It Masters is taking our EMEA champions from stage 1 to the absolute brink here, right? This is also a Virtus Pro map selection, right? So finding themselves down here on New Junk City, something they definitely did not expect.
Dip has definitely pulled ahead in the Genji comparison now, Matt. Really starting to run away with the game.
I mean, also, like, Dip's kills on the Genji in, Blades just feel way more impactful, like fight winning and fight altering, where I know Jaewu seems to be getting them in just kind of the natural flow of the game, right? It's going to be an orbital ray from Yoam, and here it is. I mean, Dip just follows this up, right?
That might be the polar opposite of the caster curse there. I think illustrates your point very well. And there's
the caster blessing.
Well, it's an orbital ray, to be fair, that can't be cut through. So Dip is healthy enough. Jaewu doesn't have that level of support here, but like, credit where it's due to Quick Esports. Like, they are happy to spend the support ultimates to win this first fight. This is now the 3rd consecutive point where they've won that first engagement.
And Jaewu feels like he needs to switch off of the Genji, right? Maybe not realizing he's not getting much value in it as we take a look at that scoreboard. And yeah, I mean, also, Willie's putting down some really nice damage there as well on the Ramatra as Bola shot comes in from Zydra. That's actually connects with Shockwave, and they're not able to keep him up.
Johan ducked into his own team there just to throw out some big torpedoes. Gala exsanguinated there by the Annihilation of such a powerful ultimate is something that D.Va can't do a darn thing about. Short of, I mean, it was competitive before, now maybe less so. Zydra does get caught by the self-destruct here, but there's still a big Ramatra in play. Dips looks devastating. Pistola is too low to convert or compete for this point. Shockwave has to do some serious work here now, clean out the stragglers, but look at this Quick Esports percentage total. They are so far ahead.
Yeah, you can't end up dropping players as self-destructs there, but Pistola ends up dropping it and they end up getting Zydra, so that is quite huge. But yes, it's just going to be Quick Esports just needing one more fight to take a 2-map-to-1 lead here. As Dip now, he feels like, you know what, fine, I'll match the Tracer, why not? I'll go, head for head with Jaewu here. Is right, this really kind of comes down to, like, if you can get an early first pick off here for Quick Esports, you're good to go.
The Tracer Miro, okay. Dip is more than up for it, apparently. Looking for a Tracer fight, God! Really want to take the battle to Jaewu here. He got the health pack though, so Dip is the one that has to use the recall. Jaewu has his after the fact now. The double DPS ultimates come in. Zydra brought down by Pistola. And Jaewu more than happy, I think, just to keep Dip busy, as it seems. Pistola's able to get in, find 3 eliminations, 4 in that fight. VP are back? Question mark?
I was going to say, you want to just lose that fight as fast as possible there for Quick Esports. Maybe give yourself an opportunity at another crack at it, or do you just go to the next point? It looks like we are going to opt to go to one more flashpoint to decide it all, as VP, they battle back in that one, right? 97% for Quick Esports right off the rip, and then VP just dominates from there.
Well, folks, by every metric, this is a very even fight. Scoreboard says it all. These teams are very, very close to one another now, but VP, since moving over towards this D.Va, at least in that last fight, were able to really get an edge. Pistola coming out with most of those eliminations. Jaewu and Shockwave holding on to their ultimates, and Fixer with a beat. All good signs for Virtus Pro, but they don't have priority in terms of positioning here. Quick Esports already perched up on top of the ducts. Virtus Pro forced to wrap around. That is a dirty little bowler. Natsuki taken down. Pistola's easily able to get in there and capitalize. And the one that came from Zydra, unfortunately, just doesn't really cut it. Pistola continues to farm here, and with a mech refresh available, Fixer can drop down, make sure that he can get his main tank back in the game. Dip's gone down in the Tracer duel. Jaewu starting to come alive now as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So starting really playing much better since the switch over to the Tracer, and most importantly for VP, you're able to hold on to both support ults during that fight. Bola shot there on the high ground, get some serious damage. You take out the Brig on the other side. Pistola follows it up. Quick Esports, Mitch, this may be one of their better opportunities. So, right, Annihilation, Orbital Ray, right, to be able to use in this point. I know it was very close quarters, and Zydra takes out Shockwave. Man, it feels like a time and time again, he's coming up with some huge shots there on the Freya, just taking out Shockwave at range.
Yeah, and picks like that just completely derail any conversation about win cons, right? And Virtus Pro, I guess their con now is just try and stay alive. But they can't keep Pistola in mech. This is devastating. Willies is sitting on Annihilation that will, of course, hold onto as we get matched orbital rays in this fight. I will, side note, mention that Jwoo's been very impactful on this Tracer so far, but that first pick really says it all for Quick.
Well, so VP holds on to their orbital ray here. So they actually responded to the orbital ray there from Johan with their own sound barrier. So now you'll end up having your own orbital ray here, but you're going to be going into Annihilation Rally, right? That's going to be very difficult to even cut through some of that healing and damage that's going to come down. Is you're going to see Vistola switch and play Ramatra. You're also going to see Jwoo go back to the Genji as Vistola gets hit by the bola shot there. He gets quite low, has to back out.
Honestly, didn't do much to him when he had his Dukes up there, just sort of blocking it. But
that's the orbital ray.
Yeah, he gets too close to the action. I think he really wanted to get an orbital up, but he dies. And honestly, it's the Juno healing after the fact that they really needed in that fight. Now Vistola just looks awkward, drops down to the point, but Shockwave's in a position to cause some problems. Yep, that's 2 for him. Bola caught Natsuki, but still not enough. Virtus Pro did get a flip amidst that fight. This keeps a lid on Quick Esports' capture percentage. And now the Bears come back into a fight, and they've sort of spent a few of these ultimates awkwardly. They've got nothing.
Yeah, but and Quick ends up holding on to that rally, right? So the Annihilation is good enough to actually get Gala when he drops that orbital ray, right? He's pretty low before that orbital ray even comes down, and they're able to find him. And Div actually with a stick there onto Figs. That might be the thing that decides the map.
Pistola goes low here, nowhere to go. Vortex thrown at his feet. Dip wants more. He's hungry. Pistola has his Dukes up though. It's going to force a recall out from the Tracer. Jwoo clearly spotted on the high ground somewhere, but he's lurking right now, staying safe. We're into overtime. Natsuki finds a rally, and he's looking now for the Genji. Gets in there with a shield bash, and of course the perk. Extra damage off the whip shot into the wall. Perfect start to the fight for Quick now. Pistola once more without support and can't even touch. Body blocked off the point, and Quick Esports have done it.
Bro.
They've taken another consecutive map in this series.
The support line and Dip like just going crazy there at the end. I mean, Dip with the pulse bomb, and then we see from Natsuki's POV there, he's got Johan. They put pressure onto Jwoo. They end up taking him out, and then you see from Natsuki's POV just kind of like doubles back and able to repair pack, drop down onto the point, whip shot. Vistola doing just about everything there for Quick Esports as they take a 2-1 series lead.
I mean, Willies is a sick tank player, man. We saw glimpses of it on the Diva play on Oasis, but this Ramatra has been rock solid, man.
This team is no joke, man. You look like obviously they win 2 maps in the series, right? They end up taking Circuit and they end up taking New Junk City. But that first round on Oasis goes down to the wire, right? So every single map, they've obviously been in it. So Quick Esports, man, I think this is obviously scary for VP. It's also scary for probably some of the other teams in the EMEA who are maybe even overlooking some of the teams coming in from relegation. Because now it's like, oh man, like we have another team that we have to deal with that might actually be really strong.
And obviously, like just thinking as a team that just got promoted, getting a win in your pocket so early on in the stage against a team like VP, no less, is
getting a win who didn't against a team who didn't lose.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Virtus Pro now, they've already dropped 2 maps in this stage too. It's a very different world out there, and you've got to imagine you're panicking. You struggle a little bit early, but you win that first map, right? Icedom in the lineup gets them what they need. Pistola comes in, they drop 2 maps. Now if I'm VP, I'm starting to wonder, do we need to try and take this away from a Broadcom? Can we actually hang? I can't believe that Vistola's asking himself if Willies is too much for him right now, but we might end up seeing VP try and take us to a very different kind of battlefield.
Yeah, I'm curious, right? So we've already had obviously the push. We've had Escort, right? No, we've had Flashpoint and Escort, so we have a hybrid and push left in, right?
Did they just go to King's Row and get on with their lives? I just don't think that favors them.
That would be the most VP thing ever, right? They would just go to King's Row and play like Diva and Ramatra and things like that. But who knows?
I don't know, man. This is crazy. Can't believe we found ourselves in this position. Quick Esports threatening to take a series off of Virtus Pro here and start their OWCS EMEA campaign with a dub. We'll be back after a quick break, so just settle down and see if VP have got anything left in the tank. Take it in, folks. It's a rare sight. Virtus Pro are at risk of losing a series here before even getting to like a map 5 scenario. We're heading into map number 4, and Matt, Quick Esports have 2 maps to their name so far in this series.
I mean, think about how like crazy that would have been to say at like the beginning of the day. It will be a VP map selection, and it will be Midtown, so they will go with a hybrid here coming up. I am so curious in what they decide to do in terms of bans. So at least from what we gather right now, there's no subs, right? Haven't heard on any subs, so assume Vestola's still in. So feels like they want to continue down the path of like Orisa, Ramatra, things along this line. For VP, their bans so far have been Torb, Diva, and the Kiri. So they still have... I mean, the ban, I mean, I was almost going to say, like, it's like going to say deban Genji.
God, no.
He's been so good on it. So, VP will get rid of Sig. So, this also might be a tank protect, right? That you would want to play like Ramatra and Mog here. But also, like, dude, we've seen VP play Sigma on this map and kind of like rotate back out like into different areas of the map and move away. So, a little bit of an interesting one there for VP, as Brig is the option there that Quick Esports gets out.
Okay. That is a curious one. Okay, it looks like no. VP... Okay, they banned the Brig.
Okay, so it was flipped. Yes. So, okay, so VP bans the Brig, right? Which makes some sense because they would probably want to play Sigma with like a BAP or anything like that, right? And then the Sigma is the ban there for Quick Esports. So getting that Sigma out of the game, right? That is one that you always want to see from Vestola, right? He's very good on that hero.
And again, I mean, you can farm the Diva for a lot of healing as the Brig, right? It gets better and better as well when you take the right perks to make your whip shot sort of have that lingering heal over time that your flankers can take away and sort of make use of as they go a little bit aggressive. So I like it. Pretty heads up ban here for VP. Jay Wars wants to play the Tracer, so obviously that rallied shield bash when you are Tracer is instant death for you. Tracer v Genji. Last time Dip switched onto the Tracer to match this, and then Jaywu moved off to the Genji. So a little bit of mind games going on there, and it's a messy backline engagement, excuse me, but Dip and Jaywu both find their intended targets, and it's the Genji that stands at the end of the day.
Yes, Dip ends up finding 2 there, right? So that's going to barrel VP back into the choke. Looks like they're actually going to have Fix to go back and try and bring some players back into the fight, but they're going to lose Vestola out of mech. I mean, this is a terrible for VP.
I mean, dude, Willis is so heads up there. Defense matrixes the backline, so they cannot heal Vestola. So clean. Yeah, now he's going to do that awkward switch back in spawn. They lose Shockwave in the meantime. Bro, Quick Esports just straight up better than Virtus Pro.
I mean, dude, you watch this and you're just like, how the hell was this team not in OWCS Stage 1? Like, what must have gone wrong, right, for these players? Just to not be included, because they are taking it to our #1 team from EMEA in Stage 1, right? And there are not many roster changes really at all, right? They just have a great addition, you would think, here, VP, but now VP starting to get rolling. That is the entire backline gone here for Quick Esports.
Okay, they get what they wanted here. Virtus Pro spend 90 seconds in order to do this, so it's really not too shabby in terms of Midtown attack durations. Should be more than enough to get them on the road here. Taking stock of things, you know, I really think like Dip on this Genji, confident to stay on it this time, has looked so good. Willis' Diva play continues to really impress me. Those 2 things I'm going to be watching very closely over the course of the rest of this map.
I do wonder, like, with Midtown, with some of the verticality, like, if this maybe, you think for Virtus Pro forces, like, a Diva head-to-head, and that's where Vestola can have, like, a little bit of an advantage, right? Against Willis. Willis off to a good start, though, but in that, like, Ramatra, like, Orisa type of gameplay, that he actually seems to, like, Quick Esports was even at their strongest.
Doyan here set up with the Kitsune Rush in hand. Maybe just off the rafters here to set up a dive towards the back line of Virtus Pro. Yep, time to go for it, apparently. Vestola awkwardly, kind of caught out of position, but CC supports come to him, so just stays put for the time being. Jaywu very close. Yep, able to bring Zydra down. Vestola there with the finishing blow. Remember, Vestola always involved in these eliminations. Beats here for Fixer. Dip Blade gets good damage. But Pistola stays in mech. Willie's, oh, not nearly as lucky. It's a bowl shot from Shockwave to really secure the baby diva kill.
Now VP starting to look like the VP we have known for a long time now, right? As Pistola goes up into the sky, finishes off Zydra, as that is one, with the diva, you can hunt down these Freyas a little bit more, right? Get up into the sky, kind of like battle with the Freya. So see Pistola doing a nice job of tracking Zydra. So I know the Freya and, with Dip on Tracer right now, now playing Genji. They've been so good throughout this series, these two players. Definitely have to be a focal point for VP.
Zydra here just hoping Pistola will give him something to shoot at. Doesn't seem to be the case.
Did kill Scala before the fight even kicks off.
Yeah, I mean, this time, like, switching off the Genji, happy to mirror Traces. Really active in these fights, and also the mechanics have been fantastic. This is the raw skill expression from Dip over both Tracer and Genji. This game has been sublime. And that card is not going anywhere for the time being. Shockwave's out of the game. Yoham's still available here on this Kiriko to give that healing when needed. Pistola wants to try and barrel forward though, and I like the speed ring here coming out. Quick Esports have to full disengage and come back for a last fight here.
Yeah, and they lose Willies as well. I mean, that is a brutal loss here, and I wonder if they're actually going to be able to get out here. Dip looks like he's going to sit up to get a touch. You're going to have Willies come back off the spawn. Bola shot here, connect. Oh, and that is a great follow-up there by Willies.
Willies gets over towards Fixer. Could see Virtus Pro trying to protect him. He would have had a sound barrier had he stayed alive a little bit longer, and there's Dip finishing the job that Zydra starts. Again, much in the same vein as the Thara Tracer combination. Freya gets that initial chunk damage in, and it's followed up on, but there's a self-destruct kill for Pistola. And it's really just Dip and Willies now. The latter with no healing to speak of. And by some precious seconds, but this should be a defense that peters out here for Quick. Sombra play. This needs to be a touch here. Sound barrier for Fixer deployed. It's going to be 3 players on Virtus Pro benefiting from it. More than enough, you would think, to win this fight out. Zydra low, able to get away, but chase it down. And Willies probably is going to return here a little bit too late if he even bothers, which he doesn't. 3:15 for the last phase of the map.
You can tell though a little bit tight there for VP that they invest the sound barrier there to get that one over the line, right? As I feel like they were like a 3-player advantage, but then the respawn is so far away from the offensive team at that point where the defenders can just kind of keep trickling out. So probably felt like they needed a win there at that exact moment to get this moving. And now with a little bit under 3 minutes, VP in a pretty decent spot to potentially complete the map, as they have definitely thrown a bit of a haymaker here at Quick Esports.
Pistola has not died yet. I think that says a lot about why this has been so good for Quick Esports.
Yeah.
For VP, sorry. Because Quick Esports, their DPS, just by the numbers, are performing a little bit better, but Pistola really decided to take this game into his own hands, simply refusing to lose today, or at least that seems to be the plan. One more stick would have done Jwoo in there, but Zydra's not able to catch the Tracer before he blinks away into obscurity, and he comes back with a vengeance. Here's VP. Should be able to touch back on this card and keep it moving around the corner. Still over 2 minutes left to play.
And I wonder if you see here, Mitch, towards the end of this map, Quick move away from the Diva, right? Like around this stretch, there's not really a lot of verticality. Like you can play something like an Ramattra or an Orisa around this corner, right? Potentially try and go that route, because it does not seem like the Diva head-to-head is exactly working out here for Quick.
Yeah, maybe you want to take a good corner fight here, but you're running out of time to do that. Virtus Pro is still pushing. Dip loses the Tracer battle now. That's dangerous stuff. Quick Esports with a sound barrier. Natsuki drops it down, but it wasn't obviously quick enough to keep their Tracer in the game. They'll have to go with 4. Fixer is traded out though. Gala close to it. Kitsune rushing. You imagine he pops it here for the throughput if nothing else. Shockwave stuck by Zydra. And now Willies is trying to back away, try and survive. It is still scary, that offensive Kitsune rush. And Yoham doesn't really have a way to get in over towards his Diva. Willies de-suited, devastating here for Quick Esports. They just haven't had a chance to set up. The pace of the game's too fast for them. Another big self-destruct kill for Pistola. And that is a hefty time bank for VP.
Yeah, really. I mean, that is a champion level performance there from VP, right? Pushed with their backs against the walls here against Quick Esports. They show up with a great offense here on Midtown. And now it's Quick Esports, their chance to respond. I think if you're Quick Esports, you're just like, hey, let's get a map completion. We did not play our game at all on defense. We have a better idea of what's going to go on now. And maybe you can kind of turn the tide there, right? Because yeah, you look on the other side, right? Jwoo 21-1. I mean, Pistola 21-1 as well. Those two players just farming.
This has been really impressive. Being able to, there were a number of lost fights there for VP on the attack side, right? Especially at the start of the game, but
yeah,
Pistola and Jwoo especially keeping themselves pretty safe through many of these engagements. And you can see these backlines are really being emphasized, right? Shockwave also and Zydra, they're going to be sort of public enemy number 1, but Natsuki probably with 8 deaths here speaks to the struggle sometimes of Quick Esports keeping that Lucio in the mix, which they obviously need in lieu of a Juno, just for that maneuverability.
Yeah, absolutely. And even with this, though, you do see Zydra doing some work on the Freya. I'm curious, Mitch, what Quick Esports has got planned here for their offense. Let's take a listen to it.
Clear left side, and then I can DM you across Nat to help him clear. And then we can walk.
Just let me get value from
I'm checking if they're on double flex.
I'm on Genji.
Yeah, Larry. Run main.
Larry.
Hey, Larry.
Take left.
But need free to take left.
I can look for timing on his left. 3, 2, 1. I'm
Chill.
Wait for him to set up angle.
I'm gonna go from inside nose.
I'm gonna overload left side as well. Main in the Larry left side.
I'm ready to swing left side. Can you guys push?
I'm inside.
Yeah. I'm swinging.
I'm pushing left.
Freya 1.
Your ward.
Shooting Ori. Ori in main.
Shooting Ori.
TP didn't move with
Larry. We can swing. Push main.
Larry 1.
Main eyes.
Ori no gold.
I'm one. That one is so bad. They're gonna mirror again.
I need peel, I might do one. Okay, he's one.
Just yeah, this guy. They're so free.
Yeah, they swap.
Take cap. Can play for kicks at this point.
Not for the first time. Virtus Pro try to play this like ultra poke comp against Quick Esports, and again, they have all that space denied from them.
Yeah, they have no problem, I think, Quick Esports, right? Because we've seen that on Circuit, and now we see it here at Midtown. They have no problem just getting an advantage, right? You see, as soon as the Ilari gets weak, everybody just barreling, right? You end up getting that immortality field out, and then everything just starts falling apart there for VP, as VP will go back to the D.Va head-to-head. They will stick on the Mei, though, as that's going to be a bola shot eaten.
Bola shot from Shockwave here. The setup's pretty good. Dip and Zydra already out of the game, so it's going to be a hard reset here for Quick Esports. Give Virtus Pro a chance to set up while they come out with a comp that Quick Esports even sort of make it very clear they think is bad. They are still able to win when it comes to brass tacks, and they've got the Mei here for the first time, starting to make use of this pick here for Jaewoo. And I've got to ask you, man, like, what do you think the function is here for Jaewoo? Because now he's not really looking to dive backlines at all.
I think that Mei obviously fit in a bit better when they were running like the Orisa and like more of the poke style of play, and just trying to like gain a little bit more control around the initial chokes by the wall. I think now probably not getting the highest value out of the Mei. I'd expect the Mei swap like once they end up losing a fight here, right? And maybe the walls around this corner are pretty impactful, right? But I think it definitely loses value as the map goes on.
Gotta imagine Jay was looking for a Blizzard, but it doesn't seem great against this comp. This will be about a good time to use it. Look at Sooner Rush here comes out from Virtus Pro. Jaewoo is able to deploy a Blizzard despite the fact that Willies was definitely looking for it. It is, in every sense of the word, a zoning ultimate from Jaewoo.
Yeah, it doesn't really get much of anything, right? And you had your Kitsune Rush down there as well, so you end up using both those ultimates, but Vistola continuing to do a nice job putting pressure onto the Freya. As Zydra ends up falling, you end up getting a self-destruct from Willies over the top there, just trying to find anything. It's VP now starting to hold here on this second point D.
It's crazy with how closely matched these DPS lines are, Matt, and I mean that unironically. Like, Shockwave, Jaewoo, Dip, Zydra really locked in an endless duel. It's Vistola who basically has to go absolutely ape on this game in order to take it over. Looked really good in that first half. We've seen, a couple of moments there, especially in that second map, where Vistola has been able to have big impact in the game. His D.Va is excellent. He's looking to come alive and kind of drag Virtus Pro to a map 5.
I mean, I think it would be fair to say that, right? Like the map 1 that VP wins, right? They're playing Ice Snow and they're playing a lot of like Winston-based kind of setups. And then now the map that they look like potentially could win here is Dip ends up using the blade and gets absolutely rinsed. Would be with a D.Va in the mix, right? So it seems like at least here, in this series, what we've seen is like VP in terms of like the brawl type of style, maybe not up to toe with Quick Esports, but with the D.Va, with the Winston, they're coming out on top in those matchups.
There's a worry though, the Quick Esports are starting to lose their composure a little bit. A couple of fights that have just not gone their way, and they picked the Ramatra into the Mei comp. So Jaewoo doesn't switch off the Mei as you kind of expect he might, and ends up finding himself in a position to be favored.
I don't think he's died. I mean, I think he's
died
just
once
still
all
holding
map.
his spot. Yeah, he has not died on this defense yet, because he had died only once going into it. So no reason to switch off of it, because we just jinxed him. He ends up dying here, so maybe we see him. Well, he got a blizzard. It's probably not gonna switch off of it now, as VP are just not even allowing them through the door. They are just dominating here at this part of the map. It seems like Quick Esports very bothered by this setup on defense.
Again, they can use a beat to rush down now, but it's a question of like, who is our target? Gala has specced into the double swift step, so you can sort of use that again after a short delay. Hard to capture Kiriko now.
But then also, if you use a beat to engage, they just drop a blizzard and run, right? You're not exactly gonna get anything as Shockwave takes out Dip. This is starting to look a little ugly here on this map, right? Obviously, Quick Esports has been great in the series. This is probably their one low moment here.
Yeah, there's two wolves inside Quick Esports, and we got the whimpering one right now. 1 minute less than, in fact, to play. Dip on the Tracer here. No more Mei play. A brief stint on Widow. Wasn't able to find anything to punish, but Quick are sticking to the Ramatra game plan. And they need to get through this choke without losing someone.
Ultimates haven't really been like factors here in the second part of the map, right? Like they've just been losing a player every single time before they come out. And that's the exact interaction we would thought. So sound barrier comes in. It's a blizzard used there by Jaewoo, but still it's a good enough for some kills to go in the favor of Quick.
Pistola here, though. Wow, finds yet another one. Zydra's down. There's a remake opportunity. Turn up back up here, trying to see it. No, Jaewoo is there, but no real healing to speak of. That said, Quick Esports still got a whole ass map to finish, and they've got one more fight here on this second phase of the map to guarantee it. Maybe even two. The card's got so far to travel.
Sure, yeah. I think you're going to need 2 fights here, probably, right? Jaewoo's going to come back here on Tracer, so finally gets taken out. Doesn't have Blizzard, makes the change away from Mei. Ooh, that was a nice Suzu there from Gala. Kept one of those players alive. It looked like a few shots connected there from Zydra, so this is going to be a huge fight. A must win, obviously, here for Quick. It's going to be a self-destruct from Pistola, and he's not able to get in the mech.
Yeah, they knock him away from the mech. They knock him inside the subway, so it's just a mini diva in a really awkward spot. The blast can be dodged, and so Quick Esports have given themselves a real chance at this now. Annihilation ready. Willie's already positioning himself very far forward, such that Virtus Pro has to traverse the Maelstrom in order to even contest this, and they just won't bother. Now, 90 seconds to play for Quick Esports. They've got to be rapid about this push.
They're trying desperately to find somebody like straggling off of the spawn here. Is Dip trying to bait somebody up here with the pulse bomb. Doesn't see anybody just yet. Huge advantage for Quick though, Mitch, right? I mean, coming into this fight, VP taking another yet dry fight potentially. Maybe they try and engage with their sound barrier, as we've seen Quick try and do.
Here's the order right now. Dip immediately jumps inside of it, waiting for the sound barrier to expire somewhat, and then look for a ripe target for this pulse bomb. Don't have him out of the game already though. Pistola's able to find a first pick low though. Gives up his mech in order to get the Lucio. Shockwave with a bowler, Jaewoo with a bomb. And Dip's still looking for an opportunity to strike at the heart of VP's formation, but it's taking too long. Jaewoo's able to find Nutskid there, but Shockwave will burn down. Willie's extends with open arms, and there's that annihilation now, meaning that Jaewoo has to play well and truly outside of it. Gala never had that option apparently. Willie's is just slurping him down.
No, and Jaewoo was actually trying to put some pressure onto Johan, but Johan through the choke was actually able to heal Willie's up. So while that is going on, Dip still putting pressure from the side. The payload will still continue to move here for Quick Esports, but man, nothing coming easy for them here on this map. Probably need 2 more fights to complete it.
Shockwave flattened. Pulse still here for Dip. Okay, maybe tries to play her in a health pack, pick up, maybe just misses it. Either way, Zydra comes forward now. Bowler shot's important. Pistola caught out by it. Big damage on the mech. That'll get him knocked out of it here. Quick Esports aren't quite done yet. Pistola with the bunny blaster unfortunately comes up with nothing. And now we're on the last phase. And Quick have an awareness that, yeah, Jaewoo was up there on that higher ground, sort of lingering behind them. He's going to wait. And now Quick, one bowler shot could end this. Zydra already trying to set up in order to catch VP before they can filter out and contest this. Here comes the Lucio. straight away. Vortex thrown down. Vastola just steps through it pretty unperturbed, all things considered. Zydra has a bit of a fight here. Will spin the bolt, will shot and trying to get rid of Shockwave, and it works. Now he's got some space. No pressure, no eyes on him right now. Nobody looking in the direction of the Freya. So he riddles Vastola with those bolts. Knows that there's a potential here for a self-destruct, and unfortunately, too much mobility means he can't touch when he has to. And we're headed to a map 5, folks.
Well, I think the thing that ends it there is you end up lose Willys, right? He's the only one that can really kind of stand toe-to-toe on that cart. You lose the Ramatra, then it forces like the Tracer and the Freya in. The Freya really wants to play like high above the fight, as we see them try and do. But man, that is a rough one to lose there. That's where VP actually started to look like VP, right? They started to really click on all cylinders. I thought Vastola was really good on the D.Va there, putting a lot of pressure on the Zydra throughout when Zydra's playing a really good Freya up there in the sky, and ends up working out for VP. I guess the downside here for VP is you do give map selection over to Quick, and then also that first ban, right? Although Quick could ban D.Va, right? Still in the mix for them.
Absolutely, that's still up their sleeve, but Willy's has been so impressive on their pick so far. The D.Va and the Ramatra especially been standouts for them. But I don't know, it takes a whole lot to match the impact that Vastola was able to have over the game. Ends up with 6 deaths, 39 eliminations, highest damage in the server. And for the record, like I think 6 deaths is, 5 is the lowest. So pretty incredible stuff. Obviously, D.Va, she gets DMAC, she can climb back in. Obviously, it can be harder to sort of hand her those, those kills. But either way, it was a great showing in general. Vastola showing us why, like they've played at the top level for years. On that D.Va, especially prolific tank player, and Quick can't quite keep up. And so much of this map was close. If Quick don't get snarled up so much at that first choke after the checkpoint, this could be a very different looking map.
Yeah, absolutely. I also think I agree with you where Willy's has looked pretty good on the D.Va at times. I just think that the gap is much closer when these teams have done like Ramatra or Risa type of compositions, like head to head. I think that's where Quick has had their largest advantages, right? You look at Circuit, you look at New Junk City, the two that they win, it's mostly like Ramatra or Risa type of battles there. Your map 1 and map 4 that you end up losing are really built around like Dive and D.Va. So if it was me for Quick, I would make some kind of decision to get one of those heroes out.
Absolutely. I think you also, of course, can target after subs. I'd be surprised to think if VP make a substitution here, because you can ban after that and you see Ice Gnome come in, you go, okay, well, we'll just ban a Winston, because his hazards they were able to handle in that first map. And we don't really know necessarily what else Ice Gnome is going to try and bring to the fore. So got to be Vastola, I think, here for this map number 5. And yeah, this VP, you have to accept that it's a quick map pick. It'll be Runa Safi that comes up here. Again, we're just going to see so much more Freya from these guys.
So Quick has banned Orisa, Mei, Sim, and Sigma here throughout the series. So they still have D.Va available. You wouldn't ban Freya, right? Because you can make an argument Zydra's gotten the better of Shockwave throughout a decent amount of the series, right? I don't think you would ban like Genji. I don't think like that's really been that big of a difference between these teams.
I think they have to protect ban the Ramatra. Like they ban another tank, I think, just so they don't
ban like a D.Va and protect the Ram.
You could just ban any tank, right? Like you could just ban Malga, right, and just sort of make sure that you can still play the Ramatra if you want to.
Yeah, but then maybe they don't feel like playing the Ramatra into the D.Va though.
Maybe. Then they have to mirror it, right? Yeah, like you could ban the D.Va, I guess that's fine. It just means you get a Risa Ramatra on this map. Maybe Malga.
Which I think they probably are okay with. Like that would be my assumption, is they're probably okay with. I think the interesting thing is if you're VP, would you get rid of the Freya?
No way. Looking at the I've been sort of watching the scoreboard over the whole series, and like they're neck and neck. Like it is, you can throw a tissue over the two of them. They're so close together in terms of their output. So I don't know if that meaningfully moves the.
Well, we don't know how good Zydra is on like a Cassidy or a Soj or something.
Did we get a Soj ban this series? Was it the prior one?
No, that was a prior series. We saw a Soj ban from Peps. For VP, we've actually just seen them do Torb, D.Va, Kiri, Brig throughout this set. So Still a lot of DPS available for them, right? You know, obviously, if Quick goes in the way of a tank, it would have to be. You could ban. Would they ever ban like Lucio or something like that? Probably not. Would you ban Juno?
And then
like get the Juno out of like some of those Ramatra base accounts.
Didn't we?
Like,
was there a Juno ban on New Junk City?
No, there was a Juno ban in our first series.
Okay.
Your ban brain is living in the past. Yeah, you could try
and force like Lucio Kiriko in this kind of matchup. Like neither of these teams really like want to play Ana. Well, not right with these comps anyway. Okay, Q ban. But crucially, it is a Ramatra ban by VP. They are trying to say, okay, you can play Orisa, you can play Mirror Us on the Diva if you want to. Oh wait, no, these are
so we'll have to get a clarification because it's Quick's map pick, so Quick should be getting the first ban here. So, you know, that would be the ban coming in here for Quick first because it's their map pick, which would be the Kiri, and then because that is open, they've banned the Ram on the other side. So that looks like you know. What would happen here, right? Because it is a Quick esports map selection.
That's right. They definitely get that ban first.
Yeah, with the map, they would get the ban first, right? So would be the Kiri gone first here for Quick, and then the follow-up of the Ramatra for VP. So that will force us into an Orisa head-to-head, and then also get mirrors with the Juno.
Backlines. Okay. All right, so it ends with a good old-fashioned mirror match. I'm kind of here for it. It will be the Genjis going head-to-head. So JWB Dip has been a highlight matchup of the series. How does this go down? So much hinges here on positioning, on playing your life well. There's good pressure here onto the Brigitte. And yeah, it looks like a little bit of a struggle here early for Quick Esports. As they clash, Shockwave goes down by some probably like explosion splashback, but it doesn't matter. VP looked very good there.
Yeah, and I'm a bit surprised that they let the possibility of the Ramatra being banned kind of go through, right? You know, obviously can play the Orisa in these head-to-heads, but I think their best look has been the Ramatra throughout this series, right? So we will actually...
I thought like a protect ban, right?
Just yeah, that's kind of what I would have assumed, right? A protect ban for the Ramatra. You could have gotten rid of the Orisa, right? And like really forced the Ramatra. Actually, no, the Quick actually already banned the Orisa. That was their map 1 ban for esports, so they could have actually only banned really the Diva here.
Yeah, it was Orisa and Tor bans respectively in their map. Right. Match point for both these sides. Remember, this is, quite a map 5, and we're being careful about it. First fight goes over towards Virtus Pro, and really, they're just more coordinated when it comes to that brawl out. DPS sees 2 players coming at him. Doesn't really want to handle the break here. Those whip shots are going to be a real nuisance, and they're going to get worse once those perks start to be picked up. It's quite lethal for those flanking DPS. Hydra also getting poked down now as well. A little bit of damage from Shockwave perched up on the van there. Solar biding his time. I mean, VP don't feel like they need to be the ones to start this.
And it is kind of crazy though, because VP has such an ultimate advantage coming into the fight that they have to know that they could have just kind of like ran around the corner and just barreled through quick.
Okay, Bowler Shot comes in from Shockwave, but there's an Orbit Array at the same time. It doesn't really seem to matter. Okay, one comes back from Zydra though as well. Quick with 3 to work with. And it's Fixer in rally looking a little awkward out there. And where is Vistola? Okay, fighting elsewhere.
He's still on the cart. Yeah, he's still on the bot there, just kind of continuing to move it. But dude, the bola from Zydra actually connects on a Jewu when he used the blade, right? So that is a huge kill there from the Freya of Quick Esports, as they will now get control of the bot, take it the opposite direction.
So the replay goes down. Give that first engagement. Oh, it's a great javelin. That's what these fights come down to sometimes. Nicely done, but Quick back in the game here, looking to start to pressure the checkpoint of their own. Orbit Array though developed here for Virtus Pro, ready to go for it. Maybe use an answer to a Dragon Blade. The Dip is thinking about unsheathing.
You got Terror Surge with a blade combination potentially. This is Gala's Orbital Ray, and Dip is going to go for the blade right inside of it. Gets both supports.
Yeah, okay, clearly not nearly enough healing to stop what Dip can do there. However, he spent some time out of the fight because he's down to about 90 health. If Jaywu can chase this kill, then it's like an overwhelming VP fight win. Quick made best use of what they had available. Theoretically, there was a Terror Surge in there somewhere, but we just saw Dip go in to the orbital ray. And that's all Quick were able to get.
Yeah, probably the biggest thing there that decides that for VP was actually Quick Esports not having the rally at the time, right? You had not built up towards that rally at the moment. If you had the rally there, it could have been quite massive there, keeping the rest of the team alive. They do get a little bit of meters here, those Quick Esports, but still, like, have to defend this checkpoint.
Rally here, Bastola very deep into the back line. Almost catches Sidra. He's low, but still hard to get connections on towards that airborne Freya. Virtus.pro not able to follow up on damage done by Bastola, and with that very aggressive positioning early in the fight, Bastola cannot get back to a safe zone. Quick able to turn this engagement around on its head, and there's nothing much more for Shockwave to do here.
Yeah, Terror Surge and Bowl Shot used there by VP as well. So now you'll come back to this next fight for VP for Quick Esports. I think this is a great opportunity for them, Mitch, to take this checkpoint, right? Not far away from it, you know, a little bit more than 20 meters. Bowl Shot plus Orbital Ray, right? They're going to have to fight this on the objective, right? So it's a high value opportunity for the Orbital Ray.
You can see how close that checkpoint is. Right up on that corner.
See Jaywu low.
Big bowler in the back line. Jaywu taken down. Here's that orbital right here for Yoham. Almost feels like it's superfluous at this point because Quick Esports are now going to not only exceed VP's total, but get themselves the butt scratch. And now they're in a commanding position. Great orbital ray again here for Quick Esports. Gives them everything they could ask for in that fight.
Oh, I think it's just like a really great, team fight there from Quick Esports. Somebody on the team gets Jaywu really low, right? Jaywu's playing over in that side room. I assume it would be Dip in that type of situation, like kind of battling. And he, dashes out to go back to the team to support, but doesn't account for the Freya going up in the sky and using the Bola to take him out.
That's a clean blade to open the fight. Yoham falling, but Gala traded out here. It's no supports for Quick. And I think they're going to have to back away here, allow this bot to be taken into their territory. Terror Surge? Well, you can get Bastola with this one. Very, very close. Here's Dip with the blade. It's late, but it finds two. There is the issue, of course, of recovering the bot, but there are large numbers of shortcuts to get there. And now Jaywu realizes, wait a minute, maybe I shouldn't have left so early.
I mean, it's very odd to end up using the Terror Surge and the blade there. I guess it gives them like a, I mean, they're going to have front spawn, right, for Willie here. He's going to take a bit to get back in, but I guess just moves it a little bit deeper back into the VP territory. VP still does not have checkpoint, right? So you have that stoppage in time that would await, but dude, Quick Esports, they will not go away. They end up taking a pretty big lead now.
And they are not willing to really give any progress back to Virtus.pro. There's a bowler, though, connects on Nutskits. It's just a guaranteed kill at that point. And Brink wants to be close to their teammates, so, yeah, the sphere of influence of that was pretty wide. Bastola is lost here, but Willie's about to fall as well as Virtus.pro. 2 consecutive ones is what they need here in order to at least just lock that checkpoint in. The butt scratch is annoying for them to have to deal with. Quick are going to walk back into this. Again, if Zydra connects this bowler properly, it's an instant kill. Probably looking for the Brig.
Yeah, I mean, you'll have your Bola Shot. You're also going to end up with your rally here for Quick Esports. You might get a fight here once this checkpoint comes down. We'll see. VP actually backs up because they need to get a few of their players back into the fight, right? So you may see that fight take place around that first corner, right, where we saw that really long standoff at the beginning of the game.
Safe position here for Zydra. Looking for the Brig, but Fixer a little bit too quick for him. The order ray here for Gala is going to make this a problem. Not only butt scratch, but now the lead in the eyes of Virtus.pro. They are steamrolling him down. Willie to step forward, trying to get this over quickly, because now Quick Esports have been pushed into a very defensive stance. And frankly, that rally in that fight didn't amount to a whole lot. It has been the orbital razor that they've been able to play off of well. But now, at risk of facing a triple-digit total, Quick Esports have to hop to it.
And even with that rally, it's not enough to be able to fight through Orbital Ray with the extra, damage and healing that Orbital Ray provides. It kind of moves up as well. Very difficult, and that's using the rally, just moving backwards. Never how you want to end up using that. It's going to be Jaywu the Blade here into the Orbital Ray of Yoham as He's just trying to find anything. He does find the Brig. Dip falls as well. So any type of trade, I think in this situation, though, Mitch, is pretty decent for VP, right? They're just trying to burn clock at this point.
Well, yeah, because they also had that front spawn, so they'll be able to sort of get back into this fight pretty quickly. Meanwhile, Fixer and Gala still standing at the end of all of this. The two are respecting what the Orisa can do, though, and I think, guys, could be bad for Fixer. Willies runs them down. The bot was also recovered by a quick player, so that is headed, we would think, at least back to the middle part of the map. But VP once more will apply the pressure.
But still, if you're VP, extend these fights, force him to commit ultimates into them, hold on to conserve, and then you just get one massive fight. I mean, 16 meters, pretty decent lead here. It's Quick Esports, potentially, right? If you can use this blade and, get rally out and win that fight, that allows you in a good position here to potentially take a lead.
Blade for Dip, who's he got? Shockwave dropped straight into it, apparently. Deflect here for Jaywu, just going to burn some time of Dip's blade. And Carlos found himself 3 kills in this fight. Hello? He's looking for more. Absolutely bloodthirsty moment here for the Juno. And that for VP has got to have their spirit soaring, Matt. They're going to put Quick Esports deep in their own territory with basically no time left to play and a Terra Surge up their sleeve.
And the rally doesn't really get much of anything there from Fixa because he ends up popping it, but then dashes out of the Terror Surge. So that allows Dip to just get a kill inside of that ultimate with his own blade and just kind of negates any benefit that the rally would have had. Zydra on the flank here takes out Gala, so maybe an opening here for Quick Esports to get back in control of that bot. Is it's going to be a Terror Surge use here from Pistola, so they don't want to give up just yet.
Yeah, I mean, no reason for VP to win that fight. Zydra was able to isolate both of those supports, even if they weren't able to pick up Fixer initially. So that's required. That's the prerequisite here for Quick Esports to have a seat at the table. Now, dude, string together some fights with this Hazard comp.
Quick Esports, though, is going to have double support ult here, right? You're going to have double support ult here. You probably, you would think you end up building a blade, but Shockwave with a bola on the flank. Fixa takes out Johan, and may not even matter here. Yeah, this is going to be VP in the end.
Well, the scare of a lifetime for Virtus Pro in this series, but they avoid being taken to task by the newcomers Quick Esports. Not the convincing win that they were hoping for to start their campaign, but at least they're being forged in the fires of adversity.
I mean, that is as close as a series can be, and I think if you're Virtus Pro, a little bit of a wake-up call here from Quick Esports. And then I also think if you're the rest of EMEA, you have to be on the lookout for Quick, as they looked really strong today here against VP. Ash, a team from relegation that we thought potentially this series was going to go by in an instant, but they took it to the wire.
Yeah, what was anticipated to be a bit of a David versus Goliath matchup ends up being such a close affair. And I feel like so much of that did also come down to the back line that we saw coming out from either side. Yoham definitely, I think, had so much impact for the side of Quick Esports across this entire series. The heals were just like insane coming out from him when he was on that Juno. And then you've also got such incredible responses out from Gala and Fixa there, Mitch. But overall, this is a great eye test, I want to say, for what we can anticipate for Quick Esports as the season goes on.
Almost the best possible. I think the only way you can have a better result is beating the top team in EMEA in your first game. So this is a close second to that. Yeah. I think both DPS lines were just locked in. I mean, it was really hard to tell who was having more impact over the game. And at times, it was either Willies or, Pistola that was kind of dominating. I think I walk away from this series wishing I had seen a little bit more of what VP are trying to do with Icenom here, but it's early days and you're integrating this player into a very established lineup, right? It's the only change, so probably will take some time before Icenom gets in here. But it will give VP so many more options when it comes to map picks in the, uncommon event that they lose them. Pistola here was pushed to the limit by, a relatively unknown tank player here in Willies. And I mean, I'd be putting every other team on notice here. The Quick Esports are coming for them.
I do, Ash, want to see Quick Esports do it again. We had a little situation in Stage 1 in NA where we were quick to say, hey, Rad Esports is here, man. They're close. They could be real difference makers because they had a good week 1. And then they proceeded to not have a good week for the rest of the stage, right? So for me, obviously it's a great moment for Quick Esports. I think they looked really good. I want to see them do it again, because now I also think that people are not going to overlook them, right? People are going to watch this game. They're going to understand that this is a team they have to game plan for and see if they can pull out some of those wins.
Yeah, I think that's what's interesting is just like the curiosity of if maybe this was an opponent that VP were even underestimating going into the beginning of the series for today as well. But a lot to definitely keep our eyes out for here for the side of Quick Esports, if these are results that they're going to be able to repeat going forward. But for VP, this is also kind of a tough start for them, considering the fact that they would want to be starting off the beginning of this regular season, Mitch, here with a much stronger showing, considering the upgrade that they had with Ice also slotting in.
I don't want to take too much away from Quick here, because I think they're like a generally quality team. It's kind of mind-blowing how quickly they've shown themselves to be truly competitive, but this probably is a below expectations performance from Virtus.pro. And you shake off the rust a little bit. Like I think that it's acceptable. God, it would even have been potentially acceptable to lose this game. And you can make the excuse that we're retooling a little bit. We're bringing sort of SNOM into line with what we want here. But Virtus.pro played well. They played well across the series. Maybe not as good as they would like to, but like I was watching it and I was like, this is genuinely very good. I'm not seeing any glaring issues here.
Yeah, you also have to consider, like, this is a team that's also coming off the back of Champions Clash, right? It's been 2 weeks since they were in China, and we've heard from players about those adjustments. But let's talk a little bit about the player of the match here within Gala. Well, I think we're looking over at that Juno player. He gets those last 2 picks at the end of Runasapi to really turn the tide in one of those last fights there, Matt.
I mean, that was silly. I think he ends up like with 3 kills there at the start, and Dib is in the back line. He's already taken players out. So Gala, I mean, played really well all series long. They asked him to play a lot of the different supports, and also he's like a huge difference maker in terms of like the damage output that you can provide as a support player, right? Not just going to sit back there and just heal bot, focus on keeping the team alive, right? He is going to be an active participant, really trying to hunt down kills in the opponent. So I thought Gala was a big difference today.
Yeah, I think that overall it's just it comes down to how the team is also looking to synergize together. Gala being a huge part of that, but every single player on the side of VP definitely stepping up to the plate there as well. But we love being able to give our flowers over to the supports here and there when we are given the opportunity here, man.
Absolutely. This is the kind of game where like your supports have to be playing at peak, because both enemy DPS are kind of insane, right? Like dealing with Dip with these like very effective Dragon Blades, also switches to the Tracer, looks amazing there. Like you are on notice, especially when you're playing like the less mobile or like without Brig in your comp. It's much harder to stave off some of those players. And then also you're dealing with Freya, who's blowing your tank out constantly. So I'm very impressed with what we saw from VP's backline.
Well, we get to hear also from VP here, because we have Shockwave on the line with an interview for us. Shockwave, congratulations on the first win here for regular season. Curious to see how you're feeling, I guess, with what the team has mostly been working on off the back of Champions Clash, because it's a really short turnaround time for you guys, right? Heading into stage 2. What's the process been like?
Well, first of all, thank you. I think we've been obviously adding a new tank. We got a new player, so we've been playing a lot of comps, like a lot of different comps. I think we're probably like more long-term invested with a lot of our practice. So I also think we maybe I don't know, underrated Quick a little bit. But this is for sure like also a good wake-up call, or like a reality check that I think competition is probably pretty close in EU. So
I want to kind of follow up on that, because obviously it is pretty rare to see like a recently like promoted team to push you guys to the limit. And honestly, like I don't think you guys played badly at all. Like you had some great games. I thought you brought your level. For you, do you guys feel like this match performance was up to your expectation? Like, do you just feel like this Quick Esports is kind of sick, or did you feel like there were some areas that you really want to clean up?
They did some pretty cool things, but I think we have really high standards, and even like losing one map most of the time is unacceptable, even in practice, even in scrims, so yeah, losing 2 maps to Quick, a lot of respect for them. They played well, but VP is aiming to not lose maps to anyone, so
Yeah, that's kind of the bar that you guys have set for yourselves here in EMEA. I gotta ask, we saw Ice in for map number 1. You guys looked really strong with him in the lineup. How has it been trying to incorporate him, and then also just kind of like the different style of play completely, right, when he's in the lineup versus Vistola? How has it been balancing that?
It's been pretty, just pretty easy. I think he fits the team really well. There's been like no issues like personality clashes or like gameplay, like nothing. So it's been really easy. I think the only thing is like the real test is obviously like matches, you know. So we'll just have to play some more games to see how we do in matches.
Well, it sounds like the whole team is really on the same page as far as what you guys want to focus on going forward. Thank you so much for doing this interview with us. But I want to ask you one last thing before we go, Shockwave, because for our last match of EMEA today, we have a really close one that we're anticipating between OWCS versus the Ultimates. Who do you have your eyes on for winning that one?
I don't know. I mean, this is so hard to predict, I feel like. I think everyone is like secretly hate watching TU. It's just funny in a way, you know? Because it's like really good players, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, it would be like fun. But then again, there are also like a lot of friends. So yeah, I don't know. I'm honestly hoping for like a dogfight and then just something like stupid to happen, like a C9, you know, like double overtime, C9 last fight, map 5, you know, like whatever.
Little Ajax here and there, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Something chaotic to happen.
Yeah.
Well, you guys in chat heard it. If it happens, Shockwave predicted it. Thank you so much for doing this interview with us, and good luck with your rest of your matches here for the regular season, Shockwave.
Thank you so much.
Amazing. What a great interview coming out from Shockwave. Love also hearing from the players about, maybe predictions for upcoming matches that we're going to be seeing here on stream. But let's take a look at our standings, see how we've kind of rounded out EMEA so far. Just taking a look at this right now here, Matt, what are your thoughts on how this has panned out for EMEA so far?
So I think as probably expected so far in terms of the matches, I think this one coming up, though, obviously both teams at 1-0. I think the Ultimates played it at like obviously a different level than OWCS. I also think when we spoke to Christopher and like yesterday and how happy they were that they won and like a kind of like weight lifted off their shoulders, winning here and starting off 2-0. I mean, that is such a confidence booster for this team, because like we thought Ashton Stage 1 they were going to be one of the best teams, if not like the best team in EMEA.
There's no
and they were
not to be.
They were nowhere close. Where I think now, right, you can start to build on this, right? Getting a 2-0 start, obviously having a new tank in the mix helps here. So I think it's a huge match for the Ultimates, right? Just get themselves on track.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're going to have to find out how that matchup is going to go with OWCS and the Ultimates coming up right after this break.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, go fast. Come on.
Left. And you touch 3, 2, 1. Can you look?
3, 2, 1.
Kill me.
Cerca aja. Pepper card.
I'm killing brick.
Welcome back, everybody, to OWCS EMEA. We had quite the appetizer to this last matchup here with Virtus Pro, taking it 3-2 up against Quick Esports. But again, I'm Ash, joined here by Matt and Mitch for this heater of a last match for EMEA today. OWCS versus the Ultimates. Both of these teams, Matt, managed to find victories on their first day of games yesterday.
In much different fashions, though. Right, OWCS felt like they could lose at any moment, where the Ultimates, they just kind of like bulldoze their way through Gen G. So both teams find themselves at 1-0, right? Hey, a win's a win, right? We obviously count the maps in terms of score, but still, win's a win. But I think the Ultimates, they definitely are in the driving seat coming into this match. OWCS, I don't think they have like much to prove. Like, we know how good this team is within EMEA, and obviously, taking a map off of Falcons at Champions Clash, not to be downplayed, but I would say coming into this one, even looking at the OWCS roster and how strong they've been with like Labda and Checkmate, I think kind of leading the way in terms of DPS, that the Ultimates feel like they've kind of hit their stride here.
I honestly couldn't agree more. I think like a tough game. Tough game for OWCS because no one else cares, mate. You're the only one that cares. But Labda and Checkmate got kind of pushed to the limit against Quartz and Newbie, right? We got the Labda versus Quartz like hit scan matchup over much of the course of the series, or at least the longer range sort of DPS played. Labda, the kind of guy who still wants to play more of that Sojourn, and honestly, it feels like OWCS got out, pretty luckily at the end of that series. It was a dogfight.
Yeah, it definitely was a dogfight. We were also even just like talking about Kellex with that interview with Landon and how well he slotted in for OWCS, and so much of the conversation yesterday came down to that backline here as well for the Ultimates. Twilight finding that MVP yesterday looked so good, and then also keeping our eyes on Heesung, a player that was bringing out the Winston in such a strong fashion for the Ultimates yesterday, Mitch.
Yeah, look, I think that we heard Chris talk about it in the interview. He said we are trying to give ourselves the ability to do something that no one else in this region can do. And straight out of the gates, like, we get this like Pharah Winston look. Mag tries to sort of match it there on the Winston at times. Heesung showing that like the ball maybe left a little bit to be desired on that second round of Ilios, but outside of that, the dive style's really clean. Kester's someone who fits into that so well. He's probably been waiting for an opportunity to really get to play in this way again, because Kevster in the past played alongside Chase, which was great, but they could only ever get the guy online. When he came to lands, couldn't do it. So got to see the best, I think, of what the Ultimates are hoping to show us, coming into this season. And they're going up against a team who might not really have that Winston option to bring against them.
It'll be interesting to see how that head-to-head goes there with the tanks, but I'm really looking forward to this matchup. It's anticipated to be a close affair, maybe slightly favoring the Ultimates here, but like Shockwave said, we're hoping for a dogfight at the end of the day. I can't wait to see what you guys are going to be casting over.
Yeah, me neither. Thank you very much, Ash. We're going to jump in for you guys in just a moment. Now, last time, Ilios was the first map in the series, I think. Yep. Oasis is going to be coming up first here. So some maps, of course, are still very reasonable to play the Winston. Maybe the only one that is a little uncertain is University, but still, we want to see more out of this Ultimates team. Let's see exactly what it is that no other team can do.
I really like, though, as we go into the bans, what Shockwave talked about today, and then also a little bit of like kind of Christopher's interview yesterday, where I think these teams know that they can win now playing, a certain style, but it's really kind of like about future-proofing yourself and building towards that future, right? Where, hey, you want to go to the mid-season event, right, and win the most money possible, right? You want to go to finals and, make a ton of money. It's, you don't exactly want to go and just get kind of like first rounded, right? So you have to kind of build towards that future you expect.
And in that sense, it means that matches like this, while important, for making sure you can be in playoffs, aren't the be-all and end-all. Like the Ultimates can afford to drop maps and even series in order to make sure that they have, the broadest range of possibilities when they get into, a LAN, especially if there's like a big metagame change before them, which does tend to happen. Like, we've seen so many lanes in the past, like, just defined by certain heroes being very powerful and certain metagames just sort of going in that direction. So, like, we had like a LAN last year, it was all brawl. The next LAN was all dive. And so we saw like, the teams more successful or more comfortable in those sort of kind of comps do way better. Like Dallas last year, NA got rolled. and EU did way better. Whereas in Hangzhou, like EU were barely there. So that's also something you really need to build in your team.
EU played in like a corner by themselves, and then like they just beat up each other in Hangzhou.
They're at the kids' table.
Yeah, it's true. Where so the Ultimates get rid of D.Va here, Brig gone from Alcatia. So I think the Ultimates, you still go down this road, right? Of playing Heesung on the Winston, right? Playing a little bit more dive-centric thing. We saw some ball yesterday as well. So I think that's kind of what they're building towards. The communication, I think, will come within time. I know, obviously, as Christopher mentioned in the interview, right? Heesung maybe doesn't have the best English or any at the time, but there's Overwatch language, right? Monkey, we've heard that before, right? Teams being able to kind of coordinate those call outs by just kind of coming up with names for the characters. So I think they're easily going to be able to navigate it.
Now, we feel yesterday Krusty, who obviously was coaching Genji, allowed the Ultimates to kind of play their style, maybe not having the strongest ban strategy. Alcatia have Junkbuck, who is the master of that sensei we just referred to. So he's the kind of guy that always has a strategy. It's the Malga look here for Alcatia, though, maybe not a huge surprise. The Ultimates, of course, they have Ana here, so a unique scenario in Europe where there's a biotic grenade to really make things a little tricky. So the Suzu is ultra important for Landon.
We have seen, though, how difficult these compositions, though, with the Winston are to play into a Malga-based setup, right? And no break to protect that Ana, right? Because it is banned out there by Alcatia. But the Ultimates, they get a first pick, and they will end up getting control of the point.
Despite, obviously, Heesung being under a lot of pressure and Twilight falling, the Ultimates able to negotiate from a position of power here. And Ziad's that's ugly. You can't afford to have that happen. And that's not even a Bionade from Twilight, Matt. That's just him getting flattened.
Yeah, I mean, you see some extra damage there from Kai on the Freya that he puts into Ziad, and then he just jumps right on down, but there had to be some other damage involved there because he just disintegrated there on the Malga. So the Ultimates getting off to a very good start here. And I would say as well, Freya's probably a little bit harder for like the Malga compositions to like track down, right? Like the Sojourn, once she has slide, it was easy to get like a stomp or follow her around. The Freya just has so much like upward mobility.
Okay, it is Kitsune Rush. They find Twilight and try and jump on him. I like that a lot. Landon able to get that ultimate out, and the Ultimates just completely rolled over in that fight. There was a bowler shot there deployed by Kai, but way too little opportunity. I was really hoping to see Ultimates like throw a Bionade, Matt, to force out the Suzu and then bowl a shot to win the fight, but I like that fast-paced play from Alcatia.
Yeah, I'm not even sure the bio from Twilight like actually connected with anything. He threw it around the corner. Yeah, and then they kind of just ran around, and he gets that sleep, but there's just so much damage. There's no way he's going to be able to kind of live through that. The entire team running around the corner as he gets right into the mix. It's going to be a Kitsune Rush here from Sky. As you see Alcatia, they're just trying to hightail it out of there. Nice pulse bomb from Kevster, going to take out Ziad, so that's going to give them a big advantage.
But we're seeing why the brick ban is so important in this game, Matt. Twilight does not have anyone to protect him, really at all. Sky is kind of elsewhere a lot of the time, trying to keep Heesung topped up. So the brick would have made such a big difference to those fast tempo-based rushes. This is not at the disposal of the Ultimates, but still able to succeed in that previous fight. Now Nano for Heesung or anybody who's online.
Right. And with Sky and Twilight, you don't exactly want to play Lucio, right? You would have played Brig potentially here from Sky to kind of protect that Ana. And also, the rally pretty effective, into a Kitsune Rush on the other side. This will be this is going to be actually a overclock here with the checkmate barrier. This will be actually the nano there that goes on a Heesung, but look at this. Sky gets chased down. You lose Sky. You're also going to lose Twilight. So they're doing a great job without the break in play, taking advantage of these supports.
Now, Ultimates are so split at times, right? Kyle wants to take his own off angles quite often, and Twilight does get left alone at times. So Alcatia are able to flip things back. I will say that Kai is doing a lot more damage than Lambda is right now. The Sojourn has not been able to really find anything to shoot at, whereas Kai has been sitting up in the middle of that sort of pergola and just throwing damage down pretty comfortably. So something to track. We know Lambda is one of the few sort of players that's not quite adopted this Freya fully yet.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't even consider, dude, look at this. The support's just explode there. I mean, Lambda takes out Sky. Sky's trying to make like a play over towards that staircase, and then once they get rid of Sky, they know that Twilight's around the corner completely alone. The Kitsune Rush does get invested there, right? But now, I mean, Zeon's going to end up with this cage fight, right? Imagine you kind of catch Twilight, right? You're able to deal with him rather easily. The Brig ban there from Jungkook and Alcatia, very good early on.
Yeah, I like it. It feels like it's really set the tone for this map. All right, cage fight's really going to be a thing. Kai won't have the DPS to break through it here. Maybe an early bowler shot could be nice. Get a pick. Negate the ult advance. Well, yeah, that happens, Kai. It's all right. We did see it, but... You know, we won't pretend we didn't see it either, but, you know, it does happen. Still, cage fight down. That's been dealt with. Heesung now on the dive in. Took the sort of minor perk to make the landing a little bit harder when he drops in, and Checkmate is now out of the fight. Zia's got no real option here but to step up now, staggered out. So, yes, he can stall for a time, run through, but he got chased down. Alcatia have really got nowhere to get back into the round at this point.
Yeah, it's dire here for Alcatia. Sky comes right around the corner. Domes, Kellex, who would have potentially been the saving grace there for Alcatia, potentially ends up building a sound barrier, but does not make it back as the ultimates in a back and forth first round ends up taking it.
It is kind of wild. Landon has like more healing than Sky and Twilight combined, right? By a long shot. It's like an extra 2k on top of them. So, you know, we can see obviously how important it is to keep that constant sort of throughput going in the direction of the Malga, combine that, of course, with the cardiac overdrive, but just the damage there, just that individual kill potential is not there. I mean, Kai has doubled Labda's damage output.
Yeah, that's wild. I mean, I think that's like why you see even teams who play Maga end up playing the Freya. And look, Labda is not a hit scan player by, you know, kind of like historical senses, right? Like, this is a player who played a lot of Pharah, really kind of surprises and impressed us, quite frankly, with his ability to play the Sojourn last year. But I wouldn't exactly say, you know, you see him flex over to Cassidy or something like that, and, you know, it's going to be the same. So seems like maybe just Freya not in his hero pool just yet. Pretty sure he's going to be able to figure it out, though. Sick player. So it'll be Orisa here for the ultimate. So they'll run the Orisa with a Pharah in the mix. So a lot of poke damage here coming down.
And now Alcatia have given up the high ground to contest the point properly. So they've got to be very aware that Caps is going to move in and take up that position. They just get put in the meat grinder as they move over towards that left side room. Backline down, though, for the ultimates. And you've seen, though, they haven't really needed healing to satisfy the kill condition, but now with the reset in the game, they are going to have to give a little bit more over in terms of that throughput.
Yeah, and it's going to be difficult as well because you're going to try and make a play for the backline yet again of the ultimates, but then Heesung's going to be there, being able to actually use like the fortify, being able to spear spin, knock players off course, and then the bio grenades are going to come through. It's going to be very difficult to deal with it. Orisa also puts out a pretty sizable amount of damage, so this fight looking very similar to how the last one kicked off.
Kevster has to gain some altitude here, but it's, oh, nice Suzu switch step combo coming out there. Leonard had the same idea, but Twilight has a Bionade to deal with him. And so the ultimates are able to leave Heesung in the front line on his own for extended periods of time and not worry about it.
So Zeot's got to go and play Hazard here. So Hazard into the Orisa. I think this is probably, if you're Alcatia, this is not how you expected this one to go, right? You expected with that Brig Band to consistently be able to play that Maga, but some nice comms here out of the ultimates have definitely made it difficult as now Zeot trying to work his way through that side room. You see already got hit with a spear, so gets knocked off course.
Hazard, okay. Oh, buddy, that is beautiful there from Checkmate. Kersterling is a little bit too low. Caught him in the gust, and the pulse bomb accounts for both of them. We gotta see
that one again. That was sick there from Checkmate as Alcatia has been able to get nothing going here on this second checkpoint, and a pulse bomb over the top that connects with two. I mean, that is a hero play type of stuff there from Checkmate.
I've always thought that pulse bomb should stick people together if it hits them both. Or has a
Excuse me.
Yeah. That'd be cool. Wasn't needed there, of course. As Kevster, I guess he just had dropped down at the time. Nice from Checkmate. Here comes a barrage, though, on the move with Nano. That's pretty devastating. And Lambda is definitely dead in that situation. No way you walk away from those. So the ultimate's back in control. It's just a Nano barrage used to that effect so they can hold the rush for, really using Heesung as the tip of the spear in the next fight.
God, this Ultimates team just looks so much more coordinated than they did in Stage 1. It looks like they're just playing a lot more confidence, right? I mean, think about some of the conversations about this team with, like, Stage 1, right? It was like, Kai, Kempster, like, where are they at now in terms of players? It's like they are clearly still as good as ever. As this time though, Kitsune Rush comes in from Sky. It is a overclock though from Lambda that ends up resulting in a few kills. So Alcatia not going away just yet.
And you notice that Keps is taking the perk that Concussive Blast now draws people inward. So good combo with the Freya ultimate, but Kai just kind of yeeted his there across the point and missed.
It's also really good when you actually get the nano with the barrage, right? And you just kind of like suck people into it, and there's no, I mean, they just can't. Or
with the Terra Surge as well is actually disgusting with that.
Yeah.
Terra Surge, and then you throw it in, so there's like everyone actually can't get out of it. All right,
John's in a lot of trouble. Oh, nice sound barrier.
Great beat. He's not too bothered. Has his cooldowns, and of course has that extra forward. Okay, that one's a bit curious. Nobody really being able to be caught in that one. Another great stick though. Twilight's been struggling to deal with Checkmate's pressure.
And Checkmate is like, I do not want to lose. The ultimates look like they were. It feels like the tide of this one changed when that double pulse bomb came through, right? It feels like ever since that point, Alcatia has been in control. As we're gonna go back to Winston here for the ultimates, most likely even just try and get a touch here. As Ziad using the walls here, the hazard, just trying to cut players off. Kai will get a touch trigger OT. Don't think it's gonna last long though.
Here's Suzu and Downpour dodged by Hisung, but he's low anyway. Tough to take on the hazard as Winston. Always a tricky proposition. Nano here for Twilight, of course, as he tried to give it to someone else. Not really anything to do with it though now, as Alcatia will be able to take this round away. And yeah, definitely feel like Checkmate was the headliner in this one. 20 eliminations for the map so far, and some incredible pulse kills.
Dude, the double pulse bomb, I mean, could be like a map-winning play there from Checkmate, right? As we now go to the final stage here on Oasis. Do you think Alcatia continues to run this hazard? It looked quite effective when they were playing it.
Honestly, like, this map is a little weird because Hazard can't easily mantle up on the sort of the platform. I won't use the colloquial name for it. The platform in the middle of the point here, because you climb up the pillar and then like you gotta be a bit more artful about how you do it.
What's the actual name for it?
It's the platform. It's like a little causeway. I'm not using the colloquial name for it. So I don't. It's a bit weird trying to go up down sometimes. So yeah, okay, we're gonna stay with the Winston here. So yeah, back to the old faithful, Matt.
Yes, we talk about how good they look on the hazard, and why not just play Maga again? As Maga can be very difficult to push into here, especially like you see Alcatia doesn't exactly kind of like fighting for the high ground at the moment. I think what Alcatia would like to do is have the ultimates kind of dive into where we saw Landon playing from there, or have to drop down to the low ground to kind of contest the point, right, and fight Ziad head on.
I mean, look at this, just getting pulled apart around Alcatia. All right, Twilight. Nice little flare from him. Getting on the kill feed. Still won't get a player of the game though, by the way, because you know the game hates Arnhem players, but still like that.
Oh yeah. I thought you meant player of the match. I was like, we have definitely given Twilight his player of the matches, but
I remember like play of the game is really hard to get as Arno in general. This might get you there.
I mean, honestly, dude, that is oh, I mean, he is just sick. I mean, we talked about it yesterday, right? Like one of the legendary Ana players of all time.
Yeah.
Still also competing at a high level, right? Where, you know, some of them either took them a while to get going, right? In terms of like their competitive careers, like, and he's what, Overwatch League Season 2, and he's still playing at this level.
Yeah, genuinely the kind of player that can take the game over if allowed to. And I think we saw that against Gen G, you know, in pretty stunning fashion. However, this fight, Twilight was honestly threatening to take Checkmate down in the 1 versus 1, but Ziad intercedes on behalf of his Tracer and make sure that the Ana is dealt with. The ultimates here, though, it's a reasonable start for them. They kind of pull Alcatia apart with their raw mobility in that first engagement. I can imagine they're looking to run that back here.
Yeah. The bio's already been used here by Twilight. I wonder, if they actually deal with Kepster? I was like, with the bio already gone, I wonder if Ziad's just like, screw it, we're going around the corner, right? Like, because, you know, while he's charging, like, immune to everything, right? Not going to be able to be stunned or slept out of that. So, able to just kind of move on through it, and that time they get Kepster as soon as basically the nano the bio grenade comes down, and then Ziad, you know, you're able to get him and go around the corner with the Kitsune Rush, so you get another fight win here for Alcatia.
Kepler's just on the wrong side of those arches, I think, while the rest of the ultimates have been held at bay. Like Ziad made great space, caused good separation. Twilight there, of course, mutual nano, so able to stave off the splash damage that the pulse bomb would have done. Would have been probably enough to deal with him. Calyx low, but gets away. Landon not nearly as lucky. Kevster now more willing to get his hands dirty as the Ultimates see a prime opportunity to flip the point back.
I mean, that's the beat use as well, right? So Calyx ends up using the beat to try and counter that nano barrage coming through. It's just so much damage, and especially now that the follower can move during it, right? It becomes very difficult. So you see Twilight actually lurking there. He wants to get like a bio grenade from like a side.
He's so good.
Come on, dude. Like, oh, that is tilting.
Oh, and the bio on the, oh god. Thankfully, Landon is able to find a Suzu there, but here's Kai just dealing the deeps from the high ground. Sky did well, though. Cage fight definitely gives Alcatsia a big edge in that fight.
Yeah.
Twilight, go kill. Okay, never mind. Next fight.
Oh, but still, I mean, dude, Twilight, I mean, gets the sleep on the checkmate. It's a TP from Sky. They finish him off, then gets a bio onto Ziad while he's inside of, like, the cage, right as the cage comes down.
Just before it, yeah.
And you still don't win that fight. That is brutal. I mean, now, Alcatsia, right? You get a good use of this Kitsune rush. You're able to win this first map.
I think that was only Heesung maybe inside the cage. It's just not enough damage to follow up with a bio. Otherwise, that's kind of perfect. Landon had Suzu anyway, so it's a moot point. All right, space made by Heesung, pushing that bubble forward. He might have to primal here. Yeah, no choice now. There's some environmental kill potential, but Heesung more concerned about just dying too early. He also needs to touch. He's also very low. Oh, okay. Sure, yes, okay, understood.
Okay,
yes,
yeah.
You can have a free kill. Twilight tried to keep him alive, but Checkmate did chase him down, and the backline crumbles here for the Ultimates. It's just a little bit too messy for them. I like this from Alcatsia out. The Brig Band gets them a lot of mileage coming into Oasis, and they'll take the map.
Yeah, the Brig Band here, especially when they want to play the Winston type of setup on the other side with Twilight on the Ana. It is just insane value there for Alcatsia to get rid of the Brig. So really nice read for Alcatsia to open things up and take this first map. And with seeing what the difference the Brig Band makes, I wonder if there's a world for Alcatsia where we see them ban Ana at some point, right?
Honestly, like, it seems that the Ultimates thought that even with the Brig Band, they'd be able to sort of find success. By the way, Malga got play of the game, not Ana. So, yeah, game hates Ana players. But looking back over some of these moments here, it's really clear to see just how good this dive comp is when you can sort of catch the death ball of Malga, like in between phases, or in a position where maybe they burnt their cooldowns or they've already committed to a fight. It's so sick. But I mean, in a straight up fight, especially when Suzu is available, and Landon is just so good at securing those, it feels so brutal.
It's kind of what we talked about historically with this comps, is that, like, can Dive win against Malga? Yes. The issue is that, like, the Malga, team, for instance, can make like a few mistakes and still win, where the Dive team seems like it has to play absolutely perfectly to come out on top in these types of matchups. So you see here pretty comparable stats, all things considered. Yeah, I mean, that is huge. Well, that's also just like what? I mean, it's like the Malga healing, right? It's also the Kiri.
You're also playing Ana as well, right? Where Twilight is more of a hybrid, and the score lines of Ana's end up looking more like Iliari's these days. But obviously you really want to try and bring forth that utility that she offers. The problem is that, like, you have no break, so Ana's under more threat. You saw Twilight getting dove all the time, and then, like, the bio is awesome, but like I mentioned, the windows where you can actually punish the Malga when there's not a Suzu up are non-existent to slip.
It also creates like really weird scenarios here potentially for, I'm curious how like Chris and Junkbuck end up handling this in terms of the ban phase, because if you're the Ultimates, right, you want to pick a map that you can play like Dive, right, and play this like Winston style. Do you ban a support to try tech to the Ana? If you do that, then that allows Junkbuck to just ban
Winston.
Just ban the Winston on the other side, right? And then vice versa, right? You use a ban as the Ultimates to protect the Winston, and then they ban the Ana. So it's like
this is the only team in Europe that's going to be picking Watchpoint and Gibraltar with their first map pick opportunity in the series. The Ultimates, they're built a little bit different, and that's by design. But you're right. You have to protect ban either. I can't imagine you protect ban the Winston. You've already banned D.Va, so that Winston protect ban is now gone by the wayside, and Ziad will likely look to play D.Va on this map if they can.
Yeah, I mean, you can't ban the D.Va, but then if you don't ban a tank and they get rid of Winston, what do you end up seeing Heesung play, right?
Hazard? I don't know about D.Va.
Yeah, let's see.
We're going to jump in just a moment. We're going to find out. I want to know what our bans are.
So, I mean, yeah, you would think there has to be.
They've done it. They've only gone and done it, man.
Yeah. So they protected the Ana basically, I think, with a Lucio ban, right? And then on the opposite side, they just banned the Winston, right? So now you get the Ana, but you don't get the Winston. So it's an odd type of scenario here for the ultimates.
And bear in mind, if Alcazia loses this map, they just have an Ana ban that they can windmill slam as first pick. So for the first 3 maps of this series, the ultimates are never going to get the perfect storm of heroes available to them to make their comp really good. It's really just hard. It's just going to be hard to target that. So the ultimates are less concerned about shutting Alcazia down and more concerned about playing their style, which is honestly, it's a position that you want to be in a lot of the time. So, and that's because the map is sort of allowed for this. It will be a Winstonless Gibraltar, which means there's like Hazard and Diva are definitely on the table. Let's see a little bit more of what Heesung has in the hero pool.
I mean, could you even play ball here potentially, right? Like we've seen people try in the past, you know, to play some ball here, but it would be a little odd. So it looks like he's going to end up playing the Diva here. So Diva, you do keep having the Ana in play, right? So you can, and maybe this is like, okay, you know what, we're just going to mirror the comp that we would have played with Winston with a Diva in the mix, right? And you just completely avoid everything else.
Ana brings backline. Tough job for Kevster, but if anyone can do it, it's probably him. Twilight wants to stay out of LOS for the time being. Kai, though, trying to stave off Kevster, who's taking it pretty low. Okay. Yeah, checkmate's going to be a problem, I think, for Kai. Let's see how it pans out. Bring Baptiste here for Alcazia.
Yeah, I'm just going to... The Bap is quite interesting, right? Because you know that they're going to end up playing the Ana on the other side, right? So you don't have a cleanse here. In really, I mean, what? I guess you can actually use just the lamp down at the bottom to like protect Ziad, right? You can throw it down there, the immortality field, end up trying to help him out, and you see it come through right there.
Timely buy there for Twilight, as he knew Ziad was going to try and get the mecha down there, but Alcazia here able to just stave them off. Twilight has to go so deep into that fight in order to get anything done, and the Sojourn threat is still sort of ever present. I do think that like this rail, when you have high ground advantage already, Lambda might be on the right hero for this map.
The ultimates also push up, right? And they get underneath that bridge and they get Ziad quite low, but then that's where the immortality field comes in, where Heesung will now end up playing the Hazard. So a little bit more high ground, you know, control, right? Kind of like a wall climb up, you know, that dive into the back line here. A little bit sturdier potentially than like a Diva.
Once again, checkmate, threatening, harassing. Pulse bomb in the pocket. Okay, headed over in Heesung's direction apparently. Didn't really see the end result of that. Yeah, zoning. Love that. Nano for the Hazard here. So where's Heesung headed? Looks like a row. Everybody's trying to hit this backline on the side of Alcazia. Landon has the immortality field. That answers the pulse bomb. And there's Labda taking Kai down. Keep an eye out for that Sojourn versus Freya interaction over the course of this game. I think it could be definitive.
Dude, and that's the nano used there by the ultimates, but I don't really know if you feel terrible about it because you ended up getting the Ant Matrix and the rally out from Alcazia. So you come back in now with your rally, right? It's just a little bit of an odd scenario, like to get value out of rally here when you're going to be playing the Hazard, like how you follow it up. And look at this, some more wholesale changes across the board, right? So Sojourn in the mix now for Kai. You're going to ditch the Freya across the board. And then Keps are going to play the Genji, try and get high ground. Also another good nano target if you can build it up.
While there can seem like some anti-synergy between Bap and Diva because she's so, you know, mobile all across the map, Landon is one of the most decorated Baptiste players we have, especially in Western Overwatch. Just incredible on that hero. And honestly, Ziad just has to double back to wherever Landon is to get the guaranteed heals that they need. And you've got an M Matrix that sets Labda up to be a true terror.
And in this fight specifically, you lose Twilight early, and the ultimates, I guess, feel that they need to actually kind of gain some type of ground or some progress here, and they end up using the rally anyway, right? So the fight's just not really kind of a junk, or maybe both things happen at the same time. So you burn the rally here as you get close to below 30 seconds, and you're gonna have, I mean, checkmate's pulse bomb. You're gonna have an Ant Matrix to use here. A lot to work with. And also, Ziad takes out Sky. I mean, this has been pretty bad here for the ultimates on offense.
All right, well, a far cry from the band strategy of the Ultimates' previous game. This one has definitely been a head scratcher for them to try and unravel. Ziad gets his make back for free. Kepster does not have a blade. So it's just a raw nano to get him going somehow. And Checkmate is hiding. Looking for a guaranteed pick-off. If it's the Hazard, that's got to be game over there and then. But he's had to pop the recall now. Okay, takes note of where the Hazard is. Sees him there a little bit low. Is there a better target, though? That's the question. Maybe Kai on the Sojourn after switching. Air Matrix now deployed. And there's Twilight. Tip the king, buddy. He just got checkmated. This is brutal now for the Ultimates. Fighting back without the lion's share of the healing and neutral, but they get the cart a decent way forward. Checkmate's not done. No, it's a stick on Kai. Take over the game and take a bow. It's going to be very hard for the Ultimates to recover from that. That is a flattening, folks. Kellex uses his shield like a parasol, and it works, folks. It blocks off those projectiles that come in to root him in place. And that is an ugly showing from the Ultimates.
They are just hunting Twilight at every single opportunity, right? That time, you see they even give up like a decent amount of cart progress, and they got like, you know, Twilight's on the other side of the map, and they have 2-3 players there making sure they secure that kill and then doubling back. You can see just by getting that on and out of the fight, like how much they feel like Twilight matters to this Ultimate squad, where getting him out early is that impactful.
Oh man, have a look at how this breaks out. Twilight obviously is much more dedicated towards healing, but the Baptiste for Landon, the pure output is crazy, and the only deaths are Kellex and Landon. So on one occasion, the Ultimates were able to get at the back line of Arcadia, and they couldn't convert off that into an overall fight win. Like, how is Checkmate and Labda deathless in that round?
Crazy, right? Labda set up really well by Landon. Landon had an awesome round, being able to use those immortality fields, being able to keep like Ziad alive whenever they tried to dive, really, you know, put it right on top of Labda, let him just kind of free fire inside of it. So the BAP really paid off there, I think, for Alcatia. And I think Alcatia just showing like how good of a team they are. I think like when you look at some of the rosters, right, they don't have the flashiest names, right? You know, some players we've obviously seen had great success in the past, not obviously current, but when you watch this team play, they are so sick. I mean, they are so well coached. They have great, obviously, coordination. Sky actually here on defense, so Mitch will bring out the Zen here for the Ultimate. So I mean, dude, it was hard to keep Twilight alive. Now you're trying to put a Zen here too.
The Checkmate Diva is so, I don't know, it just feels so Saudi team coded. It's crazy. I guess that's how they're trying to cross the divide here towards this backline that features Sky and Twilight, but that is not an easy feat.
Ziad gets to the high ground and ends up taking out one here. Checkmate with a turret though, finds Sky somewhere.
Okay, now it's unclear if that's really going to make a huge difference, but Sky and Kai just respawned. Just coming back off respawn now, so you can at least in theory as Alcatia make a move for the high ground. Ziad being slightly staggered out makes this a little more challenging. See, Landon is definitely taking risks in order to get a foothold there, but they opt instead just to play low ground again. So this does in theory set Sky up to have like a favorable position. You can see him right at the top of the tunnel at the left side.
And even here, Mitch, with the a bio in play, right? The immortality field is just good enough to protect people through it, right? It's not exactly a cleanse, right? But would prevent people from falling. Maybe just kind of keep them alive long enough that you're able to hold them up. TP here. I was wondering if they try and like fake it, but there is no faking here. Oh!
All roads lead to Twilight, apparently. Is that enough, though? You've got the Zen now. The healing's not great, but you've got great offensive potential from the high ground. I think that, another TP across will get you there. Sky gets run over. Kai's able to fight back, though. Disrupt shot thrown down at the exit point of that turret. Why am I being reminded of, like, vintage London Spitfire trying this with a Rheincom?
Yeah, because it's very similar to what they tried to do. The Lab is over there getting kills. I mean, this is, Shockwave was hoping for a dogfight when we interviewed him. He is getting his money's worth here with this one. This is just...
I love that the Gibraltar sim is being played against the guy who invented it on that Spitfire team. Oh, man.
So this would be a sick opportunity, though, for OWCS, right? You get control of this high ground already without having to use TP. You can use an Ant Matrix here for Lambda, right? You can maybe fake the TP across, which it looks like they do here at the moment. Get Lambda set up here with like an overclock and an Ant Matrix. The Ant Matrix comes down. Not really great like sightlines at all. And the Immortality field too late there to keep Ziad up.
Awkward now for Tempo. Ziad is not likely to get his mech back at all here. All right, again, a little telegraph for this TP play. Checkmate has a wall. I can see why he'd be tempted to stay on this pick, but it's pretty easy to see OWCS coming. He's sung with a self-destruct now, so easily going to be able to get his mech back, and it'll be good to go.
Well, it would be good if OWCS had some variation to it, right? They throw down the TP, and they all go through it all the time. Like, you know, some teams, right, you'll throw the TP, make them think like, oh, we're gonna use it. We're not. Like, we're, you know, maybe you send one player through and then send him back right away, right? It just seems like here's the TP and we're going.
Okay, burst damage beats Transcendence. Twilight is out of the game here. Lambda now looking to play around this wall as much as humanly. Oh, it doesn't know Kai's behind him, I guess. That's so rough. Okay. Still though, can't. 30 seconds left in the game. Nice protect there on Kellex, but it might not be enough to keep the Brig in the game. Yeah, Zia desperately trying to get there, but Kepster just weaves his way in past the Diva and deals with him. This might be the weirdest way that the Ultimates could have won their map pick, but you know what? I'm here for it. It's flavorful at least. Ziad back in the mech. Lan and Kellex just back off respawn, so they really won't be here with enough time to be relevant. You can see Checkmate is still playing a sim, still shooting those little orbs, trying to keep him standing. Big play for Labden to the backline. Sky taken down, but it's ultimately just a 1-for-1 trade. Overtime kept going. Looks like Kellex shield bashed onto the car, but is going to quickly be forced off of it. And the Diva remech here will be followed by a D-suit soon after as Ziad, well, he's at the end of the line.
What a bizarre map that the Ultimates, they get a fuller hold here on defense.
Just the Ultimates,
and they are able to win it. The Brig, not the Brig, the BAP wasn't exactly like impactful on offense, I felt. There were a few times where we were on board with Landon, like a little bit late on the Immortality fields. The Ant Matrix that we saw didn't really kind of produce a lot of sight lines. And there at the end, when we saw Lambda, get that kill and start things off, I think, and then he gets killed by Kai. He was so worried about Sky on the Zen, like coming out of server room over to the bridge, that he had his back turned and then just got killed by the Soj.
I feel like Lennon's like, yo, Sparker, play Bastion. Hardy, get on the Rhine. Let's run this back.
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't quite the same look, of course, but we mentioned like it's a little tricky for Baptiste to keep that Diva topped up out of it line of sight. Definitely feel like maybe like Ana is a more natural fit, but that Immortality field definitely proved useful against a couple of these pulse bombs that came in. Kepster was definitely a key threat. But we didn't get to see much of Gibraltar today.
I mean, defense, it's so much easier to be able to kind of use that Immortality field, to keep the players up, right? Like time and time again on offense, we didn't really see anything great from it, from OWCS there, and they allow the Ultimates to tie this one up. And you see this to another game where these scoreboards are near identical, right? Extremely close between these two teams.
Yeah, this one much more so, as like obviously you've got way more room for like big healing output from someone like Twilight, who was on the Ana and who was challenged on occasion. But the Symmetra, the TP is fine, right? The premise of like crossing the map and appearing in the backline is great, but it is telegraphed, and Twilight can just wait and hold a bio until they sort of emerge. It seems like he's really able to punish that.
SSG and other teams that have done this in the past, right? They'll TP just the sim across, put down some damage, TP back. Like, it's not just like TP and then we go, right? You got to play a little bit of like trickery mind games with it, right? Like, put the TP, and then instead of taking the TP, everybody just like pushes straight through, right? Forces them to look different directions. It looked like though they just kind of kept doing the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, you mentioned there was a distinct lack of variation there in this world. Like maybe if there's a Genji for checkmate, you probably have to switch off the Baptiste at that point to really try and sort of set him up. Maybe there's some limitations on hero pool for OWCS, but look, it was fine. I think they were able to put up a very good defensive effort against this.
It's not like they got
Ultimates team. Yeah, and they made Ultimates like switch in some really uncomfortable ways with that Winston ban, but they're running out of ways to target the Ultimates preferred comp. This is one way of doing it though.
Yes, New Junk City, a very good like rush style of map. and Alcati its first ban. They've already banned Brig and Winston. I think in theory down the line, right, an Ana ban would come in at some point. Would it potentially be here? Would you save it for later in the series, right? I think that is kind of up for debate, right, in terms of like when do you decide to pull it out.
Yeah, maybe you expect your opponents on this map not to bother trying to bring it in, but I don't know, man. I feel like the Ultimates might try and sort of, you don't know, I guess you don't want to waste an Ana ban on a map that's already pretty hostile to the dive-based compositions anyway, right?
Yeah.
Since that's all you have left to target it. You want to be able to win a map, like, you know, where your opponent is sort of able to play the style that they want to. Good example is like the Ultimates winning that first map while having Brig banned against them bodes really well. It means they get that choice of map 5, right? It means they can set the field to make their opponents uncomfortable. Yeah, we're going to do it. We're just going to
go here.
And this also means that Lambda will have to potentially play the Freya or the Ashe, God forbid.
Yeah, what will they do, right? We talked about so much about, oh, what is the Ultimate's gonna do when the Ana is banned? Do we see I know Lambda's kind of debut on Soj? Do we see him try and go back and play like a Pharah here potentially, right? I wonder with the with the Ana ban what the Ultimate goes to. Could you play like a Kiri with like a ball here? Potentially we've seen like some ball played at times on this map. We've seen players like Infected do in the past, but
yes,
like,
I mean, when you have like the Freya play of Kai, like you don't need to really worry too much about peeling for them. They have enough mobility; they should be able to handle themselves. Do you know Kiri? Okay, so no ball shenanigans. I think we have probably seen the last of that, at least on maps like this.
Juno Kiri was a backline though. We saw an NA in stage 1, and I remember Jake being pretty tilted about it at times, if I remember correctly. That maybe didn't produce the best results. It'll be Lambda actually playing the Cassidy here, so Cassidy just gets hunted down just like that. As you see, he's be able to track down Lambda, take him out. But now you're going to lose Heesung out of the map.
I think you're starting to see the issue with Juno Kiri as well. Is that it's not like as much the throughput as I would like. Twilight is, first of all, like, not get to play Ana, which is pretty bad, but also he's just holding the M1 and, Heesung's still getting blown up either way. So we're seeing an immediate pivot because there's a sense that, when you have to try and fight into chokes against this Malga, D.Va just doesn't, like, you want to be able to, like, I don't know.
The D.Va doesn't really work, and especially in this type of point, right, with how everything is so close core. I mean, look at the two ways they have to work through this, right? The D.Va just, like, once the D.Va works through this, all of her defense matrix is gone, right? And then she's just a sitting duck. Bola shot used there, it's going to be good enough to kill Lambda.
Okay, and Kai might be in trouble though. Still, Stomp comes in from Ziad, but Kefs is there with that a little bit of extra damage. Checkmate, never change. Charged up on the sim, and that's the front line buckling for the Ultimates. Whereas Alcatia now sit back, they've got a symbol as well for this next engagement, potentially neutralizing Kai's effectiveness. Pretty good spot to be in with a rally in this sleeve too.
Heesung does not feel comfortable, right? I mean, this is what, D.Va first respawn, Ramatra second respawn, and then Orisa coming out the third time, right? So trying to figure out a way, with this backline to use a tank that could be effective. As this will be a Kitsune rush, it'll be a rally in response from Kellex, but already first blood in favor of the Ultimates.
All right, they charge straight through the wall here. Eventually, ultimately, it doesn't end up being in the perfect space, but it doesn't really matter. The Ultimates never really could contest for this point. And we've heard at length the Ultimates talk about them wanting to sort of do something that, the rest of Europe can't do, but they also want to be able to do the thing that all of Europe can do, which is to play these non-Winston CODs. You kind of need both. But so difficult is Overwatch at the top level that to find a tank player that can do all of that is really, really difficult.
There's not many, right? No, that's why like a player like someone, right? Obviously, there was a tremendous player, in the past, and obviously now back in the OWCS, was so valuable for, Toronto Defy last year, Florida Mayhem, etc., where, like, Falcons now, where you're just kind of like, he can do everything, like, at a very good level, right? There are not many players in the world, regardless of, like, whether you have an import slot or anything like that, that could do that type of stuff, right? So I think trying to like make a player into that could be quite difficult.
Yeah, like why do you think that SSG forked out for Kellen in the way that they did?
Yeah.
Use that import slot on a flexible tank player. All right, nice little dash there by Kai. It's going to get him out of the way of this Deadeye. And Kester maybe just wanders a little bit too close here. Orbital Ray for the ultimates. It's going to push out into this low ground now. Of course, this really suits their style with their comp, but it can be kited by OWCS pretty comfortably. They still have high ground. At some point, though, they're going to have to drop and contest this.
But you don't have a Ziad, right? So you can't exactly go down and challenge that without the Maga. So you're going to get pushed off the high ground here rather quickly, right? You see the ultimates, they realize Ziad's not in the fight just yet. TP straight across here, right? So now everybody's going to get behind. Bola shot into the Terror Surge, and ooh, it looked like Kai may have just got a little bit knocked off course there, right? As he was flying through the sky and a little bit to the right there with that Bola.
The trajectory looked okay, but ultimately only caught one player out. They just left him pretty exposed there to Labda, who, look, you're sitting Dark Freya while she's floating like that. Cassidy will just be grinning from ear to ear as easy kills. Good recovery off the back of that, though, for OWCS, even though the ultimates started to spend through their key abilities. Now, you've got to be imagining OWCS have this next fight dead to rights, get even with ultimates on capture percentage.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think it's just how do you leave this fight without OWCS for enough to win the fight after, right? Like, can you win it with just maybe the orbital ray, right? Hold on to your rally. Can you win it with the just like rally and maybe the sim wall and hold on to orbital ray? I think you're just trying to figure out how you can ration these ultimates to, you know, be effective later in the game. And look at that, you end up just using the sim wall and the rally. This is actually really good for OWCS. So a lot like what I was just talking about, where you needed to ration off some of these ultimates here going into the fight after this, right? Because that'll be the one that decides the point. You end up just investing the sim wall and the rally. Gives you an opportunity to get cage fight, Deadeye, orbital ray. 3 huge ultimates that should be able to battle through whatever TU throws at them.
OWCS set up to imply they might want to fight outside, but they realize they may as well back up to the point and abuse the positional advantage they get. Okay, Twilight finds some torpedo action there. Deadeye! Oh, buddy, that is devastating. That is both the DPS down. Evidently no deflect available for Kester, or no wherewithal to make use of it. That's brutal. OWCS perfectly executed there. 2 fights. They squeeze max value out of 4 ultimates across them and get themselves their second.
And I gotta say, Labda stepping up a little bit here, right? Not playing the Freya. I feel like at least, really early on here when we see these types of matchups, I feel like Freya does have a little bit of an advantage over the Cassidy, but still making the Cassidy work with his Sojourn banned out. So Labda, really a lot of pressure was on him coming into this one with the Soj ban, targeting him and him only. Now still performing at a high level, though. Pretty big. Ziad decides he wants to die, so he just runs straight through the choke there with no help, and he accomplishes that.
Yes, extremely voluntary behavior from Ziad. Really taking agency in that moment.
Yeah, he heard Roshan was back, and he's like, watch this.
Yeah. Hold my tea. All right.
Check this out.
So he's unable to back away here with Terror Surge. The ultimate's in a pretty good position. They just, again, it's a matter of rationing some of these abilities. We've discussed it at length here. And it will be a drop down for Ziad. Yeah, he knows he can't really hang. Tries for a cage fight play. And OWCS probably just going to allow this to happen. To get a bunch out of the ultimates for this fight. And they're cycling back into some of those key support abilities. But I don't think OWCS have a legitimate win condition, Matt, once Ziad uses cage fight and has to drop down low health.
And it's really difficult for him to fight in that situation, right? Because he's got to use the cage fight. You're trying to force out some ultimates from the other side, and it's an orbital, right? The cage is basically gone within seconds, and there's no way he's going to be able to live. So goes to the Diva now. Obviously, the defense matrix really good at getting through this doorway and then being able to challenge some more of the high ground with a little bit more mobility. And look at that, go right on top of Twilight.
And that is the win condition, right? Kellex pop, alt go for Twilight. Doesn't matter what he's playing. He seems to have a target on his back anyway. Whoa! It's the rare Orisa barrier! No way! Sideshow's hairline makes its return to Overwatch? That's crazy, dude! Heesung tries to pop it, give a safe haven, but obviously it's too late.
Yeah, that's one of the first barriers I can remember seeing when we see the Orisa. A lot of people go for like just the charged javelin, right? That can pierce, like we saw a little bit earlier. And now Heesung going to go over and play Zarya here. So Zarya into Diva. This is a historically really good matchup for Zarya. Being able to just kind of pretend that defense matrix doesn't exist and just mow down.
He's a Deadeye from Labda.
Not as good as the last one.
I want to apologize to Sideshow, by the way. That's not what his hairline looks like anymore at all. He's cleaned it up. It's more like mine nowadays. Here's a dive in, though. Maybe no bubble left for Kevs to hear. And he sung. That's tough, though, trying to play through that sim wall. And Zaya comp can be a little bit exploitable, you know, in the windows where those bubbles aren't available. Bait them out.
Yeah. Force
Zaya to pop that cooldown. Now, wow, he sung, buddy. We are really playing at Mystery Heroes today.
Yeah, does he have some kind of like daily challenge that we're not aware of here that he's trying to get done?
Wave steal supports and play 12 tank heroes in one game.
Play 30 tanks. It's really tough here. Not going to be able to make it back for the ultimates. As Alcatia closes that one out 3-0. So
the bowler eats really. All right. The ultimates need to
Ziad's Diva is sick.
Yes. I mean, fantastic game from him. I think the ultimates need to just take a breath here. Just try and relax. Ziad, a great game from him. Only 4 deaths across the entire sort of matchup. Heesung dies most on his team 9 times. Like, when you're the Malga, sometimes teams are going to see you get remotely low and then just try and kill you. So that's not the most egregious thing. But no, we don't. It's an unabandoned game, right?
I also think he was put in a really hard spot, right? We're kind of joking about how he's switching all these tanks, but it seemed like Alcatia always had like an advantage or a step ahead in terms of like where they were going and what they were trying to play, right? And kind of always playing catch up, right? So what have we seen here, right? We've seen they started out with Ramatra, then went to some Orisa. They played some Diva there, I believe, as well for the ultimates. And then they ended up playing the Orisa again at the end, right? And then the Zarya. So a lot of changes there for the ultimates across the board, right? Obviously, the Winston is available in that one, but without Ana, there's no shot. You're playing it, right? So this one looks really good in favor of Alcatia.
Not a close game. You know, we've got 2 very different looking teams right now. The ultimates are, you know, trying a bunch of different things, which is totally fine. You would think, though, that it's more appropriate to, you know, attempt that in scrims and come to the game with a very solid idea of the style that you want to play. Whereas Alcatia, for better or worse, Matt, like, they have a defined identity. Sure, Labda is not a Freya player. Like, they don't have access to that right now. Ziad does not want to, like, match those dive comps. Fine. Outside of that, though, like, they're able to find a great deal of success, even like folding the sim into a lot of their comps, which is a hero that maybe offers less skill expression than someone like Checkmate would like. But they stick to their guns, and they have a really clear understanding of what their objective is in these fights. And remember, when you switch your tank, your win condition changes a lot, right? Yeah. Like, the entire aim of what your comp is, even if it's only the tank that's different, it all gets sort of thrown up in the air.
I'll say as well, I think both teams have actually done really well in terms of like the ban phase throughout this, like going at each other.
Yeah.
Where now the ultimates, I think you're kind of you're fishing here a little bit, right? You've already gotten the Lucio out, you've gotten the Sojourn out, and the Diva out. Fascinated to see where they go next.
Yeah, we've got map number 4 just around the corner. No more target bans really available, though, to go after the ultimate style. Let's see if that ends up being a difference maker if Alcatia take away the series right after this. Map 4 in this series represents the Ultimates' last chance to get an edge in this series and to take us to a Map 5. Interesting bans here. Looks like Checkmate Symmetra has been targeted by the Ultimates, and Alcancia say, no Orisa for you.
So obviously no way that they can target ban for Alcacia, like the Winston, the Ana, those are all gone. Brig also another key component. And then with the Sim gun, it takes like any type of DPS off the table, right? For Alcacia, like could have Alcacia have banned, let's say, like Freya, for instance, right? Because that is something that Lambda has not wanted to play throughout the entire stage 2 thus far. So the Orisa ban, quite interesting, right? I know that is one that it seems like the Ultimates have fallen back to at times. Maybe the dive isn't working, so could be a little bit of a targeted comfort pick.
I mean, on this map, it's definitely less of a Winston map, right? Colosseo. We see that like there are some parts of this map that are reasonable. In the neutral zone of Colosseo, there's no high ground to play with. It's one of the defining sort of features of this map, whereas like Esperanza, for example, very different. In the neutral zone, there's a ton of high ground. Winston seems great. There is applications for Winston when you either are you know, doing well and you're able to win that neutral fight, and then there's a high ground you need to take control of, but you are playing a weaker hero and then you're hoping that you win and do. It seems like win more, if anything. Like you're going to win more if you're already winning, but otherwise not great. But I do feel like Hazard is a legitimate option here.
Yeah, Hazard could be very powerful here, right? And Alcacia, when they've gone with Hazard, they've seen some of the Orisa on the other side, right? As the Orisa can obviously dislodge the Hazard in a lot of different ways. So we see obviously a little bit before the spawn doors open. The Ziad Winston would be a little bit of a shocker here, I think. And we've seen some wild things. We saw a Mercy today at some point, right? We've seen some wild moments here. So Ziad will go back to the tried and trusted Maga. Interesting though, because there's no Sim, right? Checkmate doesn't not gonna play like a Genji or something. They combo with a Tracer, where like historically Tracer doesn't really fit great into the Maga different compositions. Genji or even like a Pharah works a bit better
of this map.
That is true. That is true.
That's obviously going to be a legitimate option for you. So Ziad here, trying to keep tabs on Heesung. Where are they going to go? Look how defensively the Ultimates are actually set up. It's just Kai and Heesung actually that are playing the game right now. And they are going to want to make use of the high ground to give a free drop down for Heesung. Boy, howdy, he took a face full of damage there. Pryo goes over to Alcacia.
Are you just trying to build up Nano, right? Like,
yes.
But like you're going to give up so much space. But I think if you're Alcacia, right, you get the bot to the choke, and then you just wait, right, and force the Ultimates to dive in. Like this is where you want them to have to be aggressive, right?
All right, Checkmate's able to dodge away from the sleep. He would have heard that come out. Distinctive sound that it gives. So that's Twilight's options a little bit more strained, but Bios himself does hit 2 shots on Checkmate and force the recall. Got such a sick battle between 2 legends of the game, honestly. Sky, keep that shield up. Sun could be in trouble, tries to whip shot, but from the other end, Ziad comes out of nowhere. Not the person that you want clotheslining you with your back turned.
Yeah, he keeps his shield up, but then gets a Hogan leg dropped in the back by Ziad coming in on the Maga.
Gets tombstone by a 400-pound Islander.
He gets the good old Kevin Nash big boot there from Ziad coming in on the Maga. So I mean that is
how many big boos do you give that one, Matt?
I mean, that's at least 5 big boos.
That's correct. That's a lot of big boos, brother. Okay, problems here for the Ultimates are starting to compound. Sky again taken down as soon as he gets off respawn. And there's no healing here for the Ultimates, which means that this is a checkpoint they must freely give up. None of their map picks have worked out and Checkmate's been unleashed. You thought he was at his best on Sim? Come on.
I mean, dude, and this series, like, does it raise more questions than answers in terms of like what is going on with Gen G? Like, Alcacia TM goes all the way to the distance yesterday, right? Sound barrier here for Kellex as Alcacia will keep the cart going. And honestly, it might just be that it comes down to like this is actually just like a pretty good compositional roster matchup here for Alcacia. But man, they're cruising now.
Actually. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I think the reality is that it's great to have Winston play, Matt. It's nice to have. But against these teams in EMEA, it's not the be-all and end-all. I think that the Ultimates want to get to a point where their Winston comp is so good that it does what it should do when we see, like, you know, teams from Korea play it, for example, against these comps and just completely embarrass them. But yeah, bans are in the game now, and there's a map pool that doesn't always like allow for like Esperanza's not in the pool. That's a huge problem for the Ultimates when they come to like a push map.
Or I assume if you're the Ultimates, right, like he has to be working on some type of, you know, whether it be, obviously we don't play Ramatra, but maybe some type of Maga setup, right, you know, to give some more options is, you know, is going to be the rally. Oh, that is poor lobbed.
All right. Cage fight here. Heesung, despite all of his rage, will be caught in that small area. Not really how you want to make use of Primal. Hello, Sky. Goodbye, Sky. Oh, well, that's a pulse bomb as well for Twilight. This is, what? Oh, that was for Heesung. Okay.
Yeah, he just, Twilight is just caught in the firing line there.
Yeah, this is definitely starting to blow out of control now. We've still got 6 minutes to play, folks. We're about to hit triple digits for Alcatia. Landon, by the way, might be one of the most consistent sort of flex supports that you could ask for. This Kiri play, every time Twilight has had a bio, this whole series, he's been right there with a Suzu.
And Landon is just a rock solid player all around. He gets taken out at range there by Twilight, but Landon is really, really good. I mean, I feel like he's kind of been underrated in some aspects for like a few years now at some point, where just the consistency from game to game is pretty crazy with Landon. So Alcatia, like we talked a little bit about earlier, their roster is sick. It may not have like kind of like the, you know, the flashy one player that you look at and you're super hyped about, but just overall this roster is pretty nuts. And okay, so now we're actually going to see Heesung play the Maga. So I was talking about it, like there, you know, if you're going to kind of come to EMEA, you got to be able to play this in some aspects, right? You imagine he's working on it, right? So may as well try it in official.
Heesung though has to charge backwards. Never a good sign. Nano, this is just to keep him alive. Not good. Sound barrier comes down. Heesung able to get healed up amidst this though. But again, always eyes on the sky. Switch over to the Kiri. Dealt with by Landon. Kunai base lobotomy. And Ziad is demet from that high ground. The Ultimate team might feel favored in this situation until they lose Twilight. Then the concern again will start to creep in. Kevstavi checkmate. Deformer, the Swede, really struggling to deal with the checkmate as they try to ban the sim, and they've unleashed an absolute monster on themselves.
Yeah, he's going to use the cardiac overdrive really early in that previous fight, so interested to see how he ends up, you know, playing some of this Maga as Stomp will come in. Oh, actually, a nice TP gets Landon out there. Kitsune Rush dropped. He will end up losing Landon, but it'll be Lambda who takes out Heesung with a railgun shot. Still has the overclock as well. Gonna pop it now.
I think, like, at some point, the conversation has to go to whether Freya or Sojourn is objectively better, because in this Malga battle, like, Lambda is really able to farm Heesung quite a lot. Has like a range advantage, it feels. But still brings a lot to the table on that hero.
And for whatever reason, like, you know, there's still over 3 minutes on the clock. This has felt like a really like long drawn out game, I think, because a lot of these fights have just kind of chained into each other. A lot of like staggering. Alcatia is just kind of in control the entire time. It's been pretty rough for the Ultimates to get anything going, as he's just trying to hold on here. Nice stomp there. Actually gets rid of Ziad, and Ziad's actually mech. Just going to take Heesung out towards the end. But this will allow the Ultimates to get that bot closer back towards mid-map. Maybe give themselves an opportunity.
Or maybe give themselves any meter ridge at all. Would be good at this part of the game. And they're on the board, folks. Or are they? Okay. Now we're going to make some modest progress here. We've got a cage fight ready. Heesung might be looking for like an early cage fight. With maybe a Lambda inside, I would sort of assist to some degree.
I think Kellex is also just playing for like a beat, right? Like maybe the cage fight comes in and he's able to get in. Sound barrier here, so that's going to be the beat. As soon as the cage goes down, the beat comes in from Kellex. I know, even though they get some kills off of that cage fight, it is the Alcatia team winning out in the end, it looks like.
Kefta can probably deal with Sky here. Or rather, with Landon.
you still have Checkmate here, and then you still have Ziad and Labda now coming down the staircase, right? So
what
you're going to be
this
fine
trace
here,
to do this.
yeah.
Yeah, so not enough to be going on if you're the Ultimates. This is going to Alcadzia able to move the ball back towards the middle part of the map here and say, okay, well, that was the cage fight engagement from the Ultimates. No definitive result emerged from it. We're down to 2 minutes left in the game. Checkmate Vikevs has been sick. Honestly, the mechanics on display from these two, you can't ask for much more from a high-flying DPS battle than that one. Sky again being found and punished. Twilight back on the Juno now, so it makes much more sense with this Malga look. Won't be able to get away. He is done.
You know, this series has been really close from start to finish in terms of just like how the maps have been, like, and fights have been. But this one has not been indicative of that. This has been just Alcadzia just running away with it. Like how you mentioned, I thought it was a good point. Like, none of the push maps are particularly great selections for the Ultimates, right? At this point, you know, in terms of what they want to try and do. We're bullet shot here from Kai, so this should be allowing the Ultimates to get a fight win. But it was going to put them in a weird situation here, right? Having to play some type of rush variation.
Yeah, obviously, you do need to build into your pool the potential of you know, coming onto maps like this or in a stage like this and being able to still win. Look, and honestly, things broke favorably for Ilios remaining in the control pool for the Ultimates, so it's not like the world is sort of working against them. There are like maps, like I've got like Hollywood and Gibraltar in the pool now, so you know, it's kind of evens itself out over the course of the series. But yeah, this is not a great environment for them. And by his own admission, Chris is very 5-man roster pilled, so they're going to have to turn his son over the course of this stage into the player that can hang here.
But I think, though, like, that is the right approach, right? And I think how Chris mentioned yesterday, too, like, you kind of have to start playing officials, right? And do it live, as opposed to, you know, kind of like what, you know, playing it in scrims. Like, there's just a completely different energy and, you know, pace and sense of urgency in these live matches. So it's like, you're going to take your licks at some point, right? And if anything, you learn from a series like this.
I think that also, like, you only really have to win a couple of games to at least put yourselves in playoffs, even with like a low seed, right? Which is, you know, you don't always want that, like having to start sort of towards the lower side of the bracket already. But we saw the Ultimates almost make that run, losing out to Alcadzia in the end there. But looks like this rivalry still, you know, might still sit with Alcadzia. But as we've been discussing this, we've had a couple of really nice fights strung together by the Ultimates. So they are in a position now to find this checkpoint.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they aren't exactly out of it just yet, right? They're going to get checkpoint. The bad thing here for Ultimates, right, is you ended up having to use both support ults to be able to do it. But, you know, maybe Kai lands like a huge bola shot, right? It'll be a sound barrier that actually opens things up. It'll be Landon following things up with the Kitsune rush here as well. Kai's bola shot does take out Checkmate, but just, you know, flooding over the top with both support ults. It's just too overwhelming for the Ultimates to deal with.
And there you have it, folks. What feels like a pretty definitive result. Alcadzia have renewed their claim to the top of the leaderboard here in Europe with a huge win over the Ultimates. A map pool where plenty of Winston play is possible, but Alcadzia targeted their ideal comp with a lot of nice bans. And to take nothing away from the Ultimates, I thought the Ultimates ban strategy was also pretty sophisticated. But they definitely, you know, made themselves out to be pretty one-dimensional over the course of that series, Ash.
Yeah, they did. Well, you guys talked about how that map pool just doesn't really favor what the Ultimates are trying to gun for when it comes down to that tank matchup. But you also have to consider, I think we had that conversation with Landon yesterday with Alcadzia, how easy it's been to integrate Kellex into the system, and a different story for the Ultimates because of that language barrier. It's going to take a little bit more time for that team to gel, but it was such a great showing here for Alcadzia going into their second matchup of Stage 2. I think overall there was also just like a lot of really great moments that we saw coming out from Alcadzia. Checkmate was just on fire today here, Matt.
Yeah, I think just Alcadzia showed the type of team that they were at. You know, at Champions Clash, right? They took a map off of Falcons, and then we were kind of like, oh, wait, hey, Alcadzia. And then they end up losing to Virtus Pro, but now back in EMEA, I think they're showing that they want to grow from that experience at Champions Clash, right? That them taking the map off of Falcons and then, you know, losing in a close game to Virtus Pro, that's not the ceiling for this team, right? I know, extremely well coached, great roster top to bottom. And I think, you know, even for the Ultimates, right? you have to look at it as like this is a week that you went 1-1, right? There were not a lot of 1-1 weeks, in the previous stage, right? You had a lot of difficulty where, look, you lost, and I think for the Ultimates, you can look at it and say you lost to a team that's what, top 3 in the region, right? Like Alcatia, the Ultimates, and like VP at the moment. Like, so I don't think you can be too upset if you're the Ultimates coming out of this week.
And you also have, like, you're not playing until next Sunday, and it's against Quick Esports. So I think we're quickly realizing there are no, like, softballs here. But that's a whole week that the Ultimates have to really start to get Heesung a bit more acclimated. I think if you're an Uncoachable fan, you should definitely listen in to hear some insights from Christopher on that show, because I'm sure he'll have a lot to say about, like, how this week went for this roster, because I'd say, yeah, bittersweet. I think this is not the way he would have wanted to end it, but hey, Alcatia, man, they pretty unchanged. They look rock solid. I think they're a hot favorite this season.
Yeah, a team that we wanted to see have that strong start after, falling out in that EMEA battle, I guess, in Champions Clash that Matt had been talking about there. But let's have a conversation about the player of the match that we had here within Checkmate as well. So much of that conversation, I think, during that matchup came down to the head-to-head between Checkmate and Kevster on that Tracer, especially on Coliseo there, Matt.
Yeah, he was sick throughout the series. I mean, Checkmate is such an awesome player. And, you think back just even the first map, right? That double pulse bomb, being able to come time and time again, it felt like with pulse bombs and connect in big moments. And I think he's just a huge difference maker for this team, right? With regardless of what you're going to play, whether it be with Ziad and, everybody else on the roster, he's able to play this Tracer or the Sim in certain situations and be a huge difference maker for the team. I mean, you kind of see it even with the Ultimates ban strategy for the final map, right? They wanted to get rid of that Sim, felt it may have been, really difficult to deal with on New Junk City. So they targeted that, but his Tracer's still in play and had a great series overall.
That he definitely did. And now I'm kind of curious here, Mitch, on your take on the ban strategy, right? We saw how Alcatia played that really well. Is this something where the Ultimates might have to be a little bit more heads up and maybe like some protective ban styles as they work into developing maybe the hero pool that they want for some of the compositions that we can see coming in the future?
It's more the latter, because obviously when you win maps, your opponent gets that first ban. So there's actually not a whole, if you want to be successful and win series, your opponents are going to get, in theory, like at least like two first bans against you. So I think making yourself more agnostic to those bans is really important. But we kind of saw that. We saw, despite the pressure that Twilight suffered in that first map with Brig being banned away, they were still able to find success. So this is a team that I think as long as they really button things down and make sure like there's a little bit of flexibility from Heesung, they will be able to deal with that.
I would assume though, Ash, from here on out, it's going to be Brig, Winston, Ana bans that they're going to have to deal with pretty consistently. So they're going to have to figure out a way around that.
Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing what the adjustments are going to be like. But let's take a look at the standings here as we wrap up EMEA for the day. Overall, I mean, Mitch, talk me through what we're seeing on our screens right now for anyone who might just be tuning in to the end of EMEA today.
I think the most notable is that Quick Esports a -1 and Virtus.pro a +1. That series ended up going to 5 and went all the way. And while Virtus.pro got out alive, it was anything but convincing. I liked what we saw from Frostales here, but Team Pep's definitely looking like a pretty complete, well-oiled machine so far. And yeah, Alcatia deserve to be standing at the top. They have a tough one against Twisted Minds. I expect Twisted Minds will find themselves probably pretty comfortably above 5th here. I like what is going on with that team. I think they've got a, really promising like options at tank and a great DPS line.
I mean, Matt, I want to get your last thoughts on how we've wrapped up this first weekend here in EMEA. What team are you really looking out for, I guess, for the rest of regular season?
I'm actually just excited for the regular round robin overall for EMEA, because looking at the standings, there are no gimme games, right? Like, you looked at some of the teams in stage 1, you're like, thank God we're playing them this week.
Yeah.
But there's like no games on that calendar that are, write them off, 3-0, we got this, whatever. Like, these teams are going to have to be so dialed in week to week. And because it's even crazy looking at that standings and think like 2 people are going to get sent to relegation again, right? Like there's so many talented teams top to bottom. So I actually think this could potentially be like the closest region we have over all of the regions we have for OWCS. I think it's going to be really interesting.
Definitely something for you guys in chat to keep an eye out for, because this is just such a promising start to the EMEA region here for OWCS. But that's enough for us on EMEA. Thank you, Matt and Mitch, for joining me for the first half of today. We will be coming back with NA and starting things off with Geeky versus Supernova after a quick break.
Across the world, the strongest rose to the challenge.
Well, there's the overclock. 3 kills for Laptop.
They have fought for pride, for prestige.
A blade for Jaewoo, and there's the kills that you were looking for.
And for a place on the world stage. Every match brings them closer to legacy or obscurity. Rivalries will reignite.
Zera connects with the stick! Zera does it again!
New stars will rise. And champions.
Oh, Cuffer! He looks so good on this Winston right now.
Will fall. This is the Overwatch Champions Series.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to OWCS. We just wrapped up EMEA. We're back with NA now, and I've got some fresh new faces back on the desk with me as well, with Rose and Jack. Happy Mother's Day, guys, by the way. I know that we're celebrating all the moms out here. You guys send any flowers out?
It's not Mother's Day in the UK today.
Okay.
It's actually only for the US. But no, yes, it is Mother's Day. Celebrate all the mums in and out of the game, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Do what
we definitely are picking up what you're putting down.
Happy Mommy Days, Zarya.
Exactly. We were celebrating Junker Queen on EMEA. It's Zarya now on NA. You love to see it. But you know what else we love to see is you guys earning something while you're watching along OWCS with us, because we do have drops here for Stage 2. We took a look at these yesterday. Again, fitting that we have the Junker Queen card there.
Oh, yeah.
Jack, from May 29th.
Yeah, I didn't see the little profile icon. Yeah, JQ hitting the overhead press. You'd love to see that. Zara's got an emote that I think that does that too. Yeah, it's cool drops. And yeah, make sure you tune in, connect your account, and you'll get them in your light suit-ish DM. It depends how long you've watched.
Depends. Yeah, changing things from regular season into the playoffs and whatnot, right? But we absolutely love to see it. We love to see some cats on cam too.
The chomp is back.
I'm sure little guy is very excited for the schedule that we have. Yeah.
His name is Bear. People are wondering.
Yeah,
he's about as big as a bear.
It's a great name. Great name. He's adorable. We love it. We love him. But moving on to the schedule now here for 2025, right? Because we've officially kicked off the second stage here of OWCS Rose. It's been a long road and such a quick turnaround from Champions Clash as well for the beginning of Stage 2.
We can already feel how much this stage is mattering to our competitors. Every single match yesterday, I felt like just gave us such a strong start to our Stage 2, and we have so much more ahead for everybody as we look towards our next LAN. That midseason championship, it feels like it's so close, Jack. And then even closer after that, we've got the World Finals in Stockholm. Oh my gosh, the season's flying by, it feels like.
Don't say that. Okay, it feels like every single year time flies even quicker, and we stray closer to the coffin. But look, Stage 2 is going to be a good time. Yeah, the Crazy Raccoon taking Stage 1. Like, are we going to see kind of the same repeat as last year, where it's only the Korean teams? Everybody's getting more competitive as time goes on. So yeah, it's yet to be seen. It's going to be a good time nonetheless.
Yeah, talking about some of those teams that were getting more competitive too. I mean, the Nightmare, not currently Nightmare, you know, the ones to be able to even take Crazy Raccoons over in Champions Clash there as well. But speaking about those live events that we have going on, we've got to remind you guys that you guys can start planning and getting your tickets here for the mid-season championship. You guys can go check out the link down below at bit.ly/OWCS_MSC to get planning and locking in some more information here. Looking forward to Riyadh. And then we also have the World Finals tickets that are ready for you guys if you guys are looking for some more information as well. Some really fun packages that we're going to be able to see across all 3 days there for World Finals at DreamHack Stockholm. You guys can check out more info below at bit.ly/DH Stockholm 2025. So very exciting things that we're taking a look at here, right? Lots to get hyped for the remainder of the OWCS season when it comes down to LAN. I mean, the opening ceremony for Champions Clash Rose was so sick. You can only imagine how much better it's
I got goosebumps watching that. I got goosebumps. I had tears in my eyes. It felt like we were so back for competitive Overwatch, and especially going back to China. Ow, Bears.
Yes.
biting me. Ouch. Yeah, you're so excited.
No. He's mad that Chinese.
He's a little too excited.
He's mad once again. Didn't get crowned champions. But yeah, the opening ceremony was ridiculous. Honestly, Chinese production, the big stadium, and all the the AR and stuff. Oh god, it was incredible.
So cool.
And you were saying, Ash, like pick up your tickets. The VIP seating last time at Stockholm was pretty damn fire. So yeah, make sure you check out those bundles.
Ooh, okay, that's a great tip, Jack.
You could sit on a couch.
Literal
your very
sofa.
own
We're comfy.
Couch.
We're getting comfy up in here, so it's things for everyone at home to keep in mind if you're planning on heading over to DreamHack to catch us there. But let's go and take a look at our Stage 2 schedule because we're getting ahead of ourselves right now, right? We gotta see what this season has in store. Again, we have the regular season, then we got the playoffs coming in later in June as well. And then having those LCQs here leading into the mid-season championship is one of the biggest differences, Jack, compared to how we got to Champions Clash from Stage 1.
Yeah, the Last Stars qualifier is always fun. It's stressful as all hell for the teams and the players and stuff, but yeah, it makes for some real good viewing, and they're all close games too. The Last Chance qualifiers just breeds competition. It's going to be a good one.
I just heard Jack say, I love when the players are stressed out. Give us more of that.
Dude, clutch moments and high moments and stuff. Yeah, I mean, come on, everybody's going to be a little bit stressed in that situation. It's not just the players, right? But it's a good time.
Jack wants to see it for the plot, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We all do. You know, we're all fans of Overwatch here. But let's take a look at the standings for NA because we did wrap up 3 matches yesterday, and it was quite an interesting way that the day kind of panned out. I think we were not really expecting SSG to go down in -2 in that map differential here, Jack.
Yeah, it was a sick series, though. My word. I'm actually most looking forward to GK right now because they, of course, are basically the ex-roster of Nightmare, who are currently up first place, except for the DPS swap out. So Zera, who we saw yesterday play for Team Liquid, was traded for WMO. So it's our same roster, but they've lost one of their star players. It's going to be an interesting transition period for them. I'm curious how they actually adapt to that because Zera just farms on the Tracer, man. He's just so good. We saw yesterday. It's like nothing changed since Champions Clash. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. So to give you guys an idea of how the schedule has run out for today as well, it was 3 matches of EMEA earlier. Now we're ending the day off with 2 matches of NA. And as we have this conversation now going into match number 1 as well, that's where we're looking forward to seeing again the team that was previously known as Nightmare with 1 change coming in there, going up against a Supernova that came through promo relegation. That's a really tough match to start off your run here for Supernova, Rose.
Hey, listen, that means that things can only get better, right? And who knows where that bar is actually going to sit. It could be Supernova comes in, really surprises us, especially with that small DPS change that does get made to this GK roster. I don't know, anything can be possible. And I think when you take a look at the Supernova squad, I think there are a lot of players to really get excited about. I remember Renko. I think a lot of these players you would actually remember from collegiate Overwatch. They're all playing on some type of university or college team at one point or another, or even right now. And I think the whole team provides a lot of different layers. Like I know, Renko, the smiles are so big for this player, Jack. I feel like every time you see Renko in the server, you look at the player cam, he's smiling ear to ear.
Yeah, the shock days, man, brings a tear to my eye. It really does. I'm gonna have to get a quick clarification there. I think Astro was listed as a DPS. Not entirely sure if that's the case. And Falster there on the tank. Obviously, Astro and Falster sharing responsibilities for that role. So we'll have to wait and see if that's accurate, because that'll be a crazy swap up. So look at Geeky though. Look, ex-Nightmare roster now playing under the Geeky Esports banner. WMO or Maimone in the DPS slot, filling the biggest shoes possible coming out of Champions Clash in Zera. Same core though. Cuffer, Lethal, UV, Admiral, UV. Put up some big stats, man. I got you on my fantasy team. You got to do this. You got to do this for the boy.
Definitely a lot of pressure for this player, though, right, Rose? Zera was the biggest difference maker. Of course, the entire team had a hand, but that was the player to watch for that X-Nightmare roster. And do you think that that maybe puts that additional pressure on the shoulders of Maimon heading into today's matchup?
Sure. I think it would put a lot of pressure on anybody having to fill the shoes of a DPS player that has received the praises of South Korean DPS players. So I'm hopeful that, you know, we are going to see Maimon live up to those expectations, but also, you know, hopefully he can also be a little bit easier on himself. It's going to be a great chance these first couple of weeks to get integrated into the team. And I remember this player being super good, so I'm excited to see what he brings to the table.
Well, we don't have to wait too much longer to see what how Maimon is going to slot into this GK core up against Supernova. I'm looking forward to getting straight into this matchup.
Yes, thank you very much, Ash. And look, Supernova might be coming in here as the underdogs, Rose against GK Esports. But if you just tuned in to EMEA, we had Quick Esports taking VP to a map number 5. So I feel like stage 2 is bringing a whole lot more than just surprises. We're going to start out on Ilios, GK banning D.Va, Supernova banning Pharah.
Okay, so a Pharah ban here. Interesting to kick things off. I think the D.Va ban, I'm kind of wondering where GK was coming from with that. I can't remember which tank is actually in the starting lineup, but I know False is very, very good on D.Va, so maybe you're just kind of hoping this is going to be some sort of protect ban if False is in the roster, then it makes sense to try to ban that away. Woo! Sorry, I'm allergic to the cat. A lot of layers to bear being on stream, that's for sure.
Okay. We'll take you being slightly allergic and sneezing every now and then to have
to see the cat on stream. Yeah, me
that's
too.
fine. That's a very easy
trade offer. Right? I give you my allergies and my cat, but you have to take both.
So we are actually seeing Astro on DPS here. Obviously, normally a tank for Supernova, and False coming in. I remember False quite known for the hog. Used to play on Vancouver Titans, actually.
Yes.
Way back in Overwatch League. We'll see how Maimon, though, steps into the GK roster, filling those big shoes of Zera. Winston for cover, Rose, a classic.
Yeah, but this D.Va ban makes so much more sense seeing False in the starting lineup. He's going to force False onto the Hazard to still play a similar type of dive style. And Astro's off to a great start. A pick on the Ultraviolet means that you're missing a huge source of your healing here for GK, but not too soon before Maimon gets a strike back.
Yeah, Maimon's in there. Jutsu down. Taking out the Freya is going to be really key in these comps. As we know how strong Freya is already, even after just a single day of play. Oh, 2 for EU, I suppose. There's a False and Cuppa right now, just staring at each other's backlines. Not quite so lovingly in the eyes, like you should be doing your mother today, as Lethal takes down False eventually. As GK, they do have firm control now. I mean, Grapes and Renko can't even step up. Cuppa is making sure they have... Well, they can't even throw a pack at the point to help Astro out.
Finally, the flip I was like, the point actually just gets captured because GK Esports are able to actually start working up the percentage, and now they get to take this forward positioning as well. I think this is what Kappa was so good at, recognizing where you can start to push the advantage with the Winston. And unfortunately, we're going to see a pause because we've got a Tracer DC on GK. I think it's Maimon that unfortunately got DC'd from the server. Really unlucky because Maimon was so close to getting the pulse bomb after how much legwork he was putting in with the Tracer. So we'll have to get Maimon back in there.
DCs are tragic because you do lose all that ult charge. So yeah, and the pulse bomb normally something that's coming up first, and normally that can impact that like second fight after you cap that point. So hopefully we can get back in. I mean, I'm looking at Lethal right now. He's got like 71% on his ult, so might be okay. Another ult that builds very quickly, and you're happy at this point to just throw it in whenever you get it up. It's a decent ult, the Bolus, although we've seen a couple of bowler Jaxes today in EMEA. You're held for what feels like eternity in the air when you actually end up firing it out, and it can be pretty easy for the other one to snipe you out of the skies. It's although he's just joined the server again now, so Maimon might be good to go. Hopefully it was just like a small DC, nothing too catastrophic.
Yeah.
So we jump back in a couple of seconds. Here we go.
Yeah, I think the bullet shot can still be very useful here, and you can still hold a little bit more forward, at least to meet Supernova at that point. You can already see Kappa still taking that stance with the bubble, but now that that bubble's about to expire, this is where False can go in with the wall, try to isolate somebody, especially if Kappa is caught without jumps.
Yeah, not great, Astro, with that pulse bomb. They do end up selling out the bowler onto the points, although the bowler shot don't really find anything at all, and there is the flip of Supernova.
All right, so Supernova, they do come in and make quick work of Kappa and are able to take away the point, but now the hard work continues. You've got this pulse bomb from Astro, so that is something that you can throw in alongside that rally, and you should be able to get some pretty overwhelming damage pressure with the bola shot from Jutsu in tow. So there's a lot for Supernova actually to rely upon here, but it's kind of, whoa, an early sound barrier that kicks things off here for GK.
Yeah, that polo shot as well is going to separate the DPS players from GK. Both support ults thrown in by Supernova. In a sound barrier there, used pretty early on, but I mean, if you're not able to instantly capitalize, our rally builds up, and then the ring on top, like, yeah, it's a heavy ultimate investment for Supernova in the last fight.
Well, I'm so surprised that Admiral actually used that sound barrier so early, but if you're able to get out so many ultimates from Supernova, then I feel like that's a trade that you're super happy with. Because now GK, they can go in with their rush that's going to help close the distance for this next fight, and they also have the Pulse Bomb and the Primal Rage to throw in after that all expires. So I think that there should still be a good way for GK to come back in, but, you know, Supernova, they're starting to get a good amount of percentage racked up here. They're looking at last fight territory soon.
Pulse Bomb from Mayman goes a little wide. Recall still available too. This should be an easy kill actually. Kind of schooled Jutsu. 75% Supernova lose control after that rush. It's placed on the point.
Only having to invest the rush here is going to be a great call here for GK Esports. They can still push the advantage to try to get another pick as you stagger out the supports in the back. Grapes and Runko, they do get a chance to spawn together, but now, you know, Supernova, they only really have this downpour, an ultimate that you look at being able to maybe lock down even one person, maybe even just Kappa, but Kappa's got this Primal Rage to make sure that your HP pool is big enough that you're not gonna just be deleted if you do get hit by that downpour. So I think Supernova is still might be a little tough here, but you can see also hunting for it. You really want to try to grab this Winston. Oh, it forces out the Primal Rage already.
Downpour available from False as well. Kappa making mean work at the back line though. Those hands are heavy and they're swinging. Nice downpour. No, hits Kappa, but he's fine. He's all good. Kappa, I mean, False on the other hand, not quite so lucky. Chasing him down to another lifetime there. 10% to go, and Supernova are split like the stars in the sky. As GK Esports, they should be able to round this one out.
With ultimates to spare, so even if things were starting to look a little dicey, they have the sound barrier, which Admiral just lays out just for a little victory pose, I guess, on crack. But yeah, what a good round here for GK. I'm still kind of looking at Supernova. I'm wondering how much they're getting caught out by the ban, having to play this hazard instead. They don't really look as comfortable with trying to execute on some of these dives as what Kappa might be on the Winston.
Yeah, I mean, Astro not looking too shabby on the Tracer, to be honest. Obviously, we saw Lion the other week, but Lion actually in Korea right now, so that's why he's not playing. So, yeah, not too bad, honestly, you know. Tank player got hands on the Tracer. There's one DPS, if there's one DPS that, like, supports and, like, tanks pick up, it's always Tracer. You can always depend on a Tracer. Always. No matter the meta, no matter what happens, Tracer's always going to be up there in terms of how powerful the hero is.
Old reliable,
so if there's one character you need to get good at, tank players and support players, yeah, pick that one up. Hope you come playing Widow.
It's also just so good as a solo operating agent, and I think that's where you're going to see a lot of these Tracers find that impact, is not even just following up on some of these dives initiated by the Hazard and the Winston respectively, but also take a look at how well, like, Renko is getting marked by the Tracer. On the Juno, a very squishy hero. Same thing with the Freya. I think Jutsu is also going to be under a lot of threat by Maimon, but it's going to be Graves that finds Kappa first. These Winstons, they've got to be very careful here. Jack, I feel like this is a pattern we've seen.
Yeah, Letha that entire time basically playing super hot in the sky, just waiting for people to kind of peek and then get double taps from across the map. Kappa ended up getting not isolated, but do you mess with folks in that cage where that little health pack is? Those walls can really stop your aggression coming through on the Winston. Same with Maymon as well. Good initial pick though from GK. Should be able to force Supernova back at this point. We'll see if this cage control can be continued for Supernova. Looks like they're not even going to give up the point. A lot of pressure on the backline right now as Grapes jumps into the bubble, but he's a couple of percentage points away from that rally. Ends up popping it, but Juice's already dead. A bash forward from Grapes and a flail kill into cover. Slams him straight into the wall as Supernova holds onto the point despite losing a player early.
There's so much aggression from GK onto the supports. With the fact that Grapes had that rally, I felt like that was a very punishable dive. You saw the shield bash, and just like the rally inspire healing was enough to help make sure that not only was the Freya alive to just continue to punish out damage, but you also had Renko surviving. Oh, big stick though onto Kappa, and it's a trade, but I feel like the trade goes a little bit worse here for GK.
Good with it. Okay. There's a rush on the point. Surely this is the time for GK to gain control of this point, but not anymore. You got to run. It's a raid. You don't want to get one-tapped randomly by anybody on the side of Supernova, so they're going to have to back off and wait for Cuff to respawn. Sound Barrier, Primal Rage available for GK, but they're running into that downpour, but they don't have to worry about Jusu anymore. Should be the only thing that they require is Sound Barrier, and yeah, there you go, Rose. Fight already over, but Supernova with 90+%.
That's a lot of percentage. I mean, you just have to win one fight, and we're going to be tying up this round. Supernova now, it's going to be a little bit tough. Yesterday, we saw when teams were able to actually take control of this point. You've got this high ground to play around with the Freya. Makes it a little bit easier to make sure that you're landing these critical shots onto everybody leaving spawn. You're chunking them, and then some type of follow-up either from the Freya herself or even just from a couple of those long-range shots from the Winston Tesla cannon can really just do a number. So Supernova, they got to stay grouped up, make sure that they're holding on to these critical healing resources, especially when you know that Kappa's playing aggressive like this. Make sure that you've got your shield bash, your whip shots, and things like that ready.
Oh, whoa. Not quite. Astra goes down though first. What the call is now for Supernova. They probably don't want to stay in. Yeah, GK are just going to push them back. We saw what happened yesterday, Rose, with with Infected on the Wrecking Ball in this exact situation. It can be a rather deadly place to be. These Freyas, Lethal, and Jusu trading out.
Yeah, there's a big trade here, but the trade is still going better for GK Esports. Supernova, they only have this downpour. Maybe the rally is going to help them, but the longer that these fights go on, I feel like the more muscle that GK has to just kind of keep holding this defense and Kappa out of nowhere. Jutsu's
and they even pop the rally. Okay, Cups can try and find someone with the Primal Rage, going for the Primal Blade in the air. Oh, the Judo. Super low, gets back to the spawn room in time. Astro's pretty low. Same with Folks in the front line. Jusu jumping over to Widow to try and find a pig, try and find an opening against GK, but they are not giving it to him.
No, I think the Widowmaker, you just want to at least give yourself a chance to let the team get out of spawn. But at this point, I mean, Supernova, they're getting stopped in their tracks. No time to actually use this downpour. They're going to have this orbital race shortly, but is it going to be in enough time before the Admiral's running at you with the sound barrier?
And Renko has to use that Ray to actually get out of the spawn. And Lethal takes down Astro. A nice right click then followed up with a headshot. Tracer dead, 2 touches now. Another touch comes through for Supernova, but how long can they actually survive? Lethal falls, but there's the round and the map. GK take Leos 2-0.
Yeah, Supernova got so close. They had such good control of well until they unfortunately just got overwhelmed with ultimates. I feel like the aggression that we saw from Kuffa finally worked out in that backline. And then from there, it's so difficult, I think, to ingress onto well or even Lighthouse, as we saw yesterday, when there's just so few routes for you to take that Freya isn't just marking you or the Winston on a different corner of the map.
Yeah, I mean, Astro looked pretty decent, to be fair, for a tank player playing the Tracer, landing a couple of nice pulse bombs. But Jutsu and Astro, those last couple of fights, like half that map, they were the ones dying first. Very tough meta to play in if you're a squishy character, i.e. everybody in the server apart from the tanks. You will get blown up pretty quick by the Freya and even by the Tracer too. It's a tough world out there right now. And a lot of instant kills, not enough time to react a lot of the time, it feels like. Yeah, good start, and kind of what we expect as well from DK, right, Rose? We're coming into this, we know Maymon is replacing Zera. However, the core of the roster is still there. They still have this incredible backline in UV and Admiral. I mean, Lethal is always putting up good numbers, and Cuffer, one of the best tanks we have in North America right now. And Supernova, you know, putting up some nice numbers, but it's the EK squad with the veterancy, with the leadership too, that's gonna probably take this series. But how close can Supernova really make it? I think that's what we have to think about here.
Yeah, and sometimes control isn't necessarily the best view of how close some of these rounds can actually go. So once we actually start to extend into a little bit more of the series, we're looking at like hybrid, escort. I think those are going to be the maps that really can tell us a bit more of the picture. How patient are you with some of these rotations? How well do you actually communicate to make sure that you're taking these swings together and playing around corners, protecting each other? So I'm excited to see where we decide to go for this next map, and also just in general where Supernova might want to take us. This is a team that you look at if False is going to stay into the tank role. Jack, I feel like the Diva ban was a little bit targeted in that sense, but then do you think that we still try to go to some of these more dive eccentric maps, or do we go somewhere where, like Circuit, you can actually play something like Sigma?
Yeah, it feels like you want to avoid Gibraltar, like any kind of divey type map, Dorado as well, because Cuffer can just play Winston. Unless you go there and then ban it and then play the Hazard. Looks like it's going to be a Circuit Royale. Okay, slowing the pace down. Supernova picking up that. And I would imagine, well, you don't really need to ban Sigma. Cuffer, like, really known for Sigma play, to be honest. They probably just want to go fast. So yeah, we'll see where Supernova want to lean into bans here.
So like maybe if you wanted to try to protect the Sigma and also know that there's going to be one thing that can kind of counter that, then maybe you decide to take your ban and you go Ramatra, or you kind of look at the
could ban May roster. Actually as well.
You could ban May. That's true.
Yeah. And then, because May, especially on these maps, if you know the other team wants to go fairly quick, if they want to run around, banning the May is not too much of an, not too bad of an option, because the May is just so annoying to play against, especially on these first couple of corners. Because as soon as your tank gets walled off, they're going to explode. They're going to instantly die. It's so tough to catch the Sigma normally, right? If you're playing Sigma versus Sigma, but when you've got the May that can just run up and wall behind them, it's super easy to collapse on that. So that could be where we also stray. We'll have to wait and see. And then Geeky on the other side, I don't think they really need to worry about banning too much. Like, just take something that's a hindrance to their comp. Any target ban here on a map like Circuit. We've seen kind of Astro what you can do on the Tracer. You don't really want to ban that here. So yeah, I'd imagine Supernova taking the lead in terms of the bans. Like, yeah, May or Ram, like you said, would be what I would go for.
It's tough because I feel like it's been a hot minute since we've actually seen Maymon play, so I'm like, I know Maymon is like played Echo, obviously has a great tracer. I just can't like fully remember whether or not like May is something that he would rather lean into over something like a Genji if you're given an opportunity to play projectile DPS. So that is definitely tough. I think that the Ramatra would make the most sense to me, unless you wanted to try to ban out like a support, but we're getting from production that we're gonna go ahead and see the bans, and we were right.
There you go.
It has to be the Ramatra ban. I think it makes the most sense to make sure that Cuffa doesn't have an instant way to just punish you for wanting to play the Sigma while also protecting your tank choice. Otherwise, I think it would have been very easy for Geeky to just go, huh, no Sigma for you.
All right, okay, yeah, forcing the hand to Geeky, and there's a Zen ban. Okay, so taking that away from someone like Renko and the back line of Supernova. See where they want to pivot. If you're not playing Ram here, Cuffa, do you just go, honestly, do you just go Winston? Like, just go super fast? You know what Zen, like...
Oh my god, do you play Wrecking Ball? No way.
Run it down.
Well, because I mean, there's no way. Renko is a great Zenyatta. If Renko cannot play Zenyatta, then you know that's one thing at the very least you don't have to worry about if you're wanting to play something like a Wrecking Ball. You're not going to get blown up as easily because you just don't have Orb of Discord to deal with. There's still, like, Brig, but I feel like, I don't know, if you're playing Sigma, then you probably want Ana. But you can't play Ana Zen now.
I mean, I'm kind of down for the just... run it down with a Winston, I'm gonna be honest. I mean, all the ball, like anything dive related on Circuit Royale, it's a bit easier to round that first corner, right? With the new changes, with the little doorway that goes to the height pretty quick. So Yeah, okay, we'll see what.
Kuffa play Orisa, like that would be a kind of a wild choice, but I don't think it's super out of left field now that a lot of teams have actually looked at trying to play the Orisa from watching OWCS Korea and everything.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of Orisa bans as well earlier in EMEA, so we'll have to wait and find out. Circuit Royale is the map choice by Supernova, a ban of the Ram, and then a ban of Zen for DK Esports.
So I think this is pretty telegraphed. We should see a Sigma composition come out from Supernova. False super good on some of these more off-tank or like our old classic off-tank heroes. Can't call them really the off-tanks anymore, but you guys know what I mean. And then I actually seeing them kind of hover over what they are in Spawn. Maybe they are going to be the ones that actually bring out the Mei. So more on that later. It is the Orisa from Kuffa as they come out of the defense, Jack.
Yeah, and Pharah. Cool. All right. A lot of burst damage. A lot of burst damage. Splash damage from the Pharah, followed up with a little splash damage or a direct hit from the Freya. It's enough for a kill for sure. And then false with the Sigma. Yeah, really good on that. Hero, pretty, like I said before, pretty decent on the hog. It was a long time ago. Vancouver Titans is, remember seeing him play. A lot of players actually funneling through Vancouver Titans, the later stage of those rosters on that team. I mean, it's not the Vancouver Titans of GOATs old. It was ex-Runaway. Like the Sugar Freeze we're talking about. Even Shockwave was on that roster as well. So, let's see. Astro on Genji. Used to back on the Freya.
So the Genji I like because you have the deflect for something like the Freya, and oh my goodness. Wow, Kuffa.
Where did Kuffa go? All right, first fight's done.
Actually.
You don't need a Discord apparently, you just got that much focus fire. That was really nice work there, just off that single rock killing the Orisa. And Kuffa, okay, staying on Orisa, I was like, funky, but no, he's just using it to leap to the front of the spawn and then changing to the Orisa to get back a little bit quicker.
I think the Orisa just makes a lot more sense versus this comp, and that's why I was kind of like towards the end of our musings of what kind of tanks you would see. I was like, you know what, actually Orisa sounds really good here. So I'm excited to see Kuffa just kind of try to play something a little bit different. With an ice pick onto Astro, this is going to be a good chance for Kuffa to take this corner back, deny Supernova from finishing out this first point, and hopefully put a stop in this. Lethal's finally built up to the bullish shot too. Actually beating Jutsu there.
It's on the corner. Wow. Pulse at least kills Lethal there in the trade, but DK Esports lost UV on the push somehow. Just got sniped out. I think it's just Freya gaming, Freya moment. Barrage doesn't end up connecting with False, or at least half of it does. A little bit got eaten by the shield then. But he managed to skirt around it. That lamp doesn't end up getting destroyed, but Renko using the window is going to push DK Esports all the way back.
Wow, they do push them back, but there isn't really enough pressure on the front line for them to actually capitalize and get this first point. You can see actually False is stuck. Right now. Yeah. Oh, he's getting bullied. Now this is a reset moment, and I think maybe this reset should have happened a little while ago. The amplification matrix investment isn't too bad because you still have the orbital ray to help push you through this. And the flux, I think that's really where we could see the Sigma just try to find maximum value. Oh, you gotta be so careful though. Do you see how much damage Renko took from just peeking around that corner? This is where we're gonna see the actual teamwork get tested. With a lot of these Freya shots, are you able to actually coordinate as a team to make these swings? And so watch how Supernova set up with this gravitic flux ready.
Was going super low. He's already used that grasp, so he's going to be a little bit more vulnerable. Looked like Kuffa was trying to push him off the edge of the map there. Nano boost onto Lethal as the rays who get deployed by UV and Grapes. Lethal's still hunting for targets, but actually gets collapsed upon. The gravitic flux that connected with the DPS. They slam back down to the ground. A very scrappy fight, but Kuffa's going to come out on top, rotating those Orisa cooldowns with UV healing him up. Not much Supernova can do, so a reset here and potentially a final one. There's only 60 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, False switches over to the Diva now, and I think that is a signal that this Sigma is just not working for Supernova the way they were hoping that it would. Kuffa's Orisa is really standing tall to that, and so maybe with the Diva, this is going to give you a little bit more ability to kind of eat up some of this big splash damage from Lethal and My Mode, and you also just have the Diva to help close the difference into like the Pharah.
Is there a whip shot here? Oh, whip shot actually missed. Any play kills though? Maimon does end up using that barrage, a long-range one. It's taken out of the skies as Renko pops the window. Pops Maimon's head. 20 seconds to go. There is going to be a touch here from DK, you imagine. Especially with Cuppa's positioning right now, but how long can he actually stay on the point? He's already used that fortify, so he's going to be quite vulnerable in a moment, but Renko goes down. Too lethal. Sniped from across the map. As now Lethal takes a more of aggressive positioning as they demech False. A couple of seconds to go, and Stupaniva, it's lights out for them on this first point. Don't even get one, sadly, as GK able to defend.
That is a rare first point hold on Circuit Royale. I feel like the last couple of matches we've had, Jack, has always been going the distance to that third point. So a full hold here is kind of exciting. Maybe not for Supernova, but like for a viewer. What a rare occurrence.
If you watched EU earlier, the VP game versus Quick Esports, they were going. It was a heater.
Yeah.
Definitely worthwhile on going back and watching that all the way to 5. It was ridiculous. And yeah, like you said, those times we are all the way. We're going to last, either capping or just stopping before.
Yep.
Don't see these full holds all too often. See if GK can keep up this pace, this momentum. So now they are on their attack, and yeah, it's going to be the same thing. Don't imagine we're going to see any changes. Although Admiral, Alari, I like it. A lot of hope.
It is crazy to me that False has mitigated like 9k damage. I know a lot of that is off the back of playing like Sigma and Diva, but like, oh my god.
That's a lot of barrages he's been eating.
Yeah. Oh, it's crazy.
Hungry Sigma. Can you even play with the Torp Hammer? Probably not.
I miss hearing the sounds in Spawn of like the tunes some of these players could play.
Was it he sang that was like super good on the piano? I can't remember, but yeah. With the sim.
Some players, they just like, they're with it like that. I don't know.
Yep,
That's
piano
the
skills.
skill coming in clutch, yeah.
Okay, Admiral, no Alari.
All right.
Going Ana, which, yep, means a little Winston from Kaffa. Okay.
Yeah, nice and fast
Winston
here.
Overwatch.
Well, this backline is so diveable. Why not? I mean, look at the angle that Kaffa can take, sliding over the rooftops. You see these squishy targets, Grapes and Renko back there. And this Winston would love to get that Tesla cleave. If you force out the Immortality field, that's an easy way that Kaffa and Maimon can go in together and just cap. Like, you don't have very far to go. I think the Winston is also the right call.
Be easier to escape from the May as well. Those walls aren't really a task for you. Oh, Renko. Okay, pulsar torpedoes connect on both sides, in fact. Maimon ends up going down as well, but DK, like I said, keeping up this pace, they're just forcing Supernova to burn all their precious cooldowns. Already Astro has used the block. But they do have to chill. They have to relax for a little bit, wait for another small push. Also, torpedoes connect with a couple of Supernova there, but they are so close to finishing the map already. Pulse trying to take a step up, reclaim some of that space.
There is a Maywall that blocks off a little bit of Kaffa's escape, but GK are playing so patiently with this. They know it's only a matter of time when those cooldowns come back that Kaffa could take this space back. A big anti onto Astro as well, and Renko is one.
Nice kills from Ultraviolet. He's farming my fantasy stats. Let's go, UV. Keep it up. Give him the 5k real quick. Nice little boulder dodge, and that will be bad. Oh, we got another one at the end. There you go. Triple kill. The pulsar torpedoes from Violet and GK. Yeah, they're making it look easy. Rose, little 2-0. Start off.
Did you pick Ultraviolet because you knew that he would be playing?
He's a farm. He's a farm.
Skin?
No.
The judo skin with the little sharks for the pulsar torpedoes.
I didn't. I picked him up because he's a beast and he farms stats.
It was a great pickup, and Ultraviolet has been one of the best flex support players that we've had in North America, and continuing to do so even on the international stage. So I'd love to be able to see him show up in the kill feed like that, and of course with the judo skin. Oh, the mythic is so beautiful.
Yeah, it looks great. 2-0 for GK, kind of expected. Maybe we're not going to get a quick esports VP-esque game here, but you know, with your tank subbing in for play DPS, it's still a decent showing, at least on control. Astro coming up big with some kills, but not quite finding the same level of success on Circuit Royale, sadly. And it's their chance to choose the map again.
Ooh, so, you know, slowing down a Circuit Royale, it was a really great idea. Unfortunately, didn't quite get the follow through. But I think if you wanted to continue to do something like that, you have to take a look at the rest of this map pool and kind of wonder, okay, not too many options here that I think give you the same type of room for something like a Sigma that the Circuit Royale does. Like, what do you do? Like Midtown? Right. But Midtown, you could.
Yeah, it's difficult because exactly you can play Winston. This is just a good map pool right now for Cuffer. So wherever Supernova go, they're going to be running into a brick wall made of Winston. Yeah, difficult. Where do you potentially go? So we've already had, obviously, the escort controls out. We've got hybrid flashpoint push there to Hollywood, Kings. You could probably go Kings Row. You can't really play the Winston there too well. But you will be running into the Orisa, so maybe you hop on that and then man the Orisa.
Yeah, but then Cuffa just plays ramp, so...
Sure, yeah, sure, exactly, right, so...
I think this is a problem
really
that a lot of teams are really going to run into, and I think it's sort of a conversation we were hitting on yesterday. If you're a team like... Team Liquid, I think, is a great example of this. If you're a team that can sort of play everything, I think this, especially the first couple of weeks, is really where you get a chance to have the most advantage. So with the rest of this map pool, I think should just be a 3-0. Geekay can kind of play everything.
Really can. Even go to a push, to be fair, Coliseum maybe. New Junk City, but again, it's the rush is going to be the key factor here for Geekay Esports. Still rare. I'd love to see it. What do you ban though? Do you even not even bother doing the tank ban? Do you just ban something else maybe?
I'm just trying to think, like, I kind of wonder if you just say, okay, we have to play against the Winston. At least that's one variable that we can plan around and actually play into. And so if that's the case, then do you think about maybe banning a support? Maybe that helps to enable the Winston a little bit better. So maybe ban out the Ana. But Rico's very good at Ana, so it's really tough to balance. Like, what do you do to actually try to counter the team that you're playing against without hindering yourself? So...
Yeah, it is the give and take of the ban system, of course. You're trying to ban out, like, okay, we need to do this. Maybe you ban out the Juno. We've seen quite a few Juno bans as well.
True.
For both regions. Yeah, curious. I'm looking at Supernova's roster and thinking, like, okay, if you're going to pivot in any direction as well, maybe you just want Astro on the Tracer too. So going to a more, well, every map's kind of a Tracer-centric map, to be honest.
Sapi.
At this moment in time. Runa Sapi, though. Okay, we're going to push for our third and potential final map.
Okay. We haven't actually seen a lot of push in North America yet. I feel like...
Yeah, it's not an EU. It's a good rush map, and it's also a decent... You can play Winston here as well, like a very decent dive map. So there's a lot of variants that you can play. You could play Diva,
very well
play some Hazard.
Yeah.
Very open to interpretation on what you can play. I don't think right now Geekay really minds, though, being completely honest with you. And you can have, UV back on something like an Ana and just, hey, pocket Cuffa to the moon and back, and then Panic Rush and see what Supernova can bring to the table.
It's hard because I think if you ban out the Ana, you could still play Lucio Kiri. Lucio feels like such a must-have on a lot of these push or flashpoint maps, and Geekay are actually going to ban out the Freya. We're going to see Supernova respond to that with a hazard ban. Very interesting.
Freya ban. Oh, right. Okay. It was going to come eventually. Banning out the Freya. Jutsu, to be fair, Jutsu and Lethal, they were trading a lot of the time, but maybe they just feel like Lethal's a little bit stronger than them right now, and they need to suppress him a little bit. Although, to be fair, Lethal cracked on the hit scan, so I don't think we're going to see anything too crazy like an Ashe. Probably going to just default back to Soj.
Sojourn could work here. I think when looking at just the angles that you could take, I think Sojourn makes a lot of sense. Freya can also play around the buildings, but I feel like with just all of the different windows that you can step your toes through, Sojourn is good. Yeah, like, yeah, Sojourn, Winston, like Sojourn, D.Va, I think super playable here for both of these teams.
A small swap, by the way, before we get in and you'll be surprised. Folks and Astro are swapping. So Folks, DPS, Astro on the tank.
Okay, so maybe we're actually going to see a main tank here. You know, during promotion relegation, Astro was playing a lot of Winston.
Sure, yeah.
So I think if you were expecting that Cuff is going to play Winston or Ball, I guess, that Astro could come out and play like Winston or even the Orisa that's getting hovered over. So I like it. That's a really good swap. And hopefully that's going to be something that Supernova can look at and go, well, this worked for us in our promotion relegation. Maybe this is just what we have to try to play around with here. We're down 2-0. Let's just see what sticks as we have to think ahead to the rest of the stage.
Yeah, I think that's one key thing to keep in mind, right? Looking forward and like, hey, we got these matches coming up. Like, let's just concentrate on them. We know having a tank sum in for DPS isn't ideal. Probably one of the better times to do it because GK are going to be one of the best teams in the region. We'll see. Jutsu on the cast and False on Genji, of course, with the Freya band is actually just going to be a complete match here from GK Esports.
Okay. I like the Cassidy as well. It plays a lot closer to the Orisa than the Sojourn would. So if you want to be able to step up to the plate with your fortified Orisa, then the Cassidy can also go in, get the hinder. Just in general, is going to be able to give you that more close range damage. And who doesn't love being able to play around that judo speed ring, of course, as well.
The battle for the ages. Two golden Orisas looking at each other, spearing each other, walking away from each other. Incredible stuff. Incredible pain. Nice kill, Astro on cover. Unfortunately for them, the ball has been stolen. DK getting a little bit of a progress there. Not too much though. They end up getting it back.
Maymo's so low. Somebody heal him. Oh my gosh. I thought that was going to be a pick. And I think if that had happened, Supernova actually looks really good to take the lead. But now we see GK come back. It's going to be a little bit of a race to see which support can get an ult online first. But it's Lethal that has the high noon up. And with all of that chaos, actually, Grayside is Admiral, so you don't even get a chance to see this Cassidy do anything with that ult.
Yeah, not quite. Rocking the Galactic weapon skin too, actually, on this cast, purple Cassidy. Yeah, it looks really clean, actually. Purple on purple. See it? Supernova going to be able to take the lead. I mean, Cover, he's in the back line right now. He's asking for some help. Mode is going to be there with a couple of shurikens, but looks like Cover has decided his days are numbered and decides to jump back to the rest of his squad, but LOS. A deadly mistress as Supernova makes sure Ultraviolet and Admiral cannot peek cover for heals.
Okay, this is a great lead for Supernova. They're getting very close to this first checkpoint. You could already see that they're ready to go for this one with something like the Terror Surge, but there's no fight from GK. They just have to give that up as they regroup and try to come back.
I mean, GK haven't got a kill yet, Rose, by the way.
Yeah, no.
0 kills.
It's not looking super great for them right now. I do think that False is kind of playing with fire, being able to play with the deflect up front, but you're walking into a Terror Surge here if you're GK.
Surely there's a kill here. Surely there's a kill. GK popping the blade, popping the Terror Surge. There you go.
Oh my goodness.
IMON with 3. Almost made that 4. Okay, a Terror Surge, a blade, an orbital ray, and a rally. The ult done from GK. There's the team kill you're expecting.
Jeez, you would think with that many ultimates that you would get the team one.
If you get no kills there, just...
Oh, you quit the server, I think.
No way. Too much damage, too much
server, you go to the next map.
Well, that's like... That would be like an old GOATS moment. 12 ults, no kills.
True. What a throwback. All right, high noon from Lethal doesn't get anything again except for some space for GK as, you know, they get a little bit of a flip on Supernova, but Supernova come with this Pulse Blade.
Yeah, Pulse getting active in the backline, in fact. Amon, Avril dead, up to smithereens. Nice little flank there, actually, from GK initially. You saw Lethal trying to get his head in. Up the Falls as well, so a big win here for Supernova. They maintain control of the lead. They're going to get a couple of staggers too as Lethal dies very late. Them with UV.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty good stagger for Supernova. You still have the rally. That's going to be a great thing to invest in this next fight. And you get to maintain your positioning here with the forward spawns reactivating. So Supernova, I mean, this is a lead that they're just trying to hopefully just play defense with from GK. GK still have nothing. I mean, at this point, you're looking at how the rest of this map has gone and say GK needs 5 ults to get a team wipe. That'll come at some point, but you gotta actually start racking up some of these team fights back to back.
Leader was only here headshots, by the way, over the last couple of seconds. Rally, high noon, buys them time for just a moment, but here comes the Terror Surge and the bash on top. That rally bash from Grapes looked great, just stunning them in that Terror Surge. Supernova wiping out GK Esports, extending their lead too. Okay, they are not out of this series. False on the Genji, Astra on the tank. Maybe this is what they need to start the series off.
I guess so. I mean, this is what they were able to utilize for the PR, so I feel like Astro slotting back in is just giving them a little bit of a better ability to stand up to this Kappa Orisa. But now you got a Orbital Ray versus Orbital Ray. Oh my god, and Kappa actually has an ult again, so...
All right, go again. Orbital Ray, yeah, like you said, Orbital Ray versus Orbital Ray, but Terror Surge on top. A lot of damage, not sure how much. That's a lot.
But the best part...
97 meters, though. You're happy with that?
Yeah. Supernova said 97 meters, but I was going to say GK gets a hold on to ults. They didn't actually invest the rally and the blade on top of that. So, hey, having tools to work with for this next fight, this is what you want. To be able to string these fights back to back, you just have to have these resources. So go in with rally, blade. Oh, that was so close.
Might get the kill there on the low health support. All right, checkpoint on the horizons for GK. Big ults invested though. The rally and the blade. A high noon Supernova with a blade in the back pocket and a Terror Surge too. But checkpoint for GK is going to be important. Getting that butt scratch mode out the way.
I mean, one more team fight though, that GK actually could take the lead away. And so I don't think that it's that bad that they invested the rally as well as the blade there. Now, yeah, you don't have a whole lot else. Maybe you have to take a bit of an economical fight when you know that Supernova is going to have a blade of their own. But who knows? Maybe you just get a raw pick with a lot of these rotations that GK have been able to take. I would like to pay attention to where like Vimo and Lethal are going to be.
Oh, that was... Oh dear, false. From a mile away, pops that blade. Couldn't even get the double dash to actually get to the backline despite the high noon just stopping him. Terror Surge comes in though regardless. And Fox picks up a couple of neutral kills, so he ended up comboing those ults at all, but still managing to find value. And now Kappa launches his own Terror Surge in. Kills Grapes with the help of Maymone. Sniping Red. Surely gets the kill. Okay, yeah, Renko does end up going down. Those flying cabbages from the Orisa end up connecting eventually.
All right.
They look like giant cabbages. At least in the Overwatch 2 beta, they were way bigger. They actually looked like giant cabbages. It looked so silly.
Yeah, I had flashbacks to like that's what we could have missed with like an Avatar.
You couldn't collab. See if the Orisa was shooting you at that time when it came out. You actually just couldn't see. They were too big. All right, there's the rallies and the orbital rays deployed. GK have already lost UV. However, look at this positioning right now from Kappa. Self and Maymone, they're splitting off the rest of the team. Still no lead acquired either. 20 meters behind Supernova, who are in prime position right now.
Kappa.
Take this map.
Yeah, this is looking like it could be a Supernova win if they just play their cards right. Having this Terror Surge again, but you gotta deal with this big wombo combo that GK threw at you a couple of fights ago. But the blade and the rally, they're going back into your territory, so this is an important fight, Jack. If GK win this here, I think they could actually take the map, but if Supernova do, then his map is theirs.
Terror Surge hits 4, but you saw Maymone there actually using the blade mid Terror Surge so he can dash back out. Renko Grapes down, support's dead for Supernova. Bot's been stolen, however, and Kappa in hot pursuit. It's not a need for speed game. Astro does end up popping to survive for as long as he possibly can, but these bot steals have been honestly disastrous for GK Esports. They have to regain all this space. They're just losing time, and it gives Supernova enough of it to actually regroup and go for another fight.
Yeah, this is not good. I mean, GK still have the Terror Surge, and I mean, I just can't count the high noon as something important. But yeah, this has to be the fight that we were hoping for DK. But Supernova, like, you know, come play around this corner.
Two High Noon's got 2 watches to keep track of them. No one goes down to them. Astro going super low, just carrying behind. This is actually just getting his leg shot out from underneath him. Jutsu falls, and here you go. GK Esports making their final approach to take the lead. 6 meters to go, and a team wipe coming through. I mean, folks, the only one left gets chased down by Maymone. And with only 60 seconds left, GK find the so important lead. Supernova now have got a mountain to climb.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't the type of lead that Supernova are going to need to win 2 team fights now to overtake, and actually with the map, so it's looking statistically pretty unlikely, but not impossible. I mean, Supernova get a chance to attack this one with the Blade. They're going to have the Orbital Ray for Brenko as well. Some pretty critical ultimates to lead up to the Rally and Terra Surge later. So they're going to win. It's going to start here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, Rose, the more you invest here, the less likely you are to actually win, because GK can just ult dump next fight. Actually lose Grapes in the fight anyway, and Renko too. Okay, Maymone. A UV, pick up kills. Okay, great. Gonna be able to get out? I mean, probably not. I mean, the bot's right there. Yeah, just dying on the payload. And he gets another. When he actually gets out, he gets the reset of Jutsu. Gets away with his life. He's got the Blade. They got the High Noon. They got the Ray. Like, they're chilling, Rose. And this is going to be a really early throw from Geeky since Supernova lost so many. They're just going to force this one. Blade pops straight to the back line. Renko hits the shift to try and get out of the way in time. But there's a rally on the point or close to it. Astro used the Terra Surge, picks up the kill on Lethal, but now they have to deal with this Ray. The rally's going to wear out in just a moment. It's great. All that overhealth, that extra armor, just nothing now compared to GK Esports. And there it is. OT takes through, and GK, that's 60 seconds to go. They end up capping the lead, and they end up claiming the series. A little 3-0 for the squad as Supernova are sent into orbit.
Supernova were looking so good at that map too. I had such high hopes that they would be able to actually win out the map and extend the series to take us to a 4th, but I think it would have been a lot of question marks on this GK Esports squad if we hadn't seen them win so convincingly. And I do think that Maymone, after the numbers that he was able to put up in these first couple of maps as well, really fitting right in Ash. I know it's not Zera, but this squad still looks very well oiled.
They really do. I'm going to look forward to being able to have a chat with them later. But overall, I think that we also have to take stock for Supernova. Of course, this is a team that was the underdog in this matchup. There's no denying that. They come through promotion relegation, and there were still marks of brilliance, even on Ilios, like being able to start off that second point really strong on the side of Supernova. What are you looking towards them, Bros, to, I guess, look to improve going forward into future weeks?
I think you have to take stock of, you know, who's actually going to play this tank role. False started the series on the Hazard. The D.Va got banned out, and I think from that point we weren't really able to see the full strength of what False was able to bring for the D.Va. And then once we got to Rudisapi, you saw the tank choice switch between False and Astro, and Astro's Orisa looked really good. I mean, that was a fairly close map, Jack. So do you think it's like it comes down to the tank role? Do you think it's also just, I think also too could just be the team getting more time together?
Yeah, it's just like you have 2 main DPS players like actually playing in the game as well. Like that's definitely a big hindrance. Although they're fairly decent. Like False and Astro had their bright spots on Tracer and Genji. Obviously Sam's on this roster. Ryan currently in Korea, like I mentioned before. So it's all good. Brush this one off. Go next. We know GK Esports are going to be one of the top dogs in the region despite losing Zera. So you're not too worried, I don't think. You're a promotion and relegation team. Like always going to be underdogs fighting up against the Titans of North America.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, is being one of those teams that doesn't have as many of like those expectations on your shoulders, and almost being able to just like get one of these really hard matches out of the way off the gate. But for EK, they're definitely looking really great with Maymone slotting in here with the big shoes to fill as well, and the rest of the team seems to be synergizing well around him too here, Rose.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget that Maymone has been a good staple in North American Overwatch for quite a while, so it doesn't really surprise me too much to see him come in and just be so good on the squad already, especially when you know that the squad already has quite a bit of an identity after being mostly just the full team that was able to take that match off of Crazy Raccoon. I think it's really easy to just say, okay, I kind of know where I'm supposed to fit into this roster. I still just have to bring it to the table and make sure that I can keep things going the way they have been. Yeah,
I mean, look, best Welshman in Overwatch Esports right now. He's still feeling pretty good, and being on this roster, it must be a little bit of a breath of fresh air for him as well. It's good to see him actually back and up and stepping up. I'm looking forward to how this team performs against, obviously, teams like Team Liquid, Space Station, and even Nightmare as well. The squad should still perform at the level people expect, even with Zera moving.
No, that is for sure. That is for sure. I think, unfortunately, it'll actually be a while until we get to see Geek heading up against teams like that a little
That's
bit
a good
later
thing, I
into
think.
like week 3 and whatnot.
Genuinely.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, they get the opportunity to even just like maybe try and breeze through week 2 and then continue to build that like synergy and gel before heading up against a lot of those stronger teams there, Rose.
I think so. I'm just like I was just kind of peeking at the roster or at the matchups a little
schedule.
bit. Yeah, the schedule of like, okay, all right, Geek versus Sakura on week 2, and then we see Supernova versus Nightmare next week as well. So I think there's some really good matchups that we get in just a little bit. Oh, Supernova versus Frosttails also. That doesn't sound right.
Not too bad, not too bad. Lots to look forward to here for the schedule, but talking about the player of the match here, it's gonna come down to Lethal. This is a player, Jack, that looked honestly just so good on that Sojourn during Champions Clash. Now, no surprise to see him slotting into that Freya here, because it feels like that's what all of the Sojourn players are leaning into with the current meta here for Overwatch.
Yeah, I mean, Lethal looks great. He's always been a standout player whenever he's in the server, and he's just consistent, which is important. The Casty is really strong. Ash, really strong. Widowmaker good as well. Like, everybody always looks back at that Junkertown game where he just came into the series and just popped on the Widowmaker, and everybody was like, oh my god, dude was out shopping like 10 minutes ago, and he comes in and just claps like this. Like, yeah, he's a good player, always has been, and is going to be a consistent core, consistent EPS core for GK moving forward.
For sure. Well, let's take a look at our standings now as we've wrapped up our first matchup of NA and our near second last matchup of the day overall as well. And again, I think that we kind of expected, Rose, for the standings to look something along the lines of this, though we wanted to see a little bit more out of SSG yesterday.
Yeah, I think that's the one result I look at, and now I'm thinking, well, here's your chance to redeem yourself, sort of. I mean, it's even hard to say because Space Station, we're going up against Team Liquid. I think this is a Team Liquid that has breathed a lot of new life into the roster. And so can you really hold it against Space Station for that first matchup being as tough as it is? But with this one, with the new Nightmare squad, we really should see Space Station, I think, win this one, Jack. Maybe? Yeah, I mean, look, Liquid, in my books at least, they're ranked 1 in NA, I think, currently. I'd say Space Station just under them. So, low-key K as well. I don't know, man. The standings right now, they're not going to say too much until we enter week 3 or 4. But, yeah, this, in theory, should be Space Station getting the win. But it should be a close one. Nightmare, they're no slouches.
Definitely not. Looking forward to seeing how Space Station Gaming are going to look to bounce back after yesterday's loss up against Liquid. It'll be them versus Nightmare right after a quick break. You guys stay tuned.
bridges. No, you couldn't handle this. Everyone who battled me, they probably like you.
Such a sick collab to look out for here with Overwatch and Street Fighter and whatnot. But again, I am Ash and I've got Jack and Rose with me for our last matchup on deck for today. But before we even get into SSG versus Nightmare, we have a lovely guest that will be joining us as well with Tiny Shiny. Another lovely guest, another lovely guest. Rose has apparently a lot to bring onto the front.
Got a whole zoo in her house.
So definitely not. But Tiny, thank you so much for joining us. It's great to be working with you again. I'm really excited for this SSG versus Nightmare matchup. SSG, this is the team that's looking to bounce back after yesterday's loss as well. How are you taking stock of that loss that they had up against Team Liquid?
I think SSG, they're the one team that's coming into this, I believe, without any roster changes in NA too. So I gotta say, I think I expected a little bit of a different outcome from that. They seem very reliant on this Winston dive gameplay since it's been a comfort zone for them for so long, and we didn't see too much variance from it. But at the same time, I'm also seeing some standout performances from these DPS players as well. So I'm still pretty confident in their ability to perform, especially in a match against my Nightmare today.
If you had a one player to watch, actually, who would it be? Not just on Space Station, just like across NA right now.
Ooh. Well, across NA right now? Ooh, yeah, that's really hard. Okay, so I'm gonna... Okay,
that's
not just
a tough question.
That is a tough question. So, okay, I could just give the cop-up answer and just say Zera, but everybody's kind of already watching him already.
No, that's fine. That's a good.
I mean, hey,
fire answer.
I think Zera's a really good one to watch, but I want to highlight Kuppa, actually. He's been insane on the tank as of late, and honestly, I think that he is the best tank in North America right now, and he's continuing to do that not only with his flexibility, but I think that he also has a significant advantage playing with basically his entire collegiate roster right now on GK, as we just saw. So I really want to keep an eye on him, and I think Kuppa is just a standout player overall with his performance.
I mean, Tiny Shiny, I actually did want to ask you about that because I know you cover a lot of the Overwatch collegiate action, and we've got so many players in North America that are juggling both of those responsibilities, not only playing for an OWCS team, but also collegiate. And do you feel like that's helpful? Or is it difficult to have to worry about so many different teammates when you've got a lot of different leagues to play for?
I think it depends. I think it's a lot, right? I think collegiate matches, you're playing typically in multiple leagues, 2 to 3 matches a week. If you're playing in OWCS, Face It League as well, add another 2 to 3 on top of that. So it's a lot for these players to manage, but I think it's really helpful learning different team dynamics, learning how to communicate, and also we're also seeing a lot more overlap with where those teams are. I mean, just in this series alone, it's Rockets, Lep, and CJ all are on the same collegiate team, actually at a LAN right now. We'll be playing from Texas for today's match, which is kind of cool. So, I mean, there's just been a bunch of these players going around getting that LAN experience, learning how to play with each other. So I do think it's very helpful in preparing them for OWCS.
Definitely something to keep our eyes out for, just like that additional ability to build that chemistry and whatnot. I have one last hard question to throw to you, Tiny Shiny, though. If you're going to pick 2 teams to make it from NA to mid-season championship, who do you have your money on?
Okay. really putting first of all, I gotta say Team Liquid. I think Team Liquid makes it this time. You know, I think the addition of Zera to their roster, I think that's a massive boost over there. Infected has been doing really well as of late. That roster as a whole, I think, has stepped it up, as we saw in the match against Space Station yesterday. The second one, I think GK makes a run back. I know there's a lot of questions on them with, again, Zera moving over, replacing that with WMamon, but I've seen what he specifically has been able to do with that set of players before for the past 2 school semesters, as a matter of fact. I'm very confident in their ability to work as a team, even if it's not that same kind of superstar power that Zera has been bringing.
I love that. I thank you so much for all of like the insight also coming in like from like the collegiate scene and how all of that comes together to finalize the puzzle, right? But overall, I appreciate you taking the time to join us on the desk today, Tiny Shiny. We want to give a moment to also plug your socials, where we can find you after broadcast and whatnot for any fans.
Yeah, of course. I'm TinyShiny19 on all socials, especially on X, and actually I'm streaming right now on Twitch. Going to be following this game, so I'm very excited for all these collegiate players to come back.
Lovely. Well, it was so great having you join us on the desk here, but we've got to get straight into this matchup here for SSG, looking to bounce back from yesterday's loss up against a Nightmare that has a completely different face that took 3-0 up against Sakura yesterday. Jack Rose, why don't you take us away for our last match of today?
Yeah, thank you very much, Ash and Tiny Shiny, for joining us. Final match of North America coming right at you. Look, Rose, I want to see Nightmare do super well, but can they stand up to Space Station Gaming? Like, this team, beast mode, like every single time. We want to see them do well. Seeker, Sugar Free, they are just the GOATs of North American DPS at this point. Like, that's undisputed. This Kellen Winston look, like Tiny Shiny was kind of talking about, not too much of a shot. It looks fantastic. When Winston's banned as well, hey, just jump over to the Wrecking Ball. It feels good and feels very natural for the team. Just go fast.
I mean, look at this. They're actually going to go ahead and ban the Winston this time around, banning out the Wrecking Ball so that we actually don't see that come out from Nightmare. And the Brig does make it a little bit more difficult, but I think when you're looking at Ilios, you're going to be playing some combination of Lucio, Kiriko anyway. And this is the one map that Space Station were able to take yesterday. So I think we should expect to see a repeat of that here, but it would be some surprises, I think, to see Nightmare really make it difficult for Space Station, and that would be a great surprise to see.
Yeah, this Space Station roster is rather scary, although Nightmare, I'm looking at my other screen right now, starting with a different tank today. No Painkiller, starting with Rhino, actually. There was a long time ago where Rhino was... Right, a very, very young player, and everybody's like, this guy is going to be the next North American superstar on tank. It's good to see him in the roster now. It's good to see him even better in the server against one of what could be considered one of veteran Korean tank players in Kellen. Rhino's been around for a whole lot longer than a lot of people would have imagined. Like, playing the game since like 12 or 13, hitting top 500. Yeah, guy's been around despite his age.
That's what I remember for Rhino, is the Odyssey days, the peak of North American Overwatch, Orisa, Wrecking Ball player. And I don't think it surprises a lot of people with that type of legacy to see Rhino's Wrecking Ball get banned out, I think, for this particular matchup, while also protecting Kellen's Winston. So, wow. I mean, right away, unfortunately, Lep does get found out, but I want to see this really develop, I think, between Rhino and Kellen.
Freya Gaming from Seeker, a classic. I mean, yeah, you're speaking about Odyssey, what, 2019-ish, right? Second season going contenders that year. I mean, Kellen's been around, like, he's been on the exact same, like, grind come up, right, as Rhino, just a little bit different. Korean Esports, obviously, a different beast entirely. Played on Element Mystic way back in the day. Space Station Gaming capping the point first. And it's all Freyas right now, just looking to get picks on each other.
Space Station have the control of the point for now, but I think you can already see where Nightmare are getting set up to try to make another move. Left fights Sugar Free, I guess, overextending his welcome, but yeah, Seeker's right there beside him to be able to pick up that kill.
Yeah, they're being kind of bullied right now, no lie. Rocket does end up getting anti-nano boost pretty early on Kellen, actually. Can't even find anybody. How much damage is that? One right click, potentially? Oh, gets a little bit of a kill on Lucamino, who goes sailing over the edge. Nightmare do end up gaining control of the point, and a re-engage from Rhino is going to keep this contested for a moment. Over that, and he heals, and Now Lucamino around there, only relying on left. Kellen not wanting to take the leap upwards, or he will get booted straight into the ocean.
I mean, at this point, oh my gosh. Okay,
God, Left's dead again, bro.
Oh.
I mean, and Seeker.
Okay.
I like that guy on the loose.
To be fair, I felt that pain like viscerally when we were playing the other day, and I was a support player, like in our.
Oh yeah.
It's 2-tap by the Freya. I'm like, I guess I'm just dead the entirety of this map. I can't help you guys. And unfortunately for Lep, I think as a support player, always going to be one of the first people that the Freya is trying to get out. So Lep's going to have to be careful, I guess.
Oh, Rocket, you got Lep's back. There's the rush on the point from Lucamino, but dies to Kellen, who's primal raging right now. Is going to chase Rhino. Rhino with no leap either, so cannot get away these furious fists. Space Station Gaming, they're going to hold on despite losing Seeker early. Lep, last one alive. Takes a small nap in the jacuzzi there. Don't want to stay in there too long though. You look like a prune.
Right, last 5 territory here for Space Station. Sound barrier and this pulse bomb. I'm really hoping for Nightmare that they're able to actually maybe use this bola shot, actually get the team in, and then they at least have the sound barrier as well as this primal rage. The sustain is important, but making it to the point is even more so. Just to trigger overtime and fight as a full 5.
Yeah, Rocket's got it. It's good for now. Been marked by Sugar Free currently, goes for the retouch. Capping currently, both DPS from Nightmare actually close to the point. Sound barrier from Bliss, and now it's Rhino's turn. Show us what he's got on this primal rage, already knocking Bliss off of the map. In fact, a good sleep initially there from CJ, but quickly woken up. Seeker taking his high ground control rather seriously as he throws in the bolus, connects with Lucamino, but a quick cleanse sort him out as Nightmare at the Space Station get 99.
It's kind of a big Hail Mary. Maybe an ultimate that Space Station would have liked to hold on to, but they still have the nano boost. It's kind of the big key difference here between these two teams. CJ on the Ana has the access to sleep. The nano can go over to Kellen here and make these dives just a little bit easier. So Winston just isn't getting evaporated. But you gotta be careful too, because Rhino's trying to do the same thing over the supports.
Oh, Seeker, deadly without the nano, even deadlier with. Oh, Rhino dies, yeah. I mean, those right-click connections with the nano boost, a lot. Like, you are getting instantly deleted. Anything other than a Winston. Lucamino getting chased now. It's only a matter of time before Nightmare keel over. Almost boot Kellen off the map there. That was close. Pulse Bomb connects from Rocket. He's keeping the point alive for a considerable amount of time, but no resources left. And now it is only Rhino, Sugar Free, and Bliss versus the one angry Winston. No primal rage. No more health bar left. There you go. Sugar Free cleans up. That'll be the round. 156.
Unfair when a Tracer just gets a perma pocket from a Lucio. I think everybody dreams of this situation where Tracer
better than Zen. Perma Orb and Zen.
True.
Real good. Remember Perma Orb, like way back when it Orb didn't disconnect?
I love.
Beautiful stuff.
Well, I liked playing as.
Was very broken, I will say. Very, very broken. Same with the Discord as well, right? Like, very silly.
Yada doesn't stand a chance, man. Like,
yeah.
Freya food.
One day he will. Yeah, the Zen versus every new DPS hero. Every single one of them just insta kills him.
Yeah.
So sad. There's stats on your screen. Helen only dying a couple of times there. Nightmare want to get their way back in. Looks like it's going to be the same comps, mirrored for both Nightmare and Space Station as we go over to Well.
Yeah, CJ's not going to play the Ana this time, going over to the Kiriko, at least to get into the action a little bit faster, and just being able to have something like the Suzu. Oh my gosh. Kellen again. So, Jack, I think this is something we have to pay attention to for the series. Maybe not something that we had touched on enough at the start. Is Kellen, like, a kind of enemy number one, overstayed a lot of his welcome in some of these fights yesterday. And if you're trading, that's okay. But, like, sometimes the trade wasn't a trade. It was just Kellen go back to spawn.
Yeah, it's a big issue with the Winstons here as well, with the Freyas, because you land a couple of right-click bolts, you die so fast. Speaking of which, Seeker kills the backline, just solo. Yeah, just Seeker things, I suppose. Again, another player on my fancy roster, by the way, so yeah, glad he's getting...
You're just, like, PayPaling these people, man.
I am farming these points, is all I'm saying. He's already got the bolus shots, and pros, we saw this exact same situation yesterday, in fact. This left side high ground is just so disgusting up against.
Yeah.
It's very, very tough.
I mean, even just in our previous matchup, you sit in the window, you sit on these rooftops as the Freya. Now you can just land if you land the long range shots and bola shot that way, you just get denied so much room. Nightmare do close the gap a little bit better, and they are able to make their way to the point without having any casualties, but Seeker still has the bola shot. CJ's not too far away from the rush either.
Oh, wow. Okay. Did you trade for Chronic? So 4 on 4.
Both Freya's dead.
They try to cap. Probably not going to get it, no. Nice headshot from Lucamino there across the map. It's going to force something. There it is. Okay, Nightmare actually do gain the point. Chronic on an old favorite of is there. He's jumping over to Sombra to get back to the point in time. Left dead, however, and Sugar Free with a pulse bomb. He doesn't even need to use it, but wouldn't be a bad option to attach it to Rhino right now. It looks like he's trying to go for it. Sugar Free had to recall. But this rush in this choke point for both Kirikos, just an overwhelming amount of damage. I mean, Chronic, as quick as he got back. Okay, well, I thought Sugar Free may have.
I saw that too, and
somewhere a little bit different there. Chronic, as quick as he came back on the Sombra Rose, as quick as he died. So, see how long he ends up staying on this pick?
I like the thought process. Get a manual hack onto the Winston. Kellen is going to be a little bit squishier if you can, you know, kind of combo that with Rhino's jumped in as well. But now you're missing this big damage from the Freya. But if you could solo operate versus the Freya on the other side, you know, why not?
Amber actually only connects with 3 there from Bliss. Hits Seeker though, most importantly, helping him survive this dive. Rhino with a primal rage, but Rocket's already down. Kellen just staring at Rhino in the face and saying, where is your primal, my friend? No kills for you. Maybe a couple of kills for Kellen. Pops the prime before the EMP actually, or the manual hack actually connected. Seeker is already back, man. This guy is just farming currently on the Freya. I mentioned yesterday, but spoke to him about the character and said like, hey, what do you think of the hero? And just loves it. Mobility's great. You can double tap people. Like, it's just a DPS stream.
And Seeker was so good on it, especially in this first map that they played yesterday. And once again shows up being able to get that pick onto left before they're even able to just have this full overtime contest. So it should be maybe Space Station cleaning things up with Sugar Free.
Nice pulse. Feels Rhino. Brought to Seeker now. I mean, Sugar Free is the one putting up numbers. I'm going to be honest. Might see a lot of Seeker in the kill feed, but Sugar Free is 22-1 currently. Seeker dead. And like you said, Rose, public enemy number 1 is Kellen more often than not, but it's actually Seeker taking the most deaths currently. Let's have a look. They can actually hold on to this point though. They've still got the recall. Some staying power. It is 99 with Nightmare, a couple of pixels away from actually capping the point. Surely it's not Atlanta Rain Outlaws moment here. There's the flip. Eventually Nightmare get it.
The MP didn't really look like it was the most powerful of ultimates, but enough at the end of the day to at least get Nightmare a little bit more control. This is where things really start to get tough for them. You demand perfection at this point. Rhino's not close enough to the Primal Rage where Bliss can just throw in the sound barrier.
Yeah, Bliss can just run it in. Exactly that, right? You know Lep's not going to have his, and you just hit the V and you hit the go button, and that's it. It's pretty much over. Sugar Free melting left in the back line has really suffered the most in this game. Chronic falling there to CJ at the end. That'll be Space Station. A nice start against Nightmare. And a 1-0 on control.
Okay, another repeat of yesterday, but now where do we go from here, Jack? Because this is where things started to fall apart for Space Station a little bit. And even though they did look really good on Ilios, I think, like, can they still maintain this Winston dive throughout the rest of the series? That's where maybe Nightmare wants to start considering some of these bans onto Winston or maybe an Ana, depending on the type of map that we go to.
Yeah, I don't would be too bad. Yeah, it's definitely tough in Nightmare's shoes because I think a lot of their players cover the same kind of hero pools and their strengths, same as Space Station. Although banning at this point, banning the Freya is definitely going to be needed. You only get 1 ban per series, obviously, for that hero, so use it wisely. Where do you think Seeker might not want to play it? Because right now, looking at the map pool, you can play Freya everywhere. Maybe just getting an early ban in, get some momentum on your side. Because yeah, Seeker was just dominant, pure domination from the superstar. Sugar Free the same thing though, right? I mean, they're going to be putting up numbers. Tiny Shiny was saying it on the desk as well, how every single time we see Secret Sugar Free in the server, it's hard really not to just look at that kill feed, just build up with Sugar Free and Seeker kills.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be what we see for the rest of this meta, I think, whether or not it's Freya showing up and having the big flashy picks in the elimination feed, or we do see the Tracers and Genjis. I think that's something else that, of course, we know Sugar Free for. That amazing Genji. And as we see Circle Royale, I mean, maybe the Genji does actually come out here with something like a Freya. We could see more Tracer as well, but I feel like we've seen a lot of these teams more often than not lead into something like the Genji, just to be able to play those corners and get those big connects into the back. So either one. I'm happy to see Tracer or Genji from Sugar Free.
I think Circuit Royale especially is definitely a trump card for a lot of teams. If you want to take them somewhere a little bit, like, okay, we know your team likes to play the ball, the Winston, like something super quick, like let's take you to Circuit Royale where we can maybe try and find our own pace and then set the tempo of the game. That's what we're seeing from a lot of teams that are underdogs coming into their series. Nightmare, kind of the same here. But banning a Winston or a Wrecking Ball seems a little bit haphazard. You just want to ban a rush hero and then get your preferred one, it feels like. Or you could just ban the Freya here too, because it is exceptionally strong on this map. Being able to kind of like hold the corners and dash in and out and get those double shots, it is pretty easy for the Freya. Looks like Rhino stepping away though. Painkiller back in for Nightmare. Rhino only coming in for that one game so far this split.
You know, I was actually kind of wondering, if we saw Rhino stay on the roster, then do you actually leave the tanks open so that Rhino can come in and play Orisa? I think that was also one of the heroes that stood out to me the most from Rhino's time in like the early days of North American contenders was Orisa. You know, Orisa play was super brilliant. I know that a lot of times we've seen teams tend towards playing the Sigma, but look at how well that just worked out for our previous series where we saw Geeky just kind of like, smash the Sigma with Orisa. So that was a possibility, I think, after seeing Kellen play the Sigma yesterday.
Maybe so. I mean, Painkiller coming in, Rhino not obviously being able to play Winston likely here, so that does make a lot of sense. Painkiller is a fairly deep hero pool. It even stretch to someone towards the, like a Malga, for example.
True.
Hopefully Nightmare can get this map here. We can go for a little bit longer than a 3-0. But coming into a match like against Space Station, like what's your mindset for Nightmare?
I think it's just show up and do the best job that you can, trying to identify some of these bigger win conditions for yourself, and also just making sure that the synergy is there. A lot of these teams haven't had the same type of time to work together. Like Space Station have had a whole stage. GK Esports have basically had a whole stage together. Both of them have had international LAN time and practice, which just breeds a different type of team. So for Nightmare, I think you just hope. We picked up a lot of new players because we lost our squad. Let's kind of just see what we can make of this. And so, yeah, see what works, especially against a team like Space Station. If you take a map, like, also amazing.
Don't forget as well, Dallas. DreamHack Dallas is coming up rather soon, and there is a stadium show match going down. So make sure you go pick up your tickets if you're in the area or you want to fly out to go see it. Yeah, it's going to be a good time. That's May 24th at 3 p.m. Central Time. You can see the link down at the very bottom there to grab your tickets right now. Some of your favorite content creators might be there as well, so that'd be a good little fun time. I've casted a couple of stadium matches so far. It's been good. It's a very, very chaotic, very hectic game mode to play and to also cast and like watch. But it's a whole lot of fun. I'm sure a lot of you have been jumping in and playing your hearts out recently with this.
Well, I mean,
finding the most broken builds possible. Do you know Pulsar Torpedoes? My God, please.
And there's going to be more heroes coming, so like. Maybe
Junkrat, Sigma, and Zen are coming.
I asked for that.
I will say,
I don't know whether or not that's a good thing or not, but I did ask for that.
The Junkrat is super far out of left field, but I'm here for it. All right, Nightmare banning the Sigma, and then a May ban on the side of Space Station.
Okay, so no Sigma from Kellen. Maybe actually forcing him to play something a little bit different. Are we going to see Kellen actually commit onto a Winston for Circuit Royale?
I
don't know.
Maybe. I don't know. I would imagine they're going to tend towards a rush style. And with the Space Station banning the NA, one less tool really to kind of shut down the rush and control the battlefield as well. I wouldn't be too shocked to see. You could even see Malga, but like Orisa, Ram, that kind of vibe. Kellen, if you really wanted to run like a wrecking ball at a Winston, he can. I think the team has the potential, especially against a team like Nightmare, to do that, to trip them up. But it feels a lot more safe going for a rush. We'll have to wait and see. Circuit Royale will load on in. Space Station already up a map. Nightmare not quite showing all that they have just yet. This team, a lot of talent, but if you look at Space Station, they are, some of them, be world beats at times.
So interested to see how they decide to approach this. I think Kellen being able to show us an Orisa is going to be a very necessary, flexible look for us. Especially because, you know, Painkiller also has a great Ramatra. I think you could also see, you really could see Malga, I guess. You can see anything on this map nowadays. But yeah, I feel like for Space Station, you know, they went into the Champions Clash really setting their sights on trying to execute dives, playing mostly just Kellen on Winston or Wrecking Ball, and hoping to stand up to some of the best dive teams in the entire world. I think for this stage, you can do that with the map pool, but I think we're also seeing teams really require that versatility. And so for Kellen to be able to play the Orisa here, like, I have a lot of high hopes that this is going to be a hero that maybe they can pull out a little bit later. Maybe where Winston, but just might not be the right call for them.
Chronic there initially just jumping on the Widow. Waiting for Seeker to dash up on that ledge, the Florida Mayhem ledge. Sleeping Sugarfree though, wow, okay. Lucamino, good stuff. Taking this high ground is super important too. Obviously, getting people out the way is good, and Sugarfree's just not pounding you with shurikens, but also having the Ana sit up there sometimes can be a little deadly. All right, good first push from Nightmare. Painkiller picks up a couple of kills.
I mean, off the back of just a great sleep for Lucamino, and you saw the nade follow up as well, just to help Nightmare secure that first team fight pretty handedly. And now as you start to round this corner, I think this is where Painkiller already is taking a good look. Like, play around this first corner. You still have the Ram shield that's fairly healthy. And let's see who gets to an ultimate first. I mean, Lef and Lucamino are both quite close, but it's gotta play patient.
Definitely one of the frays, that's for sure. I mean, they just build up charge so quick. Kellen is so low though, struggling to keep himself alive in this corner, earning every CD possible. This little vortex as well. Payload is going to be altered for the time now as Kellen tries to make a move. The nade connects, but only with Painkiller. There's a Seeker and Chronic just take pop shots at each other. Seeker waiting to get healed there before he gets popped again by the explosive bolt.
Oh, there's the bola shot.
Oh,
does miss
downtown. But... it's just it doesn't really ever feel worth it. Look at the backline though. Yeah, nice kill onto Bliss. Almost got taken down though. Bliss definitely put up some fighting fists. The Painkiller just getting a few resets and another nice sleep from Lucamino. There's the point caps. Nightmare.
Looks good. I don't actually hate like throwing a bola shot long range, because I think you saw some like a very like small interesting interaction where, you know, Chronic tries to shoot that at a support, the support cowers, and that's where Painkiller really takes the memo and starts to step forward, just like while the support isn't really there to help with the frontline pressure. So now Nightmare, like, they have this annihilation from Painkiller. Wow, that is a fast nano blade though.
Yeah, El Clasico. Unfortunately, Rocket is deflecting all of those slashes. Eventually, Sugarfree cuts him down. He's only found one, but his Painkiller ends up picking up 3 with the Nemesis form and then straight into an annihilation. Oh, word, Nightmare. Happy to take that trade. A Nano Blade? I mean, a lot of that was on Rocket, drawing the ire of Sugarfree, hitting him with a deflect, and we're like, well, where are you going to dash now? You can't kill anybody. You're going to have to spend all your blade on me, and then we're going to have Painkiller just instant the backline. No Nano required, even Nightmare there, because Rocket's now got a blade.
Yeah, so Rocket could just go in with the blade. Without the Nano, it's not as impactful, but I think, like, you're still hoping that there's somebody, so...
Sugarfree schooled him a little bit, though. Sugarfree, Seeker kind of breaking his ankles, dashing up into the sky. So that ult not getting too much, right?
Not a whole lot here. Still a fairly even fight as another, you see another Nano get sent in, or sorry, Anti gets sent in from Lucamino. And here's where like the Nano can actually come into play. Nano, you've got bullet shot from Chronic. Now it's free.
I just go Seeker as well. Yeah, and Sugarfree dashes backward to his Ana to get healed, but CJ now caught out. Painkiller just forced himself into that choke point, so Bliss and CJ couldn't kind of see each other to heal each other up. And Nightmare on a nice little pace. We got 4 minutes going into this third point. I mean, Chronic is honestly beating the crap out of Seeker right now, like straight up. Seeker's 2-5. Chronic is 10-2.
Yeah, I think this is Nightmare identifying the right targets. So I think it's going to be the Freya or support most of the time. The Chronic would still hang on to this Bola shot. A great way to just be able to help you kind of take some of this space, especially if you want to try to play a little more forward on the corner. Ooh, the nade does get a big purple onto Sugarfree, but you're really waiting patiently to kind of maybe send in this nano boost on a Painkiller even with that Annihilation almost ready.
Oh, that is a really good ult there from Chronic, but healed up really quickly. You see that nade coming in from Bliss, tagging Sugarfree. Helen, unfortunately, ends up just getting dismantled in the front line by Rocket. There is a Nano Blade available from a space station, though, as Sugarfree pops the blade, dashes to the back, but a Nano onto Chronic means he's pretty invincible. A dodge of the sleep as Sugarfree now chases after the Freya, and in that orbital rate, it's just too much for Nightmare to hold on to. Sugarfree being able to force Lucamino back. There's no additional aid or heals coming in to save Lep. Rather quick demise.
Kinda okay though. You still have Annihilation and Pulse Spawn for Nightmare. Kellen has also switched over to the Diva. So you don't have to deal with a fortified Orisa anymore. Kind of thinking like, okay, now you have to deal with the defense matrix to actually eat up the pulse bomb, but this Annihilation from Painkiller kind of looks like it could go hard.
Everybody is very mobile, apart from Bliss, of course. This is playing so far back that it's Annihilation. They're probably going to look to maybe even go high ground here. Rocket is trying to take control of it. Seeker is extremely low. No heals from Bliss. Where's the heals on Seeker? Maybe there was one little shot there, but Seeker needed a lot more than that. Chronic and Rocket coming out with kills. Kellen takes care of Rocket, but now Bliss is in trouble. A Vortex connects onto the high ground, and Lucamino snipes him out. Bliss basically unable to move as that Vortex connected directly with his face. Sugarfree now on the point, and now the Annihilation can really be put into full effect as Nightmare cap with time.
Yeah, that was a just great macro gameplay from Nightmare, like holding onto the Annihilation as long as possible. We even actually saw Lucamino hold onto that Nano for quite some time, and it's because Nightmare recognized, like, if we have these pieces online at the right time, like the Annihilation at the very end there, when everybody's already so low, we do not see Circuit Royale completions very often, and it's because they require a lot of firepower to sometimes get over that finish line. But the Annihilation is a great call, and just all of those solo kills from the Tracer too. Geez, like, a Seeker is 6 deaths, and most of those are off the back of just like Tracer running you down.
Yeah, man's not looking hot right now on the Freya, which is kind of crazy. Every map he plays on this character, he's always putting on numbers, even against Team Liquid. Let's get a quick Space Station Gaming listen and see what they can really improve here, because Nightmare kind of had their number on their attack.
Genji. Ram.
Us. Yeah, Ram.
I think Genji and Lucio are going to hold top left. Oh, the Ram DC'd.
Ram DC'd.
Okay, quick pause there. Ram DCing. Not great for Nightmare. Okay, it's all good though. We're at the start of the round, so no ult being wasted, luckily, and nothing too serious as the doors hadn't even opened. But yeah, losing the tank there, not great, not great. Hopefully, Painkiller can jump back in just a moment. DC's happened though, and is yeah, Unfortunate, but yeah, we should be all good to go in a couple of minutes. I'm sure it's just his cat or his dog or something tripping the Ethernet cable. We're chilling.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I was trying to think of like a dog and cat are actually pretty good about not chewing wires.
Yeah, I've never had a pet do that. I'm gonna be honest. My cat's like back in the UK. Like
from now, I'm curious.
Never. Well, it's just like
story.
It's just like a common thing, I think. Like pets sometimes like chew on wires and stuff, but I personally have never had that happen. Like, ever.
No.
Yeah.
No, I've been really lucky. I think about it. I know, like my cat gave me like a little love bite earlier, but like he doesn't actually actively sit there and chew wires or anything. I would honestly be worried about that for like, what if the pet gets like shocked or something?
Deep sea sharks have been known to bite through cables and stuff, though, like underwater, like deep sea diver like cables, like on the bottom of the ocean. They've been known to like try and bite through them, which is kind of crazy.
I wonder what they think it is.
Unsuccessfully a lot of the time. Well, a lot of it is the fact that because it is so dark and the vision of the sharks is pretty bad because they've not needed to use their eyes really ever. It's more of a test bite. That's what a lot of shark bites are as well. It's like not.
That's true.
Predator instinct, like going for like a kill on something. It's more like a test bite to see what it is because they, you know.
But now I'm kind of wondering.
They haven't got hands.
Well, I mean, like the sharks have a good sense of their electromagnetic field, or like they can sense movement.
Sure,
it
might be
their
that.
Eyesight's not very good. Now I'm wondering with these fiber cables or something in the water, are they getting a signal that they have to test it out? Like,
maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not a marine biologist. I'm not a marine biologist. Although I did want to be when I was younger. Don't forget to connect your Twitch account to, or whatever account, to the Battle.net account to pick up some sweet drops that are going on right now. Of course, May 8th through the 28th. You get that top section, then 29th to the 15th. Get those. Yeah, they look great. I think I've got most of mine, I think.
I am 95% for my 8-hour OWCS icon. I don't know how.
You're pretty close then.
Well, because I watched all of NA. But I guess maybe I should have it on. I should have it on for that last little 5%. Okay, I'll turn it on and I'll mute.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a lot of time, Rose. It's May 8th to the 28th, so you're good. I've just seen, actually, that Painkiller is back in the lobby, so should be good to go in a couple of moments, I'd imagine, just getting resituated. Unfortunately, it reset the stats, which is kind of annoying when you DC. So, yeah, we'll be back in the action in just a moment. Obviously, Space Station, we did get a quick listen in on their attack. A little quiet, honestly. Seeker obviously chirping up a little bit, but nothing too crazy in terms of comms or setting up strats. Just have an idea of what they want to do, have an idea of what they want to play, and just kind of rolling with the punches right now, it seems.
I think this is always going to be a little bit of a tough map for them, just like not being able to play the, well, okay, I say not usually able to play something like the Winston, but it does seem like something that Kellen is hovering over. We see a quick little Widowmaker look from Seeker before he goes back to the Freya. But yeah, now this is really
5 though for Kellen.
Yeah, he actually can.
Instant play. TJ on the Ana too, so that's going to feel pretty good. That does not, however, getting vortexed as you are mid-jump.
And also antied.
Yeah, not great. That's going to be the big thing for Kellen here. Can he get past this ram without... Normally the rams, if they see the Winston diving in, popping a vortex down where they land, the final nail in the coffin for that Winston dive. Good anti-no in the front line, although it only hits Painkiller, although it will still take a fair amount of damage. He can't dish any back out as he had to cross his arm.
See, waiting for a Winston jump, and then you can kind of go in. Almost getting chunked, though.
Yeah, again, nice vortex. I mean, that's the big thing here for the Ram to keep an eye on is where that Winston jumps into. If you hit a vortex, that Winston is going to die super quick.
Just watching Tracer's body fly across the map because Ramadra punched you too hard. Oh.
Shout out Ramadra Punch, an old OWCS.
True. Wow, I mean, this has been rough. I think CJ needs to just kind of use the nano now to help get Kellen a little more damage.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they're building for, right? It's just this nano boost. You can't really do much in the neutral against the Ram. Just the Ram's so good at holding that space and just continues to do so. Just kind of walking out the back line now. Oh, Kellen does get anti-naded, but this Nano doing practically nothing. It's taking this high ground, sure, but Chronic just walks forward, uses his ult, kills CJ, and then could just hide behind Painkiller or his shield. Kellen is also dead, so with 2 minutes to go, you've got Primal, but I mean, Space Station with this dive on circuit, it's a bit haphazard.
I don't like this. I just don't.
Possible. Look, dive is possible on this map, but if Painkiller's playing like this and you're playing against a Ram, it's way harder.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, like, we've seen teams actually play the Winston dive on Circuit Royale before, but I think you are always going to struggle to find purchase with this Winston, unless you just, like, can actually find a way onto some of these squishier targets.
Stick though from Sugar Free. Seeker takes down Rocket. Okay, we're back in this. A very big trade. It's actually left from Nightmare, claiming most of the kills. Sugar Free versus Painkiller on the point, but I think he's going to need a few more ibuprofen now that Kellen's joined the mix. He's got the Annihilation, but desperately trying to save it. Sugar Free hounds him down, gets the kill before Lucamino and Lep can come back for heal.
I think there can still be a touch from Rocket. There is a world where Nightmare decides to go in and try to get a little bit of a contest so that they actually can go in and use this for Mantra Annihilation. But they get pushed a little bit too far back there from Kellen jumping in so far. It would have been a really nice pick just having that nade applied to him as well. But now Nightmare can have this Annihilation for an earlier hold on point 2. I'd take that too.
Yeah, definitely taking up there, pretty nice.
Where's
all right, Kellen? He has got Primal Rage. Happy to go maybe a little bit more aggressive. Seeker using the bows in the back line. Yeah, nothing. Nice sleep. Again, still got Primal Rage, but here comes the Orbital Ray on the point. Painkiller now popping the Annihilation, pushing everybody back, so no one can really use this Orbital Ray. Looks like Bliss is trying to make the best use of it, but just completely out of position. Can't get healed up by CJ. Now, obviously, Bliss is dead. Nightmare holding on onto this high ground. I'm curious of how long Kellen's actually going to stay on the Winston, because it is a slow slog. You do require the Nano to get the job done. It's been CJ a lot of the time trying to fight his way through Painkiller to get any value.
I mean, at least you do have the Nano soon, so if you just kind of delay engaging into this fight a little bit longer, then maybe a Nano is available to help you initiate that. But, I mean, the fact that Nightmare actually dealt with an Orbital Ray is crazy. With an almost like singularly an Annihilation there. Push Kellen back again without the Nano boost from CJ with that Pulse Bomb. And you're right. Yeah, I mean, Jack, I think they're going to stick to the Winston. I just don't know if I agree.
Okay, Seeker luckily received that Nano, but a good sleep from Lucamino again. Shuts down Freya. That was close. CJ almost lost Nano there. He sent it out just before Rocket tapped him in the head. And then 30 to go. Recontest available for Nightmare. They've got Nano. They're going to have Ray. This is looking like a hold here for Nightmare if they play their cards right.
Nano boost, you could put it onto the Ramatra if you want to. It makes it so much more difficult to take out Painkiller than it already has with the shield in tow as well. So we'll see where Lucamino decides to apply that. But Chronic still has his Bola shot too. I see her misses.
Yeah, Bola shot and connects with CJ. And with that Nano boost, that extra damage is just too much for the frail Ana. 60 seconds to go. Not the largest investment in the world. That's 2 ults from Nightmare. They've got Ray. Pulse coming through. Like, they are in a good spot, Rose. This sugar-free Pulse Bomb, that is it.
Yeah.
It has to hit Lucamino or left.
It's so tough because I feel like Sugar Free's also been getting shut down a lot, whether it's asleep or Painkiller's just kind of going 1v1 against this Tracer. Sugar Free doesn't really have too many different ways that you can kind of sneak up on the enemy either on the second point. That isn't getting covered by where Nightmare is already taking this position. Sugar Free's trying to play on the stairs and actually get a wraparound, but you can already see Nightmare like looking at him as he's trying to get this Pulse Bomb.
Oh
no! He did
doesn't quite Rajax. The Ray still goes off. And Chronic and Rocket are making good use of it. 10 seconds to go as Rocket finds a triple at the very end. There's the team kill banner coming in. Is there going to be a touch? Looking doubtful. Potentially Kellen gets there in time. No, not quite. Not quite enough to get the leap as Nightmare. They're tying this series up. What a map of Circuit Royale. Kellen Winston, it looks good most of the time, but the answers were just not there. I mean, Painkiller was shutting him down. on the Ram, and then some fantastic sleeps from Luke Mino as well to top that off.
This is just not the map. Like, especially if you ban out the Sigma, I think that was the exact game plan that Nightmare wanted to go for. You ban out Sigma, you force Kellen to play something that's maybe unideal for how Nightmare can actually counter it. And this Ramatra was exactly what the doctor ordered. I mean, Painkiller looked amazing. Rocket on this Tracer was phenomenal. Like, it just made this backline's life on Space Station so miserable to have to play against this Tracer or this Genji.
Yeah, really nice positioning from Painkiller as well. You are just kind of waiting in the front line. Okay, Kellen jumps past me, that's fine. Do I Vortex him or do I Vortex the backline? Maybe go for a kill. I think Painkiller played very well on the Ram. Nice stuff from Rocket to clean it out too. All right, Nightmare. There we go. Okay, guaranteed 4 maps at the very least. Now it's Space Station's chance to choose where they go, and it's going to be a dive map. I can almost guarantee you. Rose, maybe we just go to Gibraltar. Just straight up. If you want to play dive, there you go. That's the perfect map to do it.
Escort's done.
Oh, because Escort's done. Sorry.
We went to Circuit.
Kings, Midtown, and Hollywood would also be a decent one, yeah.
Yeah, I think Hollywood would make some sense. I think if you wanted to go to the hybrids, and that way you're also taking out maybe a possibility of going to Midtown. But yeah, what a nice idea that could have been, Jack.
Nightmare obviously winning Circuit there, not Gibraltar, but yeah, I am wrong. Escort gone. You could also go Runasapi. You didn't mind that at all.
Yeah, I could go there.
I think with a Flashpoint, without the Wrecking Ball, I mean, actually no, Space Station banned Wrecking Ball in their first map, so curious. Hollywood wouldn't be such a bad option. I don't mind Midtown either. I think a hybrid would feel like the correct pick here for Space Station or Runasapi.
Or you know that, like, yeah, you have to go to, I think Runasapi might be a little bit better, or you decide to, like, pick Circuit and ban a Winston there. I don't know. I think this series could actually go to 5 maps. Like, that's what I'm worried about with Nightmare just already having such a smart pick and ban for Circuit Royale.
Oh, okay.
We do see Saravasa, and I think that's where you can look at where, I guess, Nightmare decides to take a ban from there.
Okay. Oh, Nightmare. A little pick, Saravasa pick there from Space Station. Okay. I mean, you do kind of favor that over New Junk City. I don't think they'd want to go there. Saravasa also as the Flashpoint map of choice, like,
you gotta win one at
time at this point.
I think too.
You got to win one at some point, true. And then Saravasa is definitely the better of the 2 maps for Space Station.
Yeah.
A little bit more ability to play, not perma rush like you need to do on New Junk City. So yeah, we'll see how this end up coming out. Yeah, I mean, honestly, you could if you're Space Station. Like, I don't think you mind that at all. Being real.
If we see we could also see a tank swap. You know, just going
Rhino back in, maybe.
We saw, yeah, on Ilios, maybe we see Rhino come back in, and then do we see Winston versus Winston, or like, oh, the wrecking.
If they go to a hybrid map, that's not Kings. I definitely think we see Rhino come back in, like dedicated, like, hey, you're gonna play dive, like you're gonna play the Winston, like that's just the game plan right now. Kellen, of course, would rather play something like that in that matchup. I wouldn't mind Saravasa either. Oh, okay, so I'm getting word in real quick that SSG is choosing to ban second. First time a team hasn't chosen to ban first. So there is a choice there, yeah. So they're actually allowing Nightmare to ban first, which is odd. That's the first time this has happened, this stage. So we'll see where Nightmare banned first.
Okay, a new layer of complexity added to our team strategy.
Okay, well, Nightmare obviously probably scratching their heads a little bit. Okay, Nightmare ban Winston, SSG and the Ana. Luke Amino did look pretty good on the Ana on Circuit Royale. So, all right, okay, Nightmare ban first. Space Station are like, you know what, you can have it. You pick, and then we'll counter ban you. Saravasa is the map. Space Station and Nightmare at 1 each right now in this series. We'll see if Nightmare can continue to punch up.
Banning out the Ana, maybe I would assume Space Station would want to play Wrecking Ball here with Winston banned out. Yeah, wow, surprising. that we actually see a team decide to ban second. But I guess that means that you know that you can play Winston for the rest of the series. So even if you do lose this, then oh well.
That is true. A lot of pigeons.
5 pigeons. That's 5 pigeons,
Secret
Jack.
one in the bag. Kellen on the ball, though. There it is. Okay. You've piqued my interest, Mr. Kellen, once again. Painkiller rocking the Orisa. Pretty nice ball counter. Oh, yeah, they know. They know. He do be balling. They know. There he is. No shot. He's not hiding off onto the side. Yeah. Instantly speared. they knew Kellen's wrecking ball. They're just waiting for the slam and then saving that spear.
Oh.
Electrify solo, though.
Oh, no.
Okay. Lucamino was nowhere to be found there. MIA was next to his Orisa. The best of starts for Nightmare.
Okay, you know, now what do you do, Nightmare? I feel like the Wrecking Ball plays even better after you have control of the flashpoint and you just get to play a little bit more defensive. Like, Kellen is just gonna perma mark this Juno.
Exactly. Ideally here, if you're Nightmare, you just kind of walk in onto the high ground, try and get some kills, but yeah, it's slam down. Any kind of burst damage is so good with these Tracer and Freya comps. Like, the Tracer classically follows up with a slam dive like this or a Winston dive, but Freya, honestly, you could argue a little bit better. Those bolts can connect people that are launched in the sky.
Slam down, Tracer comes in, Freya helps out with a lot of that damage. Yeah, I mean, like, Sugar Free is farming now. Like,
they're getting hot a bit lightly.
And this is
not close. That's first point. Space Station, kind of rolling. You can have the first ban, no problem. Oh, you want to ban the Winston? It was like kind of a bait, right, Rose? You said it at the very start of the map. They can play Winston for the rest of the map now, or the series even.
Or you could just go play. The Wrecking Ball looks great. Just play the Wrecking Ball. Or if you don't care, it's like, wow, we're gonna beat you with the Wrecking Ball and we're gonna beat you with the Winston. They didn't even use any ults there, Jack, for that first flashpoint. They have everything now. Chronic is so fed up, not even playing Freya anymore, just to not get Goomba stomped, and now has a manual hack for the Wrecking Ball. Like, yeah, this is not usually the type of counter I think that often works out for these teams when they pick the Sombra.
Good eat from Painkiller, but Lucamino is already dead. That orbital ray to push Nightmare onto the point. I mean, Painkiller right now is like, I got a cap, man. I've got a cap. Oh, second ult there from Painkiller. Okay, eats both Sugar Free's and Seeker's ults. Will it matter? Probably not. I mean, Painkiller was on an island on that point, and the rest of his team were just getting booped and popped and found, and yeah, they just couldn't do anything. There's no response here.
Man, I mean, they used sound barrier there too, and they still lost the fight. That's nice tracking.
Great.
Oh, now they're going to so now they're going to Mauga. Like they're giving up on the original game plan. Now it's Mauga Sombra. You don't usually see these two heroes together, but Chronic is so close to the EMP. I think the idea here, get the Sombra to the EMP and then use it and swap after that, if that works.
And Lep's already dead. Oh, Lucamino, this is a flatting of epic proportions, honestly. There's nothing they could do. I mean, Space Station supports is dead, but it's like, yeah, whatever. Like, you come back with EMP, that's the big fight winner, but
no way.
Good luck hitting multiple people.
I'm sorry. Okay, the Lep was on that a little too long. I know the Lifeweaver is just to get the life grip, but I was like, that's like 4 seconds on Lifeweaver. A little too much.
Am I gonna die? No, okay, there's the OT, forced by Rocket, the recall, another one there through from Painkiller as the rush connects on the point.
Don't even use the EMP. They can't.
Yeah, they can't. They can't. They do just be dying. This team. That's 2-0 on Cervaso already.
Oh man. I mean, if the EMP doesn't work here, then like this is real struggle street for Nightmare. You know, Chronic now has this for the next Flashpoint. This should be a team fight that they win. But even when they had barrier advantage on that second Flashpoint at this start, they didn't win that fight either. So you really gotta hope that the Sombra pick actually works out for you for this Flashpoint fight.
Mina was lucky there. I think EMP. Oh, his 3. Where's the kills though? There it is. Seeker dead. Okay. Both Bliss and CJ cowering in a corner. 1 EMP, 1 kill. Can they get the point? Of course, this ball has the mines, and CJ back in a moment. Manual hack onto the wrecking ball, but Chronic's already dead. Rocket forced to recall the pulse bomb in hand. Has to navigate these mines, but good luck, even with a map, you couldn't do it. Sugar Free here's the recall of his own with a pulse bomb. See, like, Nightmare just cannot make these kills stick, and they're not even giving them a chance to actually even cap the point. Sugar Free is just so free, man. Kellen has not died, neither is Sugar Free. Sugar Free is 23-0. Like, this map's over. I'm calling it.
Yeah, I'm with you. This is, I mean, like, put it in perspective. Like, the team has full perks unlocked. Most of the rest of Nightmare is struggling to get the second one. I think we've all been there.
Oh.
Chronic is now dead. On Cassidy now.
He was a cast, by the way. You might not recognize the humbled mess on the floor, like the hump of like goo and viscera on the floor. Like, Pro was Cassidy at some point, getting spawn capped by Kellen. Pro's like, admin, please. He's B-hopping through Ivy, down connector. Guy won't be stopped. He can't be stopped. Nice little bolus. There's the cage. Okay, semblance of control, and Kellen appears from nowhere. Okay, Painkiller with 2 though, but Kellen and Bliss make it even as Painkiller wondering where the rest of his team went. The rush was initially used by CJ there, but Painkiller, his staying power on this point is decent. He's got Cardiac Overdrive up and Lep is at least healing him, but Bliss is booping Lep around, and Lep has the sound barrier but too scared to use it because he might Ajax in front of however many people are watching right now. Point's gonna get recapped by Space Station Rose, and they still got mines.
This is over. It feels so over. I mean, Kellen could just mine before they actually go in. Someone's gonna get hit into it. Sound barrier comes out, but like, who can touch the point?
They got it, Rose. They got the flip. At what cost? DJ Seeker dead. Rocket hunting for the Lucio. Here's the skates. This though, a little bit too quick. Nightmare trying to even just find one person on their screen. Lucamino is crouching in a corner.
Does not want to get a headshot right now. This is like you're scared of the Lucio Kiriko vibes.
They're like turning their headset up to 200% volume to hear the ball 7 light years away. Is what they're doing right now, Rose.
You like just wait till you can throw on motion controls with the rumble on the mouse or something.
Okay, here we go. Seeker dead. Nice little hack from Chronic, supplementing the healing there onto the Malga. The 3rd healer, the Sombra. I think one of the sillier perks in the game, and I'm all here for it, to be honest with you. There's the flip too. They're going to let it go for free. Sound barrier connects to Bliss, ints into the back line. Oh my word, that was a lot of damage. They're chasing down Lep right now, who is, well, he escapes scot-free, sugar-free, however. Suffering from a little hubris there, chasing the Lucio. Okay, Nightmare. Is this the point that they desire? They're going to be able to get it. Yeah, Kellen doesn't even bother going for the retouch Rose. They're on the board. Maybe the Malga was the answer.
Okay, wow. Yeah, maybe it was the answer, but I feel like it was a lot more than just the Malga. You finally got a chance to see like the sound barrier work out there for the team, playing together around the Sombra as well. These hacks from Chronic have been a lot more impactful. Now they also have those perks unlocked. I think Nightmare have had a much better time in things, but the job's not done. Jack, it's been struggle streets here to even get 1 flashpoint on the board, but that's a great start.
Yeah, good kills. Yeah, Chronic go for the manual hack, hits the virus, and then Kellen's health bar disappeared instantly. Okay, Nightmare picking up the Malga, making it work. Cardiac Overdrive, extremely good to help our allies when they get slammed, like doing a bit of damage, getting a bit of healing. The Chronic also healing people with the hack. Doesn't result in a whole bunch, but something extra.
Ooh. Paul gets caged. Kellen gets a Susie though. Can actually get out of there.
He's out. It's all good. Cage got destroyed in the end, in fact. If you want the healing numbers from Chronic, by the way, it's 256 healing right now. For the Sombra, so yeah, he's doing a lot of work in the lion's share. Painkiller chasing Sugar Free. Okay, Space Station now slowly losing control of this map.
All right, Seekers come back on the Sojourn. It's going to have the overclock. I mean, this is an overwhelming number of ults from Space Station as soon as they come back in. But you got to deal with this EMP. Bliss doesn't have the sound barrier online to answer that. So it's kind of just every player for themselves having to deal with the EMP. Oh, and Chronic again, like great scouting there to know where Kellen's going to be coming from. That's the 200% sound for you.
Oh, Left almost got sniped out of thin air there. Sound barrier does end up connecting. Same with that EMP. Suzu onto Seeker to try and save his life, but God, you need about 7 ambulances to carry all the pieces of him left. All right, Nightmare gonna cap the second point. Managed to come back. Space Station are like, well, the ball was working, but not anymore. Kellen switching over to the Orisa. A bit more honest, at least a bit more honest for Nightmare now, Rose.
Jack, dare I say, this is reverse sweep territory on this map?
I mean, we were playing Silly Watch for the first 2 points with Space Station, just like
now it's getting pretty serial. I mean,
yeah.
I think the Kellen Orisa switch is a good call into the Malga, but that's not good. Rocket getting Blizz before Blizz can even get the sound barrier online is crazy.
Post-bomb eating from Kellen though. But yeah, the space control from the Malga is just so immense. Sugar Free's also dead. Like, this is a problem for Space Station now. So this game, and what they thought was probably going to be pretty easy, at least this map, is slowly but surely running away from them.
And now they're gonna have Cage, sound barrier again from Lep in a couple of percent. But really the big kind of nail in the coffin for Nightmare to close out this map is gonna be this EMP. Chronic is very close. And if Chronic can get another manual hack onto like, wow, Sugar Free, take away the mobility. Jeez, Bliss has a lot on the shoulders to actually use the sound barrier and keep Space Station in this. Because Jack, looks like Nightmare could get this EMP online pretty quick. So like, Bliss has to hold it for that, or yeah, just hope you can use it aggressively.
It's so close. There's the hack, there's the heals, EMP coming in. Bliss still got the sound barrier though, he needs to use it. Oh, he connects. Kellen, luckily they're saved by that overhealth as Painkiller suffers from Seeker's railgun. Okay, back to the real Seeker, playing that Sojourn. They get the cap, Rose, but 97% for Nightmare. They've got a cage, they've got a rush and a pulse bomb. Space Station, you've got to be careful. It's do or die now on Turabasa.
Yeah, I mean, the cage is really what concerns me here. I think the cages have been good for Painkiller, obviously not always converting over into like a single elimination, but what, if you grab like Bliss or CJ in the cage...
Don't let them cap. Do not let them cap. Painkiller just put the cage down now. Yeah, Kellen has to get in there. Terror Surge available to him. As Painkiller just gets blown up instantly. Nightmare do end up capping the point, but Kellen is super low. A virus does end up connecting, but Sugar Free's there with a kill on Chronic. A little spear spin there for Kellen to try and keep himself alive, but Lip above him hits him with the boot, but Sugar Free with a kill. Make that a BB even a third. The 1v1, he loses it against Lucamino, and Nightmare closed that map out. A reverse sweep on Suravasa. An unbelievable showing of fortitude there from Nightmare.
What? Lucamino with the biggest hero play in this series so far. Winning, oh my gosh. Lucamino was the only player alive at that point that was on the flashpoint, able to win it. That was your reverse sweep.
Kicking yourself right now if you're Space Station. You are dominating, absolutely dominating them on those first 2 points. As soon as Painkiller switched to the Malga, it slowly started tipping the scales. You see that every day.
That's sus. This is sus. I don't know how I like Space Station's odds now getting the win in this series. They can still
mental game has to be strong,
sure, but
Rose.
I would be so tilted.
Hunter's got to, pick up the book, get rid of the pictures of Danny real quick, find something new in there. Space Station, remember, Rose, coming into this map, choosing to ban second, not even choosing to ban first. And the Winston was banned by Nightmare. And go, okay, well, that's fine. We play the ball and we dominate on the Wrecking Ball. First 2 points. Painkiller switches to Malga, and then it's all over. So now we go to these next couple of maps. Space Station chooses. They're definitely not banning second this time, that's for sure. They now get to play the Winston on a preferred map. Rose, this might go all the way. Look at the KDs here as well. 4.7 to SSG. They lose the map against Nightmares 1.8. That is how hard they were dominating on the first 2 points.
That's... Ooh, this... Ooh.
I think that might be the biggest, like, KD deaths discrepancy.
This is the biggest spaghetti drop we have seen so far this season, I'm pretty sure.
Easily. Space Station, pick Runa Sapi. Nightmare maybe closing this one out. The Winston is available for Space Station if they want to pivot to old. But yeah, disgusting stuff on Suravasa. Now, if you're Space Station here, do you just go ahead and ban the Mauga? It's like, okay, we don't want to mess with it. Let's get it out of here.
Yeah, I think you have to ban first this time. And
yeah, there's no way they're banning second.
Like, ban the Mauga, please. Gosh, like, I mean, oh my goodness.
Mauga is incredibly good at like holding space and just maintaining that space. The amount of damage he does, cardiac overdrive cycling as well on corners, like extremely good. We'll have to wait and see if Space Station have something cooked up here. They've got to ban the Mauga at some point. That was their undoing on Suravasa, a reverse sweep. Like you said, a spaghetti drop for the ages served up. A couple of Michelin stars maybe on that too. I'm not sure. Nightmare, one map away though from taking down Space Station. We're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Suravasa, a map win for Nightmare. A little reverse sweep. You know the vibes. Kellen the Felon, unfortunately, falling over after switching off the Wrecking Ball. Yeah, their Painkiller, Mauga, looked great. And to no one's surprise, Mauga banned by Space Station coming in. Lucio banned by Nightmare.
That's why I was laughing. I instantly saw the bans. Like the mental damage that just happened. I would have been shocked if we saw Space Station give up the first ban or not ban the Mauga. So you have to. And Nightmare banning the Lucio in response there, I think is fine. But the Mauga ban tickles me specifically.
Yeah, hey. Is what it is. Sometimes you just got to do them to him like that. Like at the end of the day, if your mental is crushed that hard by like that one pick, right? Because you're expecting to win that. There was a point in that map where Kellen, Sugar-Free, Tracer, Wrecking Ball, 0 deaths going into the final point, and then you get reverse swept. We're going to load on in to this next one. Runa Sapi picked by Space Station. And if you've only just joined us, or if you don't recall, Space Station chose to ban second on that last map on Surabasa. This time, of course, banning first. Mauga taking off the cards, which probably leads us, Rose, and with Nightmare keeping their same roster in to some more rush from Painkiller. And that's what he's hovering, going for the Orisa.
Painkiller's Orisa looked pretty good too. So I'm hoping that this is going to be another look that this Nightmare team can show us. That Jack, I don't know. I want to believe in this dive from Space Station so badly, but like you have to give us a convincing performance at this point.
Yeah, no Ram, which was a little bit of their unmaking, right, on Circuit Royale. Rissa, which has a variety of tools to deal with the Winston, let's be fair, but a lot less than the Vortex. A bit of a more open map as well, of course. So Helen is going to have an easier time. It's whether actually if Painkiller can be a thorn in his side enough for the rest of his team to do something. Decent bubble placement though from Kellen, but Painkiller kept alive by both Luke, Pino, and Lep. Perfect heals coming in. That's Rocket in and out.
I know we've been talking about how like Painkiller has been able to play really well on the Ramatra. Of course, now the Orisa coming out here in the Mauga, completely exploding the Space Station squad. But Rocket was putting up some incredible numbers in that last map for the last couple of flashpoints. And on Circuit Royale, Rocket on the Tracer was getting so many solo kills onto Space Station's backline, onto Seeker. Like, just the Freya can also kind of be a little bit easier to just get full clips into. And that's not going to be the Tracer that's actually picking up that kill, but I think, again, like, pay attention how Rocket decides to kind of approach a lot of these fights, going through and following up on that damage that Chronic lays down.
Oh, don't die. If CJ dies there, it's a disaster. Managed to skip out on some of those bolts, but Rose, that's a checkpoint
already. Yeah, we saw like Nightmare actually got a big opening pick there. Chronic was able to get that kill onto Seeker, and then all from there, like Space Station has no choice except to back up. CJ finally gets the nano and can apply that over to Helen, but Rocket again. Oh my goodness.
Another connection. CJ dead, Seeker down as well. Seeker hasn't found a kill yet. In fact, no one from Space Station has landed a single elimination. And Nightmare just going to continue to move the ball. They're going to finish this fight first by the looks of it. Rocket kind of like herding them like sheep. One small Tracer, the shepherd.
It's like the little ankle. Calling Tracer an ankle biter. But like that's how sheepdogs like herd sheep. I don't know, that's why it came to my mind.
I mean, that's exactly what he was doing.
Man, Terrace
has just not found the same success on this pick as Chronic has right now. Oh, there's the and there's the kills. Okay, Seeker, Sugar-Free on the board. Triple kill and a double for Sugar-Free. Okay, now we can get it popping. Problem is, this map also classically, Rose, when you have that forward spawn, it becomes a mid-tussle over and over and over again.
And Nightmare have the tools to really play into that. Terra Surge, the Rally, like Terra Surge, Rally, Ray. Nightmare have everything right now, still having both of the support ultimates to to bank. Space Station do have the rally, but I mean, oh my goodness, Painkiller, careful with the antis.
Oh, Terror Surge, it clips Kellen there, he gets dragged back in. His leap was just disrupted by Painkiller's ult. And then Chronic is just pinning them to his memory board right now. Nightmare get a team kill on Space Station once again, and that was a big investment from Space Station. This Nightmare going to round the corner, get the checkpoint again. Yeah, they got forward spawns, and they are sailing. They're cruising, Rose. They're cruising. It feels like Space Station might be a little boom.
This is certainly may appear that way. Oh no. I mean, Sage doesn't even have the nano. Rocket lands that pulse bomb onto Bliss, and I feel like Space Station gets sent backwards with the S key. Oh, okay. The antis have been good from CJ, and like we do get the nano online for Kellen, but like this is tough defense that Nightmare are putting up here.
Nice eat there by Painkiller, and Rocket gets another solo kill. Another one. Pulse bomb from Seeker. Trying to, hits the wall. Lucamino looks at it with his shield, shrugs it off, and now Sugar Free with only a single blink gets rolled by Rocket. Space Station kind of blasting off again right now as Nightmare looking for this full cap. Rose, it is just an absolute crumbling from Space Station Gaming.
Nightmare have this. They have this in the bag. It's going to be a full cap. How do they actually stand up to this when Kellen and CJ are both dead? We've got the Terror Surge from Painkiller ready to go at spawn.
Okay, Seeker gets one. All right, okay. We need more from Space Station, though. We need something else. They are so close to just finishing this map. Rocket slain, finally. He's out of the picture. There's 5 minutes to go, roughly. They're still fighting on this last point. Ooh, nice movement there from Chronic. Takes down Seeker in the skies. Parting gift.
It's a good enough delay, though, that, again, Nightmares still have these forward spawns. Look at the difference in these eliminations as well. I mean, this is...
14-2. Chronic there. Yeah. Crazy. I mean, Afro Theorem is like, you know, you go over 100 meters or whatever it is, like, yeah, 143-6.
It's very,
5 minutes.
Very difficult to come back.
It's game.
There is still some time left in the bank and a couple of ults here, but once again, I mean, like, come in with rally. Painkiller.
Goodbye, Seeker. That bubble is fading, and so is your life. Painkiller's 1 HP, quite literally 1 HP there. Heroics from Sugar Free, yep, denied by Rocket and Chronic. Got forward spawns, and they're just gonna push the bot into Space Station territory and then back.
Yeah, Rocket pushes it so far before getting bullied away from the point. Nightmare come back in with Ray advantage, though. If, like, Lep is just a couple of seconds away from being able to get that. They also still have Pulse and Bola Shot. So it's not like Space Station can easily approach this midpoint. I want a whiff there from Rocket.
All good, he'll get another one. It's all good. If Sugar Free can repeat that. Nice Bola Shot there. But Sugar Free getting nanoed means CJ gets the nano too. I think that perk is still around. Thank goodness. Sana players up in their fist when they saw that one added to the game. All right, okay. Space Station get the bot moon on a Nightmare side of the map. But with only 3 minutes to go, an array here for Nightmare could be a tough hill to descend.
The relic can help to even up a little bit of that differential, and so can the Primal Rage, but I just feel like there's been so many sharp shots here from Nightmare. I want to see this instant replay, though, that we are unfortunately not going to get to see because the fight is starting.
Well, good. There's the rally, though, popped by Bliss. And already Rocket looking for the backline. Kellen's even popped the Primal Rage here. This response to the Ray is going to work out for Kellen this time as he finds Lep and Lucamino. Gotta still get the team kill, though, and a clean one at that. If they can survive every single one of them, okay, Sugar Free dying, not too bad. It's a Tracer. They're going to get back in time, but Space Station, they've still got this checkpoint to cap.
Maybe another recontest too. I mean, the fact that Chronic can kind of just send this Bola Shot down, if you get an elimination with that, then Nightmare can get a good recontest. Oh, but you're cutting it very close there, as Rocket's gonna have to be the one to touch.
Okay, yeah, misses that pulse too. As Kellen trades for Chronic. You see a little parting gift there from Chronic, sticking those explosive bolts in him. Seeker. Just managed to tag Lep there, but Lep gets out of the way. Dashes behind that building, out of sight of the Freya. Now Painkiller under a little bit of duress. The stick does end up connecting. He's so tanky. Despite even the rally actually applying a little bit of overhealth, he still ends up going down. But Nightmare are on the pursuit. They want these kills. They want these staggers. With a minute and 20 seconds to go, it's looking rather dire.
That rally was a little too late to save Painkiller, but it still got the job done. Being able to pick up those squishier targets and that Inspire healing as well, making sure that Chronic could continue to deliver those final blows. This bot's moving fast, like again going pretty far into Nightmare territory before Space Station come back and take it. But Painkiller having a Terror Surge, like that's something that's going to be quite difficult for Space Station to actually step up
dead.
to. Oh my
Double
gosh,
shot
Seeker.
in the skies. Chronic takes him out from a downtown. As soon as you see that second bolt in you, you're done. And Kellen forced to almost AFK there in that little side room. That kills CJ. All Rose, this is slowly slipping away from Space Station, or it has been ever since Nightmare got 143 meters to 0.
30
Not looking good.
left. That's
Kellen
it.
getting chased. He's dead. 25 seconds. Perfection required, but Rose on push, it's almost impossible. And they're going to push this in almost to completion, in fact. I mean, there's only a couple of meters left. The Terror Surge drags everybody in. He's a free recontest for you. But Nightmare... Oh, they won! Yeah, they won! They don't want panic, but there's 9 seconds to go, but... There is 9 seconds to go, guys, and they have got control of the bot, so hang on a second. Yeah, a little bit preemptive.
Oh, we're looking at the future maybe, because it's a tough battle. Overtime now has activated on the bot, and that means you cannot step a toe off of it, or we're gonna have another C9 in the second day of our North American Overwatch competition. But yeah, Space Station 4 ultimates here. I mean, Jack, it's not impossible. 4 ults, Rally Primal. I mean, Bullet Shot could do some work here from Seeker. You just can't get taken out before you can use it.
Exactly. Another missed pulse on there by Rocket, but here comes the rallies. Bliss not unable to save CJ. That's a crucial kill by Rocket. The bot has to be contested as well, as Chronic and Rocket do it yet again. And there it is. Now you can fly the screen prod. There you go. Nightmare. A 3-1 over Space Station. I think Kellen's alive, but not for much longer, as Space Station drift out into the loneliness of space, and Nightmare living the dream, taking down one of the top dogs of North America.
Wow, Nightmare, they might have new players on the team, but it feels like the same old organization. Now, sitting 2-0 at the start of Stage 2 for the North American Overwatch Champion Series, well on their way to being able to earn a spot at that mid-season Madness Land Ash. Who would know that there are different players on this team based on the win-loss we've got so far?
You wouldn't expect it, right? But what an insane showing here from Nightmare going into our second day of Stage 2 for NA. And for SSG, this is a match where we expected them to be able to bounce back. This is not the result that we were expecting whatsoever. It is insane, the momentum that it felt like Nightmare were able to garner after that win on Saravasa there, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, they were dying on that Winston Hill on that last map. They were really, truly believing they could do it. Same with Circuit Royale. The turnaround, though, when it came down to it, crunch time, if you will, the Wrecking Ball matched against the Malga, and it all started falling apart. And then the mental game, I think, plays a big factor in that as well. You just got reverse swept on Saravasa. You go onto a push map, and you've got, like, I think it was like 3 meters. It's basically nothing, right? Against 146, basically a completion on that map. Like, mentally, how do you come back from that? That is so difficult for Space Station. There's a lot of veterancy on this team, and you expect them to kind of, ride that and be like, okay, it's fine, it's still comebackable. But it's just, on the flip side, for Nightmare, they're just playing with them at that point. They know they have to lose like 10 fights in a row for Space Station to gain the lead back again.
Yeah, it's a lot of meterage to have to build up, but I think something else is at play here. And I think we have to give a lot of credit to the DPS that are on this Nightmare squad. Wow, I'm so impressed, Ash. I feel like Rocket was getting a lot of solo kills that Tracers, I think, at this level should be able to get, but just so many time and time again. And then Chronic on the Freya was delivering so many impressive eliminations as well. I think this is North American Overwatch just consistently stepping up their game. We saw this already in stage 1 with how close some of those teams at the top were. And now again, I think the competition is leveled up even more so.
And it makes it so much more exciting for the NA region, right? And that's such a great feat as well for Rocket and Chronic to be going up against players like Seeker and Sugar Free and to deliver such incredible performances, especially in that Tracer head-to-head, right? But I'm actually like, I'm so happy for Nightmare, but I'm also devastated at the fact that we don't get to talk to SSG about that ban situation on Saravasa. We are assuming, obviously, that it was to protect the Winston going into later portions of the series, but it was crazy to see that first time that we have seen a team actually give up that first ban here, Jack, is something definitely to look out for, I guess, now heading into later into the season as well.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. Like, it felt like a bait ban. Like, okay, you ban the Winston. Okay, that's fine because we can just play ball. Like, yeah, that feels like our preferred one, and then we can play Winston later. But the Winston just didn't work out on Rusafi whatsoever. It's like they are determined to die on this hill of the Winston from Kellen. Winston Ball are his best heroes, for sure. They don't want to match up in the Ram mirror, the Orisa mirror. Like, eventually he switches to Orisa, but it just doesn't work out. Like, Space Station are full of just star players. It's just, I feel like a small fumble from them. They're going to be able to rebound, but this is a big win for Nightmare. Same banner, different team, but same energy.
Well, you'll love to see it here for the side of Nightmare, but we've got an interview just on the line here with Painkiller. And wow, okay, getting this opportunity to now chat with you, Painkiller. One, congratulations on starting off the regular season now 2-0 for the round robin. And I really want to hear, I guess, like, honestly, the question that I have is, after you guys were able to manage that reverse sweep on Saravasa, was there a moment where the team was kind of like, yeah, okay, we got the rest of the series in the bag?
After we reverse sweep Saravasa, yeah, we just knew that the series was in our hands to win. There was no chance we could lose after that.
What were the
comms like at the end of that, bro? They must have been going crazy.
And we were pretty ecstatic after that reverse sweep. You know, like, it was pretty bad. The first 2 points, like, I don't even think Kellen had a death, and we just miraculously
him and Sugar Free, they were deaths.
Yeah, they were farming.
Rose, did you have a question?
Yeah, Rose is stun locked.
Oh, you guys, no, because you guys have both talked. I'm stun locked. Well, first of all, like, great hat. Second of all, great game. But Painkiller, I think just like wanting to talk to you a little bit about how you feel like the rest of your stage could go. I mean, what an incredible feat to beat Space Station, but now you've got Supernova coming up next weekend, and I think after that you're also going to be let's see, you've got Team Liquid. So now that you beat Space Station, how do you like your odds against your next 2 matches?
I think looking at the power rankings at the start of the season, a lot of teams put us at 4th place, but as you can see from the SSG match, I think we have an insane underdog potential, and we can beat anyone on match day if we're playing up to it.
Love it.
I did want to ask, actually, because before, I know we're talking a lot about Saravasa, but it was the most interesting map on this series because of how crazy it was. But initially, Space Station going in, it's like, we'll ban second. Like, how did you guys feel about that? Did you expect that coming? Because that's one of the first times this ever happened, and it's a very strange occurrence.
We didn't really expect it. We were expecting them to, every time they picked a map, they were going to be looking to play Monkey, so we were expecting them to protect ban tank a lot. We kind of figured that when they gave us the first ban on Saravasa, that we knew that they were trying to bait the Monkey ban. So we kind of figured they wanted to play something else instead, but we figured that we should be able to win anyways. We expected maybe Ball, maybe Orisa, and the first 2 points were rough, but we were still able to turn it around for us.
That you guys absolutely were. Like, the momentum was crazy going into Runasapi. But thank you so much for taking the time to do this interview with us, Painkiller. You guys are definitely going to be a team to look out for the remainder of this season here for Stage 2. And good luck on the rest of your matches here for the group stage as well.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me.
What a great interview to be able to hear from Painkiller, especially like subbing in during Circuit Royale and then being able to go along with the team until they net this win here up against SSG. But really great initial looks here for the first weekend alone of Stage 1 here of OWCS NA. Rose, for a Nightmare that he's talking about being an underdog. I think people are going to start changing their minds in the Overwatch community.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of heard it from him too. Like, power rankings wise, I think people were looking at this Nightmare squad, especially kind of with just a sort of rebrand. They're going to be good, but the versatility that this entire team is showing, and especially the numbers that these DPS are putting up, Jack, I think I might just say it. I think that the top 3 in this region might be Team Liquid, Nightmare, and
Okay.
What's the?
I mean, you
oh
could
God,
put Space Station there.
Sorry,
But...
yeah, Geek.
Yeah, I was going to say that maybe there's an argument still for Space Station, but we'll have to see how they do in later weeks. Yeah, Nightmare with some serious potential here. It's exciting to see these teams, especially how they feel like they are underdogs, like coming in. And match day is what really counts, right? At the end of the day, if you can't show up on match day, you just can't show up as a team, and you're not going to get too far. So it's good to see Nightmare come on clutch. Rocket getting player of the match, honestly, no real surprise. The pulse bombs, they ended up fading away, unfortunately, towards the end of that that Runasapi. But like initially, he was like stick, killing CJ, killing like any kind of backliner or killing one of the DPS. Like, yeah, the guy's a monster. We know he's sick on the Tracer, and he just continues to prove he's one of the best in the region.
Yeah, it's insane how he goes head-to-head up against Sugar Free in today's matchup. One of the best tracers in the world, right? But now let's go and look at the standings here that we've wrapped up this weekend in NA. Things are not turning out the way that we expected when it comes down to the NA standings here. But overall, I think that this is something where we're going to be looking for SSG to bounce back later on in the season. They have a week or so. Are they even actually playing next week? They are. So
they're playing
we're gonna get yes. So very exciting things as we take a look over at the schedule there for next week as well. And now taking a look, I guess, at day 1 for next week. What do you have your eyes on as far as a matchup here goes, Jack?
Dude, the VP Gen G game might be kind of fire. Virtus Pro went real close to Quick Esports, that 5 map. Obviously, you heard from Shockwave at the end, like, hey, like, any kind of map loss it's a really big deal to us. We expect to win every single map. So I want to know how they're going to retool themselves. I mean, Smash, I'm sure, is going to be working super hard. We'll see how Gen G ends up performing there. The Team Liquid game, obviously, versus Extinction should be pretty easy, though.
Yeah,
expectations.
I don't know.
I mean, maybe anything could happen at this point.
For a Team Liquid that has had as high stocks as they have had heading into stage number 2, I think you hope that that's going to be a 3-0 for them, just to live up to those expectations. But looking at the standings, I'm going to put my neck out there. Nightmare, Geek, Team Liquid, I think those are the 3 teams to really look out for this stage. And I think they're going to be the ones that find themselves in the top.
Yeah, but again, looking at these standings, like, it is so hard to imagine a world where if you told any of us that we'd be ending off the very first weekend here, Rose, with SSG in 8th place.
That
is not something we would have ever imagined.
I just think that this meta right now really is rewarding that flexibility. And that's why I think naming those 3 teams in particular, Jack, we see so many different tanks as options for them. We've already seen so many different map calls, and especially when you've got this new map pool, as well as all of these different bans and Freya as a new hero, I think you have to look at these tanks to be able to play a little bit of rock, paper, scissors, but also make sure that they can handle the bans that come their way.
Yeah, it was definitely like a front-loaded schedule for SSG. Obviously, that first match in North America was that Team match. They don't face EK until week 3. Their next games are going to be Sakura and Build Ducks, and then Extinction. So you're expecting them to come out with wins. So, okay, getting the losses out early, getting the loss against Team Liquid early, sure, okay, this is great. We don't have to face GK until week 3. We're chilling. We can just go back and just practice and then go from there. I expect Space Station to do well, but the loss to Nightmare is still unexpected. Big W for Nightmare. They're 2-0 to start off. Split 2. It's great.
What a great start to our weekend here, or start to the season, end of our weekend, I should say. But I want to also give a massive shout out to one of our featured co-streamers that's been following along the action with us throughout the entirety of today as well. Yesterday it was Rack Attack, but today Coffee has been tuning in, following alongside the OWCS broadcast. We're going to give them a raid after this, so you guys better stay tuned to be able to go and support and catch them out, catch their stream out as well. But man, what a great way to round out this weekend now of OWCS. Things are shaking up both for EMEA and NA. The competition is getting so close. But before we do go, I do want to give you both, I'll have Jack go first, then Rose. I want to give your thoughts on maybe like how EMEA has shaped out, because we've heard a lot about NA from you guys, but how are you feeling about how that's ended out for this weekend?
I'm feeling pretty good, especially after that 5-map series versus VP. I think VP, if you look at stage 1, like they were undefeated. They lost, I think, in total like 3 maps. It was something silly, like something super low. And they are the like dominant team, tier 1. Like everybody was putting tier breaks below VP, and then everybody else is looking closer. Same could be said for NA. Yeah, EU looks fire as always, and I'm happy to see Shockwave still pulling punches. The guy has been around for such a long time. I cast him all the way back in like contenders and stuff, and he's on a Freya now. Like, yeah, he looks clean with it. I'm still a VP fan, and yeah, I can imagine that will continue. And they probably won't go that close against a team like Quick later on, but it looks good.
I'm excited to see if like Alcatia, the Ultimates, can like still make the competition in EMEA as close alongside Quick Esports, because if Quick Esports versus Virtus Pro is 5 maps, maybe the top end of EMEA is going to get a lot closer as well. So I'm looking at that for the next couple of weeks.
Well, you guys heard it here first. The competition has been really shaking up here for the first weekend of OWCS, and we're only expecting the gap to continue to close as the season goes on and as teams start to gel after all of this roster mania. But thank you guys so much for tuning in for the debut of Stage 2. It won't be too long until we see you guys next weekend, but have a great weekend, everybody.
Fighting, it means it won't be there for the pulse bomb if it's required. Getting Iceland up above 200 is going to be very, very important, but it's a tough job. They need to try and pick her off. That's a very reasonable use of the ball shot. Get Nutski out of the game. Yoam's got nowhere to go, and he knows it. That's it. Okay. Oh, buddy. That is beautiful there from Checkmate. Kersterling is a little bit too low.
Live above him, hits him with the boot, but Sugar Free with the kill. Make that a BB even a third. The 1v1, he loses it.